You'll be able to draw floor plans and elevation, sections, and much, much more. And you don't need any experience. We'll be going step by step with multiple examples, so you can build a strong knowledge of ArchiCAD and navigate it with confidence, gaining experience and drawing the plans that we use most. There are timestamps below, so if you want to skip around to any part, feel free. You will be able to draw this from the walls to the windows and doors, all the fills and floors, and the objects, all step by step. We'll even use some of the new hidden ArchiCAD 27 tools along the way. We'll start off with a new project, selecting the generic template, and we'll go new. To make sure that we've got the same interface, we'll go up to Options, Work Environment, then click Work Environment. We'll go to Work Environment Profiles, and double-click Architectural Basic Profile 27. We'll go Apply, and then click OK. This way, we're all looking at the same thing. On this left-hand side, you'll find the Wall tool. We'll click it, and then within our empty space, to draw our first wall, we'll click once, and if we stretch it out, we can see our wall is starting to be drawn. If I bring it down, then if I hold in the Shift key, it's going to lock it so it's at 90 degrees down the page. Now, if I hit the Tab key, it's going to let me enter in my first dimension. My first measurement is going to be 5,500, 5.5 meters, and we'll go Enter. And we have our first wall. Let's zoom in by scrolling the middle mouse button until we make it a bit bigger on the screen. This will make it easier to navigate. Now, to draw the rest of my external walls, I'm going to hover my mouse over the edge of this wall, just here, until the little tick icon pops up. That means that it'll lock into that corner of the node and our measurements will be exact. So I'll click this one and I'll follow that same step. To draw my horizontal line, I'll hold in Shift, which is going to lock it at 0 degrees. While I've got Shift held in, I'm going to tap Tab just once, and we'll type in our second measurement, 7,500. We'll hit Enter to finish the operation, and that's our second wall. We'll draw another wall vertical. We'll go 7,000 for this one. Another horizontal, 2,950. I'll click once again. Now this time, instead of actually having to type in the dimension, I'm going to hold in Shift to lock it so it's vertical. And then I'm going to bring my mouse over until it's at this wall just here. Once I see this little pencil icon, this will mean that it'll line up with this wall just over here. Now, if I click my mouse, it's going to finish the operation on that wall over there. I'll finish my last wall here, clicking once, and then clicking just over on this left-hand side. And we've got our first structure all drawn up. Now, if your walls do look different to this, if we select over the top of all of our walls, bottom left to top right-hand side, using the arrow tool, where it says structure just here, we can change this to a bunch of different kinds of walls. So at the moment, we've got generic wall/shell selected, which is 250 millimeters thick. On this left-hand side here, we can change if the walls are showing with multiple skins or just one basic wall. For the sake of this, we'll go to the basic wall option just here. We'll click on our wall type again, and we'll type in aluminium, this one just here. This is going to change all our walls to be one solid fill. Now, to make our lines look nice like this, all we need to do is go down to the bottom, and where it says pen set modeling, if we click on this and go up to black and white. Now, some people have commented that they can't find the black and white pen set in their project. To help get everyone access, I've put the pen set for free over on Patreon. It's completely for free, there's no trial needed. So if you are missing this pen set, go over to the ArchiCAD Patreon, download it, and come back. You don't need the pen set to complete the tutorials, but I find it a lot more aesthetic while we're drawing. This is going to change the colors that our tools are going to be using. Let's select over all our walls again, and we're going to change this wall thickness just up here to 200 and press Enter. Now, if you can't find this option, move your mouse up to this bar here and then scroll your middle mouse button. And this is going to actually shift it so you can reveal other options available. Let's scroll that back and get kicked off with our internal walls. So if I click wall again, it's going to have the wall set up that we had before, but as a shortcut, if I hold in the Alt key on Windows or Option on Mac, this little eyedropper will pop up. So now if I hover over the top of the wall, you'll see it fills that little eyedropper up. Then if I click, I'm going to absorb the attributes from that wall. Now make sure you are selecting the actual wall by hovering over the edge of the wall. After we've got that selected and the attributes absorbed, we'll click on this edge just here. We'll drag it down all the way. We'll hold in Shift, and we'll click again once we get to this bottom edge here. This will finish the operation, and we've got our first internal wall. Now, it's not lined up there at the moment, so I'm going to click the wall, and I'm going to flip it around using this just here. So if I click once, it'll flip it back into the inside. Now, internal walls are typically more along the lines of 90 to 100 mil, so I'm going to change this one to 90 millimeters. There we go. Now, I promised some new ArchiCAD 27 features. So if we go up into Options, then go to Work Environment, then Work Environment again, just down the list here to where it says More Options, if we click here, then head all the way down the page. If it's minimized, where it says Experimental Features, if we expand it, and then click on Enable Distance Guides, and then go OK. Looks like nothing's happened. But if we now click on our wall, all of a sudden it gives us measurements on the left and the right hand side. And while we've got the wall selected, if we do tap Tab, we can now type in the dimensions from that internal wall to the external wall. I'll give an example. So if we type in, say, 3000, then press Enter, It's going to shift that wall all the way across. It's a really quick way of getting a gauge of how big the different rooms are within your project. So I'll undo this one here at the moment. Next up, we're going to partition out some of the remaining rooms. So let's use the eyedropper tool to select our wall. Before we do get too much further, I'd like to show you these shortcuts here. They make us so much quicker and more effective when we're using ArchiCAD. So I recommend taking a screenshot or writing them down, as we'll be using them throughout the entire process. Now, I was halfway through drawing a wall. So I'll click this wall here, hold in Shift until we click to this edge here. I'll press Escape to get out of my tool, and then I'll click my wall once more. Let's say I want this as a bathroom. I'm going to hit Tab, then hit Tab again to get to that other dimension, then type in 1950 and enter. I'll want to duplicate this wall again and partition out for a little toilet just next to it. So hitting Control D using the shortcuts we were using just before will allow us to drag this wall. So if I click on this top edge of the wall now, it's allowing me to drag this wall. And if I tap Control once or Option on a Mac, you'll see a little plus button just below the mouse cursor. This means we're duplicating this wall. So for this one, I'm going to type in 1390. So that's 1.3 meters plus the 90 mil for the wall. I'm going to tap in Enter. I want some robes as well as some storage space just on this left-hand side next to the bedroom. So I'll select this wall, tap Control, holding in Shift, and then clicking Tab once. I'll type in 600 and go Enter. Let's zoom in just so it's a bit bigger on our page, using the middle mouse scroll to zoom in. And now I'm going to refine these partitions. So I'm going to drag this wall here. I'm selecting this top left-hand node, which will allow me to stretch this wall. And stretch this out. Oh, the pet pallet's in the way. So I'm going to grab this side edge here and pull it down out of the way. And then I'll hold in Shift and I'll click just on this edge here. I'll do the same for this wall just here. I'm going to eyedropper and select this wall here and select from top down to bottom. I'll bring this one over to this wall here, just so it's flush with the wall. And then I'm going to go Control D and drag this one out 1 meter, which is a typical width for a corridor. I'm going to hold in the Control key or Option on a Mac, which is going to bring up these scissors, and it's going to allow me to chop this part of the wall. So if I click once, it'll cut that wall out completely. Next up, I'm going to grab this wall just here. I'm going to tap Control once, which is going to allow me to create a duplicate again. And I'm going to bring this up 1 meter and 90 millimeters, which is going to be, again, common width of a hallway plus the 90 mil stud, and Enter. Going to delete this wall just here. And we've pretty much got all our rooms partitioned out. So next up, we'll want to get access to each of these different rooms. To do this, let's use the door tool. This one just over here. We'll click once, and if we hover over the top of a wall, you'll notice that the opening is showing on that wall. If we push it to one edge, it'll show a little sun just on one side. And likewise, if we pull it to the other edge, it'll show the sun on that side. For the sake of this example, let's always make sure that the sun is facing out towards the outside. We'll click once, and we've placed a door. Now, it's giving us some options when we move our mouse around, which way we want the door action to face. Because we're pushing this door to the outside, let's just click it to the left for the time being, and we've finished our first door. Now, the cool thing is we can edit this after we've placed it in. So if we press Escape, which will bring us back to the arrow tool, and then we select this door here, I can change the size up here. So let's say I want an 820 door, and I press Enter. It's going to adjust the door size after I've already placed it in. Now, just like we did for the walls before, if we use the eyedropper and select the door just on the bottom edge corner of each of its nodes, just here, I can now absorb its attributes and I can place it on other walls. So let's say I want access to this bathroom just down the bottom right here. If I line it up with the wall, click once, and then pull it to the left-hand side and click one more time, I've got my second door all finished up. Let's put in a few more doors, one for the entry just up top here. Now, if you want to change where you're actually placing the door from the left or the right, just up here in the anchor points, we can change that. So if I select this middle one just here, and all of a sudden I can place in the door based on the middle position where my mouse is. So if I click once, then click again, we've got our front entry door done. Let's do a couple more. One door just here, a door just here for the robe. I'll put one just here for the WC, and that should pretty much have us set. I'm going to hit Escape to exit out of the tool, and I'm going to change the parameter of a couple of these doors. I actually want to turn this into a double door. And now going up to the top left-hand side just here, I can go to the door settings, and I can adjust the parameters of the door. This top left-hand side, I'm going to search for double door. This will search through the ArchiCAD libraries. And if I scroll to the top, here we are, double door 27. This is the one I'm looking for. I'll click this one, and then I'll go, okay. Hey, now we've got the double door in our wall, but we need to change its position. So I'm going to tap Control D while the door is selected. This is going to allow me to drag the door up through the wall. I'm going to place this one relatively central, just here, and I'm going to change the size so it's just a little bit bigger to say 1640. Next up, I'll take this door here. I think it's obscuring the entryway, so I'm going to change this one's parameters as well. I'll go up to the top and type in fold, because I want a folding door. I'm going to select this one just here. Now when I click OK, it's going to be way too big. So I'm going to type in the dimensions, For this one, I'll go 900. Now, I want the doors to fold the other way. So what I can do, I'm going to tap the shortcut, Control M. Now, nothing's happened, but if I click once in the middle of the door, it's going to flip it around. So that shortcut, Control M, is mirror. So that will mirror an element that you've selected. Next up, let's show some fills so we can delineate the different spaces, from the bathrooms to the living spaces. To do this, let's go to the left-hand side, all the way down the bottom, just underneath Document. If we open this one up, we scroll down, we'll find where it says Fill. Click Fill once, and just up in the settings here, we'll see a setting saying Fill Type. If we select on this one just here, we'll have a bunch of different fills we can choose from. Let's type in Wood, and we'll go to Wood Plank Horizontal 10. For the geometry method just up here, we'll go to Polygonal, this one just here. Now, if we select in this bottom left-hand corner, up to the top right, we're going to start drawing in our fill. I'll just do this section here, just so you can see what I mean. Because once I close up the selection, just back to here, it's going to fill that entire area up with the fill that we selected. For another quick little example, if I click outside a couple of times here, then reconnect it, we can create all sorts of different shapes with the fills. Really quickly and pretty easy. Next up, let's do our bathroom fills. To do this, we'll go to the fill. Now, instead of cut fill like we had before, we'll select to cover fill. Within this one here, if we go grid at the very top, if we click in here and type in GRID, and we select the 30 by 30, this one just here, we can start drawing in our grid just through here. And I'll finish the rest of this and last one, and we're done. There we go. And we've got our tiles finished up. Now, if we want these to be a little bit lighter, so they don't take as much attention away from the drawing, just here where it says Fill Pen, if we click this one just here, we can set it to a lighter pen. Now, within the pens, you've got the color itself, but each of these also corresponds to a weight, which is how thick the pen is. But we don't need to worry about it too much in this basic tutorial. So for this one, let's select this lighter gray. And now those lines are a little less dominant on the drawings. Very nice. Much better. Let's edit a few elements. I'll snip off this wall just here. I'll edit this fill that we just had before. So I can create nodes using the pet palette just here. This one that pops up. But I can change the pet palette by tapping F, and it cycles through the different tools until I get to this one here, which is Offset Edge. So I can bring this one out over till just here. And then I'll do the same thing for this fill. I'll bring this one all the way out to over here and just up to this edge here. This way we can have all this as wet area. I'll also cut out this area here. I'll hold in the eyedrop tool, select the fill again while the fill is selected. I'll click this portion just inside of the fill. And instead of polygonal, I'll go to square and I'll cut this one out just here. There we go. To illustrate this as if it was a kitchen, I'm going to bring this back to 600, and that's going to represent a bench down through here, which we're going to fill in with some objects. So next up, the tool we want to use is the object tool, this one just here. Going up into our settings, or using the Control T, we can open up our settings. Within here, we want to type in sync, and we'll go to the sync general 27. I put in this little tap just here, and we'll go okay. Place this one just in here. There we go. And we've got a sync, but we need to reorientate it. So what I'll do, I'll escape out of the tool. I'll select the sync, hit the shortcut Control E, which is going to allow me to rotate this. I'll select the middle, then I'll hold in Shift and then click once more. So I've selected the 2 points, and now I can rotate those points, which I'm going to rotate down like this. So I've just rotated my kitchen sink across, and I'll shift it up there. Move this one up a little bit further actually. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this, Control D to drag, then I'll tap Control until the little plus icon pops up, hold in Shift, and I'll click once, and that's going to create another second sync. But what I'm going to do with the sync is I'm going to go to the settings, Control T, then I'm going to type in cook for cooktop, and I'm going to click this one just here, and I'll go okay. There we go. And now we've got our cooktop. I'll do the same thing, Control D, press Control and hold in Shift to bring this one down through here. After that, I'll go back to the settings, type in toilet 27, and we'll go okay. And we've got our toilet. I'll select this one. I'll make sure it's brought all the way up to the wall, holding in Shift and then lining it up until that tick hits, and then we're good. Tab, and then hit Tab again. Then I type in, say, 450, which is a typical minimum dimension. Next up, let's do our vanity. Again, Control, bring this one down. I'll go to our settings just here. I'll type in vanity basin 27. We'll go okay. And now we'll want to rotate this one. Control E, select this bottom, select the top, then rotate it down, and then click again. We'll go Control D to bring this one up just till we hit here. Now I want to change this so it's a square bowl, so I'll go Control T to jump back into the settings, and I'll hit across from here. I'll go from ellipse to rectangular, and we'll go okay. For the dimension, I'm going to type in 1200 and hit enter, Control D, and I'll shift this one just so it's in line with the wall. All right. Now the cool thing in ArchiCAD, if I hit F3 right now, this will take us into the 3D window. So we can see that everything that we're drawing not only does it in the 2D, but also in the 3D at the same time, except for the fills and any other 2D elements, say like lines or polylines. So if we wanted to create a concrete slab for the structure, let's go back into our 2D. Just on this left-hand side, I'll hit the slab tool. Now to draw the slab all the way around, there's a couple of different methods, but the quickest way we can do this is if we hold in spacebar, you'll see a little magic wand pop up. If I hold this to the edge of the structure, you'll see that around the outside of the entire building, all gets highlighted. And if I press once, it's going to fill in this entire space. So let's go to our 3D, and all of a sudden we've got a floor, all with just a click. So let's go back to our 2D and finish up the rest of our objects. Let's go back to object again. Now, instead of searching, if we click this icon just over here, we can search through all the libraries individually. We've got cabinets, benches, shelves, and everything else. So if I want a nightstand, I could go to cabinets and shelves, maybe even this one just here, and we'll go, okay. We'll click and we'll put one down here too. All right, so I've just added in a few more objects, say the washing machine, a tub, TV, all things that you can find in the objects. I'd also like to change this door just here into a sliding door, which is this one just here. We'll go okay. I'll make it a bit bigger to say 2,400 millimeters. I'll grab this tile fill, bottom left up to the top right. And one of the last tools that we need to cover is the window tool. So just like the door tool, once selected, if we go Control T, we can select what kind of window we're going to use. So if we type in sliding, I'll go this one just here, 2/sliding, and then I go okay. If I put this into the wall and drag it down, we've now got ourselves a window. If we want to take off the dimensions so they're not distracting from the plans, so what I can do, holding in Shift, I can select this door, and then while Shift is still selected, I can select the other doors as well, and this one just here. Then if I go to the door settings, go into the settings dialog, and go tags and labeling, I can turn on and off with dimensions. Then I can go, okay, hey, that looks a bit better there already. And same thing for this one just here. But instead of tags and labels, it'll be the window dimension marker just down here. And I'll go no marker and go okay. Congratulations, you've got your first floor plan. This is a massive step forward in your drafting journey. Next up, we'll cover how to create an elevation of the plan that we just created. And again, we'll take it step by step throughout the process. Today, we'll create this elevation, starting from a basic cube, then creating a roof, applying some materials and adjusting them to suit. After that, adding in some people and plants, as well as a background to really step up the presentation. So let's get started with the first step, the roof. We'll go to our floor plan, choose this one just up here, show all plans, zoom on in. To create our roof, we'll go to left-hand side, to the roof tool just here, making sure that the geometry method is multi-plane. I'll click this bottom left-hand corner, all the way up to the top right-hand corner, and click, and we've created our roof. But at the moment, it's covering the rest of our floor plan. So we'll want to select the roof, we'll go right-click, and we'll go cut. So that it's not obscuring it, let's hold in Control or on a Mac Option, and then press up, which will take us up a story. And if we now right-click and go paste, then click outside the marquee, and then we go back down the story, holding in Control or on a Mac Option and pressing down. We've now got our roof showing over the top of the structure. If we go into our elevation, we'll now see that we've got a roof over the top, but we want to adjust it so that it's got the gable front. It's pretty easy to do this. We'll go back to our floor plan. We'll zoom on in. We'll want to click the roof, and with the roof selected, there's a blue outline. We'll click and hold this outline until the pet palette shows up, and we'll want to make sure that offset edge is selected. We'll bring this one out, say 2 meters, and go enter. And from here, we'll want to click on the ridge, which is this little node just here. We'll click this one, and we'll bring this one all the way out until we meet up with this blue line. And once that little black pen icon pops up, we'll click down that one too. Let's pop back into our elevation. And now we've got a gable roof. If we hit F3, we'll be able to see what this looks like in 3D. This is also one of the easiest ways to select the walls and bring them up so that we can crop it to the roof. So if we now select these 3 walls here, holding in Shift while we're selecting each one of the walls, and then if we click on top of the wall where these little nodes are, and we go to the pet palette and stretch height, and we bring that one all the way up past where the roof plane is, we've now stretched all our walls up, but we want to crop these to the roof plane. So to do this, we'll right click and we'll go to connection, we'll go solid element operations, which will bring up this dialog just here. This looks a little complicated, but once we've got the basics, it's actually pretty straightforward. So at the moment, it's selected all 3 of our walls to be the targets, which is exactly what we want. Perfect. We'll hit escape to deselect the walls. Now we'll select the roof. We'll select this as our operator, this one just here. So the operator is what the walls or the target will cut to. So now if I go down to choose operation, I want to go to subtraction with upward extrusion. So this basically means it's going to crop off the tops of those walls to where that roof is. And if we now hit execute, it's going to cut all of those walls. Now that we've finished up, we'll close out of this one. Let's double click on our elevation and it's starting to take shape. For this one, we want 0 eaves. So if we select the roof and we go up, and if we scroll across until we get to eave overhang, if we type in 0 for this one and enter, it'll pop up with this dialog asking if we want to keep our custom shape. So when we pulled out that ridge, so we made it a gable, we changed the plane of the multi-plane roof. Basically, let's just go OK. And that way it keeps that form and shape. Let's add in some posts that the roof can load onto. So we'll go back to our floor plan. We'll zoom on in. If we go to the left-hand side and just click on column and then click just where my patio is, it'll place that column in. I'll readjust this one to meet up with there. Now, what I actually want is, say, a 1300 overhang just over that front patio. So I'll hit enter after I've typed in my dimension, and I'm going to duplicate this, Control D to drag, and I'll tap Control once while I'm dragging this one over, and I'll line this one up the wall just here. I'll stretch out the patio as well, creating a node just in the side here, and stretching out this side just as well. There we go. I'll select the fill. I'll go to this one just here, add polygon, then holding in the spacebar, I'll hover over the area that we just created and click once. And that way it's just going to fill in over that entire area. I'm going to bring this roof back just so it meets up with those posts just to here. And I'll bring this edge back as well, just so it's all in line. Ooh, looks like our posts popped out just a little bit, so we'll bring that one in. There we go. Let's pop into our elevation view. Hey, excellent. Now we've got our posts. I'll do the same operation that we did just before. I'll bring these up just like we did with the walls. I'll type in, say, 3700. Again, I'll right click. I'll go to connect. I'll go solid element operations. These are my target. The roof is my operator. And I'll go subtraction with upward extrusion and execute. There we go. I'll go down to the bottom here and I'll select black and white for my pens, which makes it look way better already. I'll right click my elevation and redefine with current window settings. That way, each time we go back to the elevation, it's going to look the same. It'll lock in all those settings that we just set. Now for the roof, I'm actually going to change this so that the structure is just this simple one here. And I'll change the roof to airspace frame. I'll do the same thing for these walls just here. Airspace frame, I'll click this one. And that way it all connects up into one seamless line. I'll select the roof. I'm going to increase the thickness to say 350, just so it's the same width the whole way around. And for the slab, I'll turn this to basic as well. Now we can change the settings of our elevation, so we're not showing these lines just here, which are typically height markers, which are going to show what the heights have been set for the project. They can be handy, but for presentation, we're not going to worry. So right-clicking on the elevation and going to elevation settings. For story levels, we'll click display and output and click none. From here, we'll go OK. Much cleaner. From here, I'll select the roof and I'm going to change its material just by clicking surface. And I'll go to this edge surface here. And I'll type in render, and I'll click this dark one just here. I'm going to select my posts as well. I'll scroll on across until I get to surface. I'll click, and I'll go extrusion surface. Then I'll click this one too here, and I'll go render, dark, and hit enter. The materials are where we can get really creative with the aesthetic of the exterior. Next up, I'll click this wall just here. I'll turn on override, and I'm going to set this one here to floorboards 03. Now I want these floorboards to be vertical. So what I'll do, I'll click on this wall, I'll go up to options, element attributes, and then I'll go to surfaces. Within here, the green highlights are going to show us what materials are selected on the element that we've got highlighted. So I'll go to floorboards just here. So to make these vertical, I'm just going to go to this rotation angle just here and type in 90. You'll see in the top corner just here that it's rotated. I'll just go OK. And we'll notice that nothing's happened. Now, if we go to our elevations, right click, and then go to our elevation settings. And if we go down to uncut elements, click just here and go to surface, textured, fill, shaded. And if we turn off cover fill for the foreground and go OK, hey, there we go. So this has changed our elevation from fills to now textures. Now, just going back a step for a second, if we did want to make this vertical within the fills, we just need to go into options, element attributes, go to surfaces, under floorboards, just select a fill that's vertical, this one just here. And this way it'll match up across everything that we're doing. So if we just go OK, now our boards are going to be vertical. But let's go back to the settings. We'll change this one just to the textured surface with shading. We'll go OK, making sure to turn off the fill, and we'll go OK. We'll select this wall next, go to surface, select the edge, and go concrete, light 23. Hey, there we go. Let's adjust our doors next. I'll select this one. I want this to be a door with glazing in the middle of it, so I'll just go to the settings. I'll go to door leaf type, and I'll go to no grid, and I'll go OK. I want these to be a black frame, so I'm going to select both of the doors. Go Control T for the settings, which is the same as clicking just up here. I'll go up to the settings here and go to Model Attributes. With Uniform Surfaces turned on, I'm going to select this one and go to black. Set this one to black gloss, and we'll go OK. Hey, there we are. Both of our frames are now black, but I also want this casing out here as well to be black. So I'll select this one. Now, if we go to Model Attributes just down here, and we select black gloss, there we go, for our casing as well, we'll go OK. There we are, nice one. Now, if we go to our floor plan, we've got our objects already set on our floor plan, and we know the layer is Objects Landscape. So if we go to our elevation, and we go Control L to turn on the layers, and we type in Landscape Objects, this one's been turned off for this layer combination. It seems a bit complicated, but don't worry about it. If we literally just click this little eyeball here, and we hit the update status just down here, it's going to turn on the eyeball here. And if we go OK, it's going to show it up in our elevation. If you're having trouble with that, just select the objects and then turn them onto a layer. Say like Wall External, and it's going to show up. We'll cover layer combinations and layers another day. Next up, we want to create some people, as well as some plants. Now, if we go to the left-hand side and go to Objects, and then go up to the Settings, and if we type in P-O-P-L-E, People, and we scroll on down, we're going to find all these different silhouettes. People sitting, people running. If we say select this one and go OK, then click in our view just here, it will place our person. This guy's upside down, so we'll just go to Flip and Rotation, and we'll click 0. And there we go. From here, if we just click and drag our silhouette into our ideal position, it's pretty much simple as that. But I found the stock selection was lacking a little bit in character. So scrolling through Instagram, I found this page that sells a bunch of cool silhouettes and objects. Now with the people, you could redraw them yourself, but I just prefer to buy them and save the time. So these ones here are just fills and splines that I just brought in and scaled up so that they're the right size. But I'm always looking to add to my collection, so if you do know anyone that sells really good silhouettes, please let me know in the comments below. Next up is the background. So this here is just an image that I've created in Midjourney. To bring it into my project, I just click the image and drag and drop it in, and from here, I'll select it from the ground line just here. I'll bring it so it's in line with my ground line just here, and then I just need to rescale it. So I'll go Control K, I'll go OK, I'll select my ground line, and I'll select to near the top of one of these trees just here, and I'll bring the scale of the image down till about there. Actually, that's a bit big, so I'll just do that again and make it a little bit smaller to about here. With the colors being so vivid, I feel like they detract from the actual image of the building itself. So to make this a little bit more subtle, what we can do is we can go to the Document tab and we'll go to Fill. Within the Cut Fill, we'll go to Fill Type, scroll to the top, and we'll go to 50% fill. For the pens, we'll set this one to a white pen, and then make sure the second one is set to transparent, this one just here. Now, if I click over the top of the entire image like this, it's going to make everything around about 50% opacity. I'll select this and turn off the outline. Now, so that it's not obscuring the building, I'll select this and I'll right click and go Display Order and Send to Back. I'll do the same thing for the actual image itself. I'll right click, Display Order and Send to Back. And this way, the background is far more subtle and more emphasis is given to our building. Now, depending on the context that you're trying to put the actual building into, we can get more subtle with different kinds of backgrounds and images. These ones just here are a couple of Australian trees that I've set to black and white and sent to the back as well. Now that we've got a floor plan and an elevation, it's time to cut through our building and add in a section. Today we'll cover how to create a section using a variety of the inbuilt tools. All the tricks that we cover you can use in your own project. So in a floor plan view, if we zoom out, we'll find a bunch of these different markers around. So we can just grab one of these, Control D to drag, and we'll line it up with our project where we want the section cut through our building. We'll pull this side in here, selecting the stretch on the pet palette and bringing it all the way in. There we go. Pull these dimensions out of the way. Now we'll cover how to create a new section in just a second, but for now, we'll cover how to actually open up the section and see what's inside. The quickest way is if we select the section marker and right click and then go open with current view setting. We'll go full size. And if we zoom in, we've got our section. One thing I quickly want to share are all of these shortcuts. The top ones for Windows, the bottom ones for Mac, and they're going to help us navigate ArchiCAD so much quicker. So either write them down or take a screenshot. We'll be using these to navigate through our project. So let's go back to 2D by tapping F2 or function F2. Now, the second way to open up a section marker will be on our organizer just over here. In the project map, if we scroll on down, until we get to sections just here. We can double click. Oop, and this one's brought me to the wrong one. Let's go down to the next one, this one here. We've got our section. This is where clear labeling will help, which we'll get to in a second. Let's go back to our floor plan. If we want to create a new section, all we need to do is go to the top toolbar and click on the section tool just here. This will let us create a new section by clicking once. If we hold in shift, so it's a straight line, and then click a second time, it's going to give us this eyeball. So this eyeball is going to be looking in the direction that we're going to cut the section. So if we face it up the page and click one more time, we've created our first section. Now, if we go to delete a section, it's going to give us this warning. Basically, it means that we're not only deleting it from the plan here, but it's also going to delete it from the views in here. So you'll notice just here how I've got a new section marker show up. So if I take this one here, I go delete and I go delete viewpoint. And one thing to keep in mind, this can't be undone. We'll go delete anyways, and that's going to delete it from our plan, but it's also going to delete it from our project map and our view map. Now we want to get our section to the level where we've got all of this detail showing. The best way I find to do this is to have a checklist on hand to make sure I hit every single one of the points. So number one will be the actual reference marker itself. So this section here is our section AA. So we'll want that reference back on our actual section markers as well. So it's easy to reference between our floor plan and our section. To change our marker heads so they're a little bit clearer, we'll select our section and go up to the settings. Within the settings, we'll go down to marker, symbol, and text. We're going to simplify this a little bit by just clicking on the circle and going circle 4. Next, we'll click across where it says marker text. I'll turn off drawing ID and then I'll turn on show reference ID. From here, I'll go OK. This has massively simplified our marker already. So if we select this and then just type in the letter A, we'll make sure it's in capitals, then click out. And now we have our section AA. So it's going 1A all the way cutting through to our other A. So section AA. Let's go back to our settings with our marker selected. We'll click across once. We'll go override style. We'll set this one to a text size of 2 and we'll set our pen to 1. Arial as our text and OK. There we go. That's made our letter just a little bit bigger. For all of my projects, I like to have a uniform text size of 2. One last thing we'll clean up is just this marker through here. So we'll go back to our marker setting. We'll just turn off this middle one here. We'll change this marker from dash dot to solid line. Then we'll change this to say 10. And go, okay, there we go, much neater. Now let's go back to our checklist. We'll want to make sure we've got gutters and have those gutters noted. Let's go back into our floor plan, F2. From here, we'll just go to the object tool, go to our settings, type in gutter at the top. We'll select our gutter, turn off hangers and downspout, and we'll just go, okay. Let's hold in control and go up one more time, which will take us to our roof. We'll know we're on our roof just by this little indicator up here. If we click once, it's given us a warning. It's on a layer that's not visible at the moment. So let's go to choose layer and we'll just change this one to the ArchiCAD layer for simplicity of this example. And we'll go, okay, let's line up our gutter, just along our roof, mirror it across, go into our section, right click and go open with current view settings. Cool, we've got our gutters. Let's bring those down. Select this one and this one all the way down. Now to actually note on our section, so to actually note on our elevation, we'll go to the label tool. We'll click on our gutter, bring it out at a 45 degree, click and click again, and we'll type in our note. Click outside and resize it just to how we like it. Now, one thing I like to do is typically line up my notes where possible, just as preference for a clear drawing. Now, let's go back to our project. Now, one thing I've noticed is our walls aren't meeting up with our actual roof here. If I select the wall, go into the settings, looks like for some reason they've been set below the actual project height that's been set. So we'll go 0 and we'll go OK, and I'll bring it up to the underside. We'll want to do this for all the walls though. So quick and easy way to do this. I'll go into my 3D using eyedropper, selecting the wall, then going Control A to select all the walls. Because this is a small project, this is a nice visually easy way of selecting all the walls. I'll deselect these ones. That means I've got all my internal walls selected. I'll go to my settings and this one looks like it's set correctly. So we'll go OK, but we'll notice this one isn't. So we'll deselect this one, reselect it. And then if we go back to our setting, cool little trick, you'll notice that this one has the actual parameters that all the other walls seem to have. So whatever you've last selected is typically what shows up in the settings. Cool little trick I wish I had learned earlier. So we'll go 0 and we'll go OK, and that will bring all of our walls up. Let's double click on our section just over here. We've got this one set to A. So it's nice and visually easy to read now, which section is which. Next up, let's get our visual style to match up with what we've got here. You'll want to go to your view map just here, and then right click on your section and go to section settings. So right now you'll want to pause the video, go through and match it up with all the settings that I've got here. Once you're done, we'll go OK. When we're going through, we can type in the numbers as well, just to make it a bit easier. And then we go OK. Now that we've got our section style, let's go ahead and get rid of these height markers. So I'll right click in our view map just over here and go to our section settings again, go to story setting levels, we'll go to display output and we'll go none, and then we'll go okay. And that will turn all those off much cleaner and clearer. But we'll get some height markers going in a second. Don't worry, it's going to be easy to set up and very easy to adjust. We'll select our polyline tool. We'll go to polygonal method, this one just here, and we'll select our ground line and pull it just along through here. And holding in shift, we'll select one more time, double click, and we've got our line that lines up with our ground floor. I'll pull this one across to the side just for the time being, so we can see it all on this side. Next up, we'll want to label this. So we'll use the text tool, making sure our text size is 2. We'll double click and we'll go ground FFL, finished floor level. We'll click outside, select our text and bring it down to our line. Also make sure that the text is set to 1 and our line set to 1 as well, just so we've got uniform pen colors throughout. Next up, we'll want to go to our dimension tool, this one just here. Now, instead of our typical dimension that we use, we'll want to go all the way over to this one just here, and we'll go to elevation. So this one here, if we click once just on our ground line, and if we double click above it, it's going to come up with this little hammer tool. And if we click one more time, it's going to show our little height marker. And with that, we've got our height for our ground floor, but we also want this for our ceiling line as well. So what we can do now that we've got this set up, all right, I'll select all of this. I'll go Control D and bring this one up. I'll tap Control once, so it's got a little plus button, and I'll bring that up in line with the top of the wall just here. It's going to be our pitching point, and you'll notice that this number has automatically updated. Let's tidy this up. We'll zoom in. We'll call this one ceiling RL. RL is reduced level, which is a bit different to FL, which is finished floor level. If we select outside of here, let's line up our text so this works a little bit better. We'll want our numbers so that they're just on the inside here. And for our markers themselves, we'll change it to something a little bit different. We'll go to a solid fill. Let's go Control T to bring up our settings. And then for the marker size, let's bring this down to 1, so much smaller. There we go. We'll bring that in line with our line just here. Shuffle our text over a little bit too. Typically want to align elements where possible. There we go. And we'll select the markers again, and we'll turn off the plus symbol. There we go. We'll grab the ceiling one here, and we'll go Control D. And we'll bring this up all the way to the ridge. We'll call this ridge height. This one in. There we go. From here, we'd want to go back to our dimension tool. And from here, we can go to our favorites and double click building dimension here, which is automatically going to take our construction method back. And we'll click on our bottom. Oh, it's just popped up with our layer. Now, again, because we're not going to cover layers here, we'll just go to choose layer, and we'll set this one to the ArchiCAD layer. And we'll go okay. We'll click our ceiling RL and double click just in the gap just here. Let's go to the setting. We'll select custom height and we'll go, and 5 should suit nicely. There we go. So it all joins up there now. So using the eyedropper tool, let's select the dimension again. We'll select our bottom one. We'll select our top one. This will give us our overall building height. This time let's stretch our marker just down to where this one is here. So this way, we can easily adjust our height of our ridge if we do happen to change the pitch, and the numbers adapt accordingly. Let's go ahead and take this one, deselect our marker just here. We'll go Control M to mirror. We'll select from the ridge point and we'll flip this one around to the other side of the drawing. Now that we've finished up with this one for now. Now, next up is our roof pitch, which is this one just here. This is actually pretty quick and easy. We'll select our polyline, select once on the actual roof itself, and select again along another point along the pitch. And then from here, we'll bring it out so it's parallel with the ground. Then we'll line it up with where we started the polyline and double click on that end node just there. So basically we just want to create a little wedge like this. This time we're going to select the angle dimension, this one just here. We'll select one point in the middle, making sure that our construction type is this one just here, which is inner dimension. And we'll select our second point in the middle up the top again, this one just here. You'll see these little markers pop up here as well. And the last one we want to pop so it's outside of the mouth just here. You'll notice a little hammer. So once we click that, it's going to draw in our pitch. Cool thing about doing it in this method is that if we do adapt our pitch, it will automatically change it so it matches whatever we change our polyline to. So if we bring this one back down, we can line it up with our pitch, and automatically it's going to match exactly what this roof is just here. Now for the marker type, so my preference is this marker head just here. I'm going to go to our settings and reduce it just down to 2. There we go, that one in. And with that, we've got our roof pitch checked off. Next up is insulation, which is basically just a note pointing to the roof. If you know the note tool, I think you'll be able to handle this one. So let's check that one off. Roof and wall cladding materials noted. Same thing, just a note. This one here I've got noted as Colbond clip block, metal roof sheeting, just down here. Let's check that one off. Again, same thing. The structure of the roof, timber roof frame to engineer's details, plasterboard, internal lining. Next up is the ground line. The ground line is something that we can actually do. Let's go back into our example. To do our ground line, we'll just select our polyline. We'll select solid line, click once, and then click just on our other side, and we've got a ground line. Now, For a ground line, typically you want it about 75 mil below the slab edge for termite inspection. So we'll go 75 down below that. Typically I'd go at least another 10 mil extra. So to crop the ground line, we'll just go to the split tool just here. We'll select our wall here, crop this side, and then we'll select from this wall just here and crop that side and go delete. Now with your ground line, typically if you had a site mesh, you'd want to trace your site mesh or copy a site mesh and paste it, and then it'll paste in a fill. Again, for the sake of this one, we're not going to worry, as we're just covering some of the fundamentals, and we'll cover the rest in a deep dive in another video. So with our ground line, let's go to our wall structure. Again, that's just a note. So I've got this one, concrete block work to engineer's details. Next up will be our foundation, which is just going to be this concrete slab just here. There are two different ways we can approach this. There's the 3D way. So if we go into our floor plan, I'll share a very cool tool. So if we go into, say, our beam tool, we can also do this with the wall tool. If we now go to the structure and go to complex profile, this one just here, then change it from custom to slab edge thickening, this one just here. This is going to create a 3D footing. Quickest way to do this is holding in spacebar, which is going to activate our magic wand tool. Now we'll hover over the edge of our structure just here until the blue highlight pops around. We'll have to shift this one just so here until it goes all the way around the walls. And we'll select again. And that, if we now open up our section, we now have a set of footings, but they're at the wrong height. So let's bring these down 100 mil. Because they're grouped at the moment, I'll be able to select both of them at the same time. So if I go Control D and I go drag down 100 mil, that'll bring all of our footings down. I'll go ahead and select our slab just here and change this one to 100 mil. So this way, let's say we go into our 3D. If we use our 3D cutaway tool, when we cut through our 3D and go finalize, our footing is going to be there as well. Now we want to create this ground hatch just underneath and make it so our foundation is much cleaner. We could go through and tidy this up so that our materials match up, and that way these two will actually be seamless. But for this, it goes a little bit in depth, and I've got a full video that covers it that I'll tag just over here, and I'll have a link to it down in the description. To make it tidy, so the quick and lazy way to do this would be to go to the fill tool, making sure that we've got it set to drafting fill. We'll then go to concrete and we'll go lightweight concrete. Now, before we draw it, let's go in and change our colors. We'll go to number 1 and we'll go to white for this one just here. Select bottom left up to the top right hand corner and we've got our concrete slab, but we want to cut it so it shows our footings accurately. So we'll take our fill, holding in shift and hovering our mouse over the edge of the fill. We'll select this one, use our eyedropper to select the fill again. So we've got the tool activated again on top while the fill's selected. And this way, if we hold in spacebar now, we can now cut out shapes from our fill using the magic wand tool, holding in spacebar and clicking while we've got our active selection here. I'll select this one here, and we've got our footing all in one seamless fill. I'll change this fill so it's 18. Nice and dark. And next up, we'll want to create our ground fill. So let's go ahead and select this fill. Just for convenience, we'll select the ground line just here, select all the way over to this one here. We'll select our fill. We'll go ahead and type in earth and hit enter. From here, we'll want our background to be white this time, and we'll have our lines as a light gray at 101 and enter. We'll turn off the outline, so it's just got the fill. And from here, we'll want to hold in shift and select our footing, this one just here. We'll go right click and we'll go display order and bring to front. That way it's going to have that footing at the front of the drawing. Ideally, you want to draw things as much as possible in 3D so that when the documentation gets adjusted in the 3D model, it gets adjusted automatically in the 2D as well. But for a very simple project like this is a very quick workflow. Next up, to bring some character into our drawing, we can put some people and objects into the scene. ArchiCAD does have these inbuilt. If we go into the object tool and go to settings and type in people and scroll on down to the silhouettes and go OK, we can place these into our drawing. But personally, I wanted some more modern looking people. So while I was on Instagram, I found this page and just downloaded their DWGs. From here, I can just copy and paste these into my project and rescale them to suit. We are very close to our final image with just a few additions. So from here, I'll just add in a ceiling joist just above. Set this one so that it's the full width, and we'll go say 150 mil. I'll change this fill so it's a foreground fill and change the color so that it's white. I'll also draw in a ridge board just here. Now, for the sake of brevity, I've kept the structure very simple on this one. But if you do want a detailed look at how a structure typically goes together, I've got a full Architecture Essentials series where I go through a bunch of different books that show a lot more nuance in the actual structure itself, covering details from a myriad of different building structures. Now, most parts of your structure will be specified by your engineer, but to get a baseline for how things can work, having books at hand makes it so much easier to make sure that we're on the right track. I'll put a tag in the video and a link to the video playlist down below in the description. Now that we've drawn a collection of drawings, it's time to look at one of the most important parts of ArchiCAD, which is the navigator. It's where we organize our plans and put them onto a page, and much, much more. With a firm understanding, you'll start to feel so much more comfortable in ArchiCAD. This up here is the navigator. To make sure that it's turned on, we'll go to Window, we'll go down through to Palettes, and then we'll click on Navigator. Now, the reason that we need the navigator is that it's going to be where we set up our project. From how many stories a building is going to be, to the actual height of those buildings, what layers are and aren't showing up on our plans, as well as the scale, what pens we're using. It's also where we go to place our drawings on a page, as well as actually publishing our files to PDFs, as well as DWGs, and any other file types that you can think of. To begin, I'll give a short overview going from the start all the way to publishing. To kick off, you'll want to start with the project map. This one just up here. Now, if you're not sure what each of these different symbols means, you'll want to go up into Help and turn on Tooltips, which means that when we hover over the top of a symbol, it's going to tell us what that tool or button is. It's going to be so handy throughout this entire tutorial. So if I just hover over this one, this is the project map. If I hover over this one, it's the view map. This one, it's the layout book. And finally, our publisher sets. But we were starting with the project map. The project map is where we set up our actual stories. So just here, you'll notice it says Stories. And just underneath that, if we right click and go Story Settings, this is where we're going to actually set up our different stories as well as the heights for those stories. The project map is the origin of all of our drawings, from the plans themselves all the way to the sections and the elevations. Not to mention all of our schedules, as well as details, as well as interior elevations. What we'll do then is we'll take those drawings and we'll bring them over onto the view map, which is this one just here. Now, it looks like there's a fair bit going on here at the moment. There's so many different icons and so many different things being labeled. So if we just minimize this, it'll become a little bit more manageable. To take our drawings from the project map to the view map, what we want to do is just go over to this icon just over here. So if we click on here and go Show Organizer, or if for whatever reason you can't find that, if you go to Window, Palettes, and then go to Organizer, you'll then have this palette here show up. So basically what this does, it looks a bit daunting, but trust me, it's not. Don't worry about it. So with this one here, we can select the project map on the left-hand side, and then we can select the view map on the right-hand side. What this allows us to do is grab the original drawing, say the ground floor plan, and we'll drag it over onto the view map just here. Once it's in our view map, we can right-click and go to the view settings. We can start editing, say, the scale of the actual drawing, how big or small it shows up on a page, as well as the pens, what colors are being shown on the actual page, and what layers are being shown up as well. This is why it's so critical to make sure that you're always working in the view map when you're actually drawing your plans and organizing your project in the project map with all the initial setup and tweaks to heights and stories along the way. So project map is our heights as well as the stories and the original drawings. And the view map is where we can adjust how things are shown. Now, once you're happy with your actual drawing in your view map, what we can do in the organizer, so we can actually select the view map on the left-hand side and the layout book on this right-hand side. And this is where we can start to see the power of the organizer. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new layout. I'll call this one 3D Perspective View. And for the master layout, I'm just going to select this one to A3 blank, which I set up a little bit earlier. But any of these will do when we're getting first set up. And we'll go create. Hey, there we go. So we've got a blank page that we can now put our drawings onto. So now in our view map, I'm just going to go down to this ground floor that we just created earlier. I'm going to select this one. I'm going to click and drag it over onto our page. And now we've got a drawing on our page. Now I can also do this for other drawings, say like 3Ds. So if I grab this 3D isometric I created earlier and drag and drop it on over, I've now got my drawing on that page as well. This one's a bit big, so what I'm going to do, Control K to rescale. I'm just going to go OK, select the bottom and the top, and then pull that one on down till it's around about the size that I want it. There we go. I'll drag this one on over here and drag my floor plan just over here. So we've got 3 of them ticked off with 1 left to go, which is our publisher set. This one just here. So to publish these drawings to an actual PDF, what I want to do, I want to click this little plus button just down here, new publisher set. This little prompt will pop up just here. I'll call final page layout. We'll go create. Now that one will pop up amongst my other publisher sets. If I double click this one here, there'll be nothing in there, which is perfect because what we want to do is we want to drag that page that we just created into that publisher set. So I'll click and drag this one just into here. Excellent. There we go. Now, if I double click this one here, just to double check, make sure, yep, this is the page that's being brought up. I can now move on to what format this is going to be exported as or published as. If I go down here to where it says format, yours might be minimized, but if you click on this little arrow just here, what I want to do, I want to publish this one as a PDF. So amongst the options, I'll go PDF. I'll pop back out so that I'm back into my publisher sets. If if I right click and go publish your properties, this gives me the settings to be able to publish my drawings. I've got a dedicated video on this if you do want to check out a step-by-step process, but for now, we'll move back into the navigator and show some practical examples. So we'll go cancel and close out of this one just here. So that was a brief overview. Now for the deep dive. To give a practical example, we'll go into the project map and we'll right click on any of these stories. We'll go to story settings. Now you'll see this is where I've got my height set up. If I want to say change this to say 4 meters, say 4,000 and go okay. It'll pop up this little warning here at the moment just because I've got a set of stairs, but we'll ignore that one for the second. We'll go okay. You'll notice that it's brought up the height of all of my walls on the project, all automatically. Now this is because we've got our walls here. So if I go into my settings, set so that they're linked to that first floor. But this is a great way of automatically having our drawings sync up with the different settings that we set up. So we'll go okay. Now if I want to reverse that, I can't go control undo. What I have to do, I'll go back to story settings. I'll just go to 750 and go okay. And everything's going to pop back down. Same thing if I want to add an extra story, I'll just go to story settings. Then if I want to add a story above, I can go insert above and say second floor. And I could go okay. And all of a sudden it's going to add an extra story or an extra floor that I can then detail above it. Likewise, I'll go back in story settings and I can delete that story and we'll go okay. It'll give me a little warning, but I'm going to delete it anyways. Everything will sync back up. So that's the project map. Let's jump into the view map. So we'll go to our floor plan if we can find it amongst this file structure. One thing I'd recommend if you've got one of the ArchiCAD templates that's really bulky, just go through and delete the stuff that's not necessary. Make sure it's a copy of that file and not the original. Otherwise you might get yourself into a little bit of trouble. But let's go through, say this empty batch render folder just here. I can right click and I can delete it. And it's less stuff to have to navigate through each time I go through the view map. But that's just me. I try and keep my drawings minimal as possible. Our next practical example, let's go to ground floor. And within here, we can change what is actually showing up on the plans. So each of our different elements in ArchiCAD is set to a layer, which are these just here. So if we go Control L, we'll find all the layers just on this right-hand side here, and the layer combinations on the left-hand side. So it might seem a little bit complicated, but it's not too tricky. Layer combinations basically just mean what layers are turned on and off on each individual plan. So we might want a ground floor plan where it's just showing the walls and we don't want to see the furniture. So to do this, what I can do is I'll create a new layer combination. I'll say no objects, and then I'll go okay. I'll make it a little bit easy to find floor plan. No objects, and I'll go okay. Now nothing's changed. So this is where we can do this in our view map. So if I go right click on my view map and go view settings, and once I've got the view settings open, I'll go to layer combination, this one just up here, which is where we'll find the layer combination that we just set up a second ago. We'll go down to floor plan, no objects, and we'll go okay. But still, nothing's changed. We've still got all the furniture there. Now on this project, a lot of the furniture has been set up onto objects landscape. So if I want to turn this off, I'll just go Control L to go back into my layers. I'll type in landscape and I'll click on this little eye just here. Now this eye will make it visible or make it hidden. So if I turn this eye off and we look over to this plan just here, it's still showing it the eye is open, which is kind of confusing. But if I go update down the bottom here, all of a sudden it's going to be closed. So that's locked in our preference and locked in what we've just set our layer to. So now if I go okay, all of a sudden, all those objects disappear. I can even take this rug just here. I'll go landscape and I'll set this one to that same layer. So all of the interior has disappeared and we're just showing our walls. Now, the really cool thing about the view map is that we can now take this and we can duplicate. If we click and drag and then hold in Control, we can duplicate this plan just down below. You'll see a little plus button just underneath my cursor. And I'll have a new little plan just here. I'll lift this one up just underneath this drawing here. So if I now right click and I go rename just for clarity, ground plan with furniture objects, I'll go okay. Now if I right click and I go to view settings and I change my layer combination back to that original plan architectural that we had just before and I go okay, nothing's going to happen. But if I now double click, all of a sudden everything comes back. And that's because the layer combination for plans architectural, this one just here, if I go to objects landscape, the eye is open. So this is where we can quickly and easily navigate between two sets of plans. So if I go this one here or this one here, it's It's going to turn those layers on and off. And that's the power of the view map, is that we can have a bunch of different plans that we can then put onto pages so we can show different information. Not to mention at different scales as well. So if I say go to this plan with objects and I want this to be a larger scale, if I go into view settings, then I go to scale, I can change this so it's a bigger scale. So if I say go 1 to 50, 1 to 50 is going to be much bigger. It seems a bit counterintuitive that the smaller number means that it's bigger on the page. Anyway, let's forge ahead. We'll go okay. Now it doesn't look like much has happened, but we will see that the text has gotten smaller. So if I double click on this one, then I double click on the previous one, we can see that little bit of a difference. Where this is going to be the most obvious is when we actually bring it onto a page though. So I'm going to open up my organizer, go show organizer, and I'm going to go to my 3D view page. I'll drag this one down to the bottom just so it's easy to find. Now I'm going to drag this 1 to 50 page and let's see what happens. I'm going to drag this one onto the page, much bigger. It's going to be double the size of the 1 to 100. Now the curious thing is, the 1 to 100 one is also showing its furniture. Now this is because we set it to this view just down here. But if we relink this drawing to the one just above where we set it so that it doesn't have the object showing, let's click on this one, right click, and we'll go link drawing to. If I now go to the ground, this one just here, and I go to link, all those objects disappear. So the view map, we can toggle what shows and what doesn't, as well as how big or small the actual plans are. This is just a few of the parts. If I go back into my plan with the actual object showing, I can right click on here. Within the view settings, I can actually change what pens are showing. I can actually change a bunch more in here. But you can see this is where we can make further tweaks to what's actually showing up on our page and how it is being shown. And the cool thing is we can create duplicates of one drawing and have them easily accessible so we can toggle between those different drawings and what is showing and what isn't showing. Now, with all that covered, we can jump back into the layout book. So if I double click this one just here, we now know this is where we set up pages and where we put our drawings. Now, for one other little practical example, within the layout book, if we right click on the page that we've set up, we can go to layout settings. Now you'll notice a recurring pattern with each of the different things we've just shown. If we right click on this right hand side on the organizer or on the navigator, we can find a lot more settings within these dialogues. If I go layout settings, just here, I can change the actual page that I'm using that I originally set up. So if I go to blank page, then say go to blank page vertical, I'll go okay. Then all of a sudden I've got my page and it's in a vertical orientation. I can rearrange my drawings onto the page as I need them. But to actually set up these pages, we've got our drawings just here. Underneath this is where those master pages are. So if I go to the blank A3 vertical that I've just set for this page just here, I double click on this one, it's going to be a blank page, which I can now adjust so that that's the way that this page shows up for every layout that's been set up. So if I take this polyline and I say create a little title block just down the bottom, say this one just here, and then I go back to my 3D view, we'll now see that it's automatically shown up on this page. Now let's say I go to another page, this one just say here, we'll see that it's updated for this page as well. So we can make one change in one place and save the effort of having to change it in multiple other areas. Next up is another plan that we typically use for almost every single project, which is a site plan. It shows where we'll place the proposed structure on the block of land. A site plan lets us show everything on the site from a top-down view, and today we're creating one. But just keep in mind, it's always best to get a survey before you lodge your set of plans. Before we get started, I wanted to show you what a typical survey looks like. Getting a survey makes sure that you've got accurate boundaries, as well as accurate offsets, as well as topography and other critical site features. But for this example, we're going to be using Google Maps because you can get mapping information for pretty much everywhere. But if you are in Australia and New South Wales, I highly recommend the planning portal. It's got all sorts of mapping information, which we can turn on and off, from flooding to bushfire, as well as a bunch of other mapping for local environmental planning. Or if you're up in Queensland, Brisbane way, I highly recommend the Brisbane City Plan. If your state or country has a local mapping system, I'd love to hear about it down in the comments below. To kick off, I'll just use the snip tool. We'll go new. So we'll start from the bottom right hand corner and take it all the way up to the bottom left hand. And that's created a capture. From here in our ArchiCAD file, we'll just want to go over to the view map, this one just here, and we'll go to our site plan. If you don't have one set up, we can just go to the project map. We can right click, create new story, and we'll go site plan new, and we'll insert this one below. And for the height, we'll just go 0 and we'll go create. We'll start this one from scratch. So we'll just go Control V to paste it in, or the Mac equivalent, and we've got a map. So I'll click outside of this, then I'll select it and go Control K or Command K to resize it. We're going to do this graphically, so we'll just go OK. We'll scroll on down to this bottom right hand corner again, and we'll click just within inside of the scale just down here. We'll click Tab just once, and we'll type in 10,000. 10 meters is 10,000 millimeters, and millimeters is what we work with. So we'll just go enter. That's adjusted our plan, so it's to the right scale, or pretty close to it. This is a draft after all, and like I said in the beginning, survey is always critical to get those correct boundary lengths, but this will get us kicked off. So we'll be working on this site 109. What I'd like to do is I'll go Control E to rotate. I'll go down to this bottom part here, and I'm just going to swing the site around just until we get it parallel, say there. Now, within this site plan, I'm going to place a cabin on the back end of the site. So this cabin's already been drafted up. I'm just going to position it on the site. So what I'll do, I'll just go to floor plan, I'll right click, and then I'll go show as trace reference. Now, at the moment, nothing might be showing. So if I right click and then go trace, and then go reference on top, it's going to bring our cabin and its trace to the forefront. If you can't find it still, if we double click the middle mouse button, that's going to fit the drawing to the scene. So right now mine's just up here. I'll want to position it so it's roughly in line with these other dwellings along the back end. Before I go relocating it, what I want to do is I'm just going to draw in some boundaries. I'm going to go to the polyline. I'll go to the rectangular geometry method because this is a pretty simple site. I'll click on down this bottom left-hand corner here and scroll in just till we get to the top right hand here. I'm going to hit tab. We'll round this number off to 0. We'll hit tab again. We'll round this one off to a 0 as well. Enter. There we go. And we've got some roughed in boundaries. From here, I'm just going to draw in some guides. So I'm going to change the geometry method just to a single line. And I'm going to hold in shift and click that one until it gets to the top. I'm going to drag this to the right hand side, Control D, and then I'm going to drag it. So we're roughly in line with this building here. Let's go 8850. Enter. Excellent. So we've got our rear offset. So let's bring it in some side offsets from either side as well. I'm just going to click on the polyline again. I'll select from the top right to the top left, double click. Then I'm going to drag this one down. Let's say a 3 meter offset will suit just nicely. Maybe another extra 500 just so that we get a little bit extra space if we do want to say have the driveway down that end. From here, we're going to position the cabin so it's just in this corner here. We're going to do this in a little bit of a counterintuitive way, but it's going to make things so much easier. Instead of going to the floor plan and grabbing and dragging everything to that part of the site, because we don't have a great deal of site information, we can just drag the site to where the floor plan is. I can't tell you how many times this has saved a dramatic amount of faff on various projects. Control D and drag this one over just from that point in the corner, and we'll click it just onto that deck point just there. Excellent. There we are. From here, I can delete my guidelines and we've got our cabin on the site. But if we turn off trace reference, it's just going to disappear. So we're going to use some fills to clearly demonstrate where the cabin is going to sit on the site. So let's go to fill type. For this one, I'm just going to use a masonry block. I'm going to click from top left down to bottom right. I'm going to click the fill. I'm going to use eyedropper tool to select the fill while I've got the fill selected. And then I'm going to click the bottom left up to the top right, and that's going to cut out of that fill. Just a quick way of drawing fills instead of having to click point to point to point to point. Always looking for shortcuts just so we can get a bit more efficient. So let's do that again for this bottom one down here. There we go. Now you can't really see it very well there at the moment, and that's because we've still got the trace on and we've got reference on top. Let's turn on transparent fills and zones. That hasn't really done anything for us. So let's just turn that one back off again. Once we do turn off trace, it's going to show up much clearer. So for the time being, let's just leave it on and just finish up the rest of the fills. Let's select the fill again, and we're going to click and drag over the deck and this rear back one as well. That should be pretty much everything we need for now. So we can turn off the trace reference, right click, and we'll turn the trace off. From here, we're going to want a dimension from our cabin to our boundary. So let's go to our dimension tool. Let's click on our cabin and click on a boundary, then double click in this empty space just here, and that's going to create a dimension. From here, we'll just want to click one more time. There we go, 3.5, that dimension we just set up earlier. Let's do the same thing for the rear. We'll use our eyedropper to select the dimension, which is holding an Alt. Then we'll select the back of the cabin and we'll select the back of the boundary and we'll double click, and just make sure you don't click it while it's set at a slight angle. This will give variation to the dimension and it's not going to be accurate. So always making sure that it's straight up and down. So we'll click and there we go. Now just as a little slide tangent, if you do happen to have a slightly sloping block, say like this, you might be wondering how you might get your offsets to a boundary line like this. So what we'll do, we'll use the hotspot. We'll click on this corner of the cabin and we'll select it, and we're going to go Control D and we're going to drag it to the boundary until we see this little bit of an eye looking tool come up. We're going to go Control D and we're going to drag it over to the boundary until we see this symbol pop up. It almost looks like a little bit of an eye. This is going to mean it's parallel to the boundary, and this is exactly what we want for accurate boundary offsets. So we'll click this one in and we'll do the same, say for this offset just here, just to give another example. We'll select our dimension. We'll click on our cabin. We've got true line weight turned on here at the moment. So to turn true line weight off, let's just deselect our dimension tool for a second. We'll right click and we'll turn off true line weight. There we go. Now, as we zoom in, it's much clearer to see all the different elements there at the moment. So let's select our dimension tool again. We'll click onto this corner of the cabin. We'll click onto our hotspot. We'll double click and we'll notice from here, we can do a parallel to the boundary. If it's not letting you do that, it's most likely the geometry method here has been selected to this one here. It's only going to let you go up or down or left. So just make sure you've got this method just here selected, and that's going to let us click that dimension. There we go. Let's do the same thing for this corner just down through here. We'll double click and click again, and there we are. Little side tangent, but I think you'll find it super valuable for those tricky sites. So let's select all that, and then we're going to delete that and get back to our example. Now, it's not particularly clear what we're showing on the site here. So what we're going to do, we're going to start labeling things. Let's go to the text tool. We're going to go proposed, always in capitals, proposed. That's the way I was taught anyways. Guess it's a bit of a preference thing. Let's bring this one over. I'm going to go text fill background, and I'm going to turn this one to a white. And then I'm going to duplicate it and bring it down below. And I'm going to go cabin. I'll drag this one and I'll center it to the proposed. There we go. Now the cabin isn't particularly clear with the fill that we had selected. So let's select those fills again. We'll turn those to a light gray. Let's go a little bit more subtle. There we go. Now for those other fills, let's just turn those into something a bit more indicative that it's actually a deck / patio. Let's go to these wood plank horizontal. They're a bit small. Let's go to a plank floor. Hey, there we are. That's a bit better. We'll reorientate it, just going to construction method, and then we'll rotate this one on up. There we go. Let's just go to our example for a second. So we've got a few other things that we will want to show on our site plan that we can see in this example here. We'll want dimensions to all offsets. We'll want to show access onto the site, as well as the approximate boundary lengths. We've got TBC, to be confirmed, written on here, just so that people know that these aren't boundaries that have been measured from a surveyor. We'll create all of this, as well as a little automatic title block just down here in the next few steps, so that I make sure that I get all the different elements when I'm creating a site plan. I've typically got a little checklist that I check off all the different points. So I'll just deselect these two and I'll delete this. Usually I'll just go through with, say, a little fill, or I'll actually have a separate document that I'll just check through on there. But for the sake of this, so you can see it too, we'll want to show existing site features. Now on this one here, because we're keeping a simple example, we're not showing trees and all other bits and pieces, or even different services like, say, power or other easements like sewers. And it's all important information to make sure you've got shown, so that you're not putting the building in a place where it might cause issues down the track. Anyway, let's get back to the more interesting stuff. Let's go back to our new site plan, and let's take this one and actually place it on a page. So to do this, I'm just going to go to our panel, and we're going to turn on our organizer. With our organizer popped up, we'll go through to the view map, and we'll go to the project map on the left-hand side. We'll drag and drop this story that we just created earlier in through to here on our view map. Then from here, if we go to our view map and then go to our layout book, we'll create a new layout, call this one site plan proposed, and we'll go create. From here, let's change our title block to an A3. Let's go down to this one just here, and we'll go OK. You can change the title block however you'd like. I've just created a simple blank A3 with no borders, just so we can illustrate things really super clean. From here, we'll go to our view map, and we'll click and drag the view that we just created earlier. We'll drag this one over into the middle. There we go. From here, we'll drag and drop it roughly to the center of the page, and we'll resize some of these edges. Bring this one just in through to here, and we'll bring that water in just a little bit there too. We'll recenter it just to here. All right, now for this title just down through here, what you want to do is go down to title type. Yours might be up the top here, and you'll just have to scroll across with your middle mouse until you get to this point down through here. If yours has no title, we'll just go to linear drawing title. It's going to create this one here, just like this, but we're going to want to refine that. So let's go through to our title block. We're going to go from linked width to width for position, and we're going to change this one to say 80. And I have a preference for a circle for my shape as well. Looks like it's still a bit big up there in the example. So let's bring this back down a little bit further, down to say like a 70. We'll go okay. Hey, there we go. Let's bring this one to the center of the view. Now again, we want these to be capitalized. So let's just go back in through, and we'll rename our view. Because this is all done automatically, which is my preferred way, we'll delete the ID for now, and we'll go site plan. Let's call it draft proposed site plan. And we'll just click OK. There we go. So from here, we've got our title as well as our scale shown up, and we can further tweak things from there if we'd like as well. But let's add in those few last little details just to tidy things up. We'll open the source view. Let's select our dimension. We'll dimension that other side. And then what I like to do, I like to keep the dimensions in line as well, just for aesthetics. Let's select this line just here. We'll click on the edge and we'll click on the boundary. That's another one done. We'll drag that one down and we'll keep that one in line too. Now let's create a driveway. So we'll go to the polyline and we'll select the geometry method for a rectangle. We'll click on the edge and we'll drag this one down to roughly where we want the car to stop. Let's round this one up to 27,500. And for the width, let's go, say, 2,500. Let's evenly space this in between. You'll want at least, say, 500 off the side boundary just for landscaping. Typically, ideally, would be better, say, 900 to a meter. So let's just go 500 for this example though. Now we'll want to mention that we've got a proposed driveway. So we'll take our text, we'll duplicate it, tapping Control while we've got the text selected and we're dragging it. We're going to go proposed driveway. There we go. Now the reason why I've got these as two separate pieces of text is if I just typed in cabin underneath proposed, we've got these wide parts of white that are taking out the fill, and aesthetically just not my preference. So let's undo that. Let's drag the driveway just out on through to the road, and from here we just want to create some boundary length. So let's select and drag our boundary, and we'll go tab so we can get into our dimension. We'll go Control C to copy, or Command C. We'll deselect, we'll select our boundary, and we'll paste that one in. Now for boundaries, it's always done in meters. So it's 37.290. So 37 meters, 290 millimeters. And we're going to call this one TBC, to be confirmed. And let's turn off the text background fill, just so it's not taking out the boundary. And let's drag that one on down. Let's do the same thing for these boundaries just here. We'll click and rotate. Typically like to have these centered within the boundary as well, where possible. Again, just a little aesthetic thing. We'll delete this one and we'll duplicate this one on up. There we go. So let's click and drag this one up to here. We'll hit tab, Control C, and we'll paste this one in, reformat it, go dot, and then go TBC, to be confirmed. Let's offset that one 50 mil as well. Let's offset these as well, 50 mil, just so it gives a bit of space for the boundary. Again, just small things, but as you go, you'll develop a nice fine OCD. So let's, just like me. Let's go 50 for this one as well. And we're starting to get there, looking pretty good. Let's go back to our page, refresh it. Let's check our reference. That's getting pretty close. But let's cut and paste on our little checklist that we mentioned earlier. We'll start going through just a couple of these little points that you mightn't have on this site plan, but you should typically always show on your plans. So site features, number one, you should always be showing trees because depending on where you're building, they might not let you cut down the trees. Lot DP, this gives you a further refinement of the actual location of the site. Street names, yep, we've got that. So what I typically do, just grab the fill, click it over the top. Let's create this one to say it's solid foreground fill, and we'll just go to a dark black. There we go. That makes it nice and easy. Contours on site. So contours are the slope of the land. So these little dashed lines that we've got here going down the land with these numbers, these RLs, that'll help us create a 3D site mesh. That'll accurately show the topography of the site, the slopes and the ups and downs and the dips and everything else in between. Let's go back. So contours on site, boundary lengths and bearings. Yep, we've got those shown, temporary ones. Location of any easements. This might mean sewers. Sewers, typically you need to be 1.5 meters offset, depending on where you live and what the circumstances are. Can be a big impact on a build if you don't pick it up early enough. Site datum. We haven't got AHD like for a FFL, finished floor level. So the actual height of the building. We haven't got this shown on this one just because it's pretty basic, but it's just essentially what the levels are that you're going to be putting all the different proposed things at. Existing buildings. Yep, we've got this existing building just down through here. On a survey, this would also be shown. Access provision on site. So how are we actually going to get onto the site? So we've got our proposed driveway here. So yep, that one's ticked off. So that's for the existing stuff. Now we're moving on to the proposed. Proposed stuff, we'll want a roof line. So we've missed this one. And this is where the checklists come in so handy because it's hard to always get things perfect on the first go through. So if we have the checklist, we can make sure that we get everything ticked off. So let's go back in through to our plan. We'll open source view. Now I know that I've got my roof set up so that I can just turn it on with a layer. So let's go to our layers and we'll go down through to roof and we'll make sure that one's turned on. We'll go okay. Hey, and that one's showing up. I've got this set up so it's an automatic roof. Special little thing. I'll make a separate video for that. Very cool little trick. So keep an eye out for that one. Let's go back to our site plan. Excellent. So we got that one checked off. We'll be going through, checking these off. Location of any trees noted to be retained or removed. So we'll dash in any trees that we would be removing, but on this one, we don't need to worry about it. Floor levels, AHD, FFL. Again, we're not worrying about those on this one. Building setbacks to boundaries. Yep, we got those checked off. Extent and depth of any cut and fill. So how high are you retaining or cutting into the site? Don't need to worry about on this one. Proposed driveway. Yep, we got that one shown. Sediment control. Basically, if there's a big storm and we've got dirt dug out onto the site, to make sure that it doesn't wash away, we've got a geotextile fabric that's been pegged into the ground to make sure it's not going to get shifted onto, say, like a neighboring site. And last but not least, 1.8 by 1.8 construction waste containment area. So These are shade cloth bins, basically 1.8 meter by 1.8 meter, where they're going to chuck all the rubble and trash while construction is underway. Some sites are very large, so they require a location plan to show where the proposed building is going to be put on the site with a more zoomed out context. Even on a regular site, location plans can help give extra context for the area around the development. We're going to start with the site plan and finish with the location plan that references it using satellite images. We'll mainly be using Google Maps so everyone can join in, but any mapping site can work provided it's got good resolution. So let's get started. To kick off, we'll want to go to our view map and select our site plan. We'll want to select the site plan, holding in Control and dragging down and creating a duplicate. From here, we're going to right click and rename. We'll call this location plan and go OK. From here, we jump straight into our satellite imagery. While it is handy having little titles around when you're traveling using GPS, when we're creating a location plan, we want to get rid of all the titles. So to do this in Google, we just go to Map, we hover down onto this left-hand corner here, and we go to More. From here, we'll just want to turn off labels. When we go back to our typical map, it's going to turn those back on, but we won't be using this for our example, so it doesn't matter too much. The site that we're focusing on is this one just down here. But let's go back to our satellite, make sure labels are turned off. We'll just open up the snip tool that's built into Windows, or you can take a screenshot using a Mac. We'll just want to make sure that the mode is set to Windows Snip. From here, I'll just go New, and then I'll just click on the map, and that's going to save this map just here. That's automatically going to copy. So let's go into our file, and we'll go paste. Control V. Let's zoom out and bring this one just on over here. From here, we'll just need to zoom on down to this bottom right hand corner, select the image and go Control K. This will allow us to resize the image so it suits the scale. We'll just click OK because we want to define it graphically. We'll zoom in again and click on that left hand side all the way over to this right hand side here. And then we'll just want to click Tab, which is going to allow us to enter the dimension and type in 100,000. It's 100 meters, and we're always working in millimeters in ArchiCAD. And we just go OK, and that's just rescaled our image. The only thing is we don't have boundaries for this image, so it's kind of hard to line it up. But what we can do is just go back to our Google Map and turn on our mapping. From here, we'll just take our snip tool and go a new snip. We'll go back to ArchiCAD and paste it in. And from here, just repeat the process, rescaling the image size. Now that we've got both of our images scaled up to the correct size, let's select both of them. I'll go Control D to drag. I'll drag this boundary just here all the way over to our site and click once again. From here, I'll go Control E to rotate. I'll click this boundary, click this one just over here, then I'll rotate it just down to this boundary. All right, that's looking all pretty good. So what we can do from here, select both of these images. We'll click from this top and just bring it down to this corner here. Because they're both the same size, it's just going to replace it with it all lined up. So let's zoom in, see how it's went. Yep, that's looking pretty good. Next up, we'll want to take the steps so that we can create a page like this. Let's go back to our location plan. So from here, we'll just want to create some layer combinations. We'll go Control L, just over here on the left-hand side with layer combinations. Type in location plan proposed. We'll go OK. Just on the right-hand side here, we'll also want to create a new layer so we can turn our mapping on and off on the different layer combinations. It'll make sense in a second. Let's go location plan and we'll go OK. And that's created just down through here. Now, currently it's not turned on the location plan. So what we'll need to do is just go update, but you'll notice it still hasn't turned on the eyeball. This is a little trick in ArchiCAD. So what we just need to do, select another layer combination and select back to the layer combination we just created. And we'll turn on the little eyeball and we'll go update. This way, anything that's put onto the location plan layer, we can turn those off on our site plan so we can choose what information to show. Let's just go OK. From here, let's go to our site plan proposed, which has a different layer combination that once we swap these, we'll turn these invisible. It's just a clear way of making sure we've got these on the right layers. Let's select both these plans. We'll go to layer in the top left-hand corner just here. And if we just start typing in location, that'll pop up and then we can just go enter. Now they've disappeared. If we double click on our location plan, we'll notice it doesn't pop back up. But that's just because we haven't turned the view settings so that the location plan proposed has been set for the layer combination. Once we've got that set and just go OK, they're going to reappear. The more times you do layer combinations, the easier it gets. It's a little bit complicated to kick off, but it's well worth it so that you can show different information on different layers without deleting things. But let's start putting this on a page. So let's go to our layer book. We'll create a new layer. We'll call this one location plan proposed. We'll go create. I'm just going to change the title block just so it's a blank A3. We'll just go OK. Right, with our new page created, we'll just want to go back to the view map. We'll grab our proposed location plan and we'll drag it onto our page. It's way too zoomed in here at the moment, so what we'll want to do is go from crop to frame to fit frame to drawing. If we zoom out, it's going to have our satellite images. I want to select a section that I want to show. So what I'll do, I'll just pop back into the view for a second. I'll just go up to the polyline. I'll select the rectangle method and I'll just go to a solid line. I want this area here roughly to be shown. I'll just turn this one to black just so it's not distracting. And we'll just go back up to our layout book and we'll go to the location page that we just created. Our plan is just updated. Now we've got this little rectangle that we can crop the view map to. So let's grab this right hand side. We'll drag this one just on over and repeat this for the other sides. We'll grab this final bottom one just here, bring it on up. There we go. If we drag it over, we'll notice that it's way too big for the page. So what we'll need to do, we'll just need to change the scale of the drawing. To do this, we'll just go back to our view map. We'll right click on our location plan. We'll select view settings. From here, we'll click on scale. We'll go to custom and we're going to type in 3000, I think will suit for this drawing. We'll go OK and we'll click OK again. There we go. So I'll just need to recrop this drawing. I'll click the edges, drag those back into where we had them before, and we'll grab our final one just here, bring that one down. We'll drag this just back over to the page, sitting just about here. So we've got our location plan, but it's not particularly clear just yet. The next few things that we'll want to do are turn off the text and reference the site plan just next to it at a smaller scale. So to do this, let's just go back into our drawing, right click in open source view, or just go to our view map, double click the location plan. If we zoom in, we'll notice we've got all this messy text and dimensions showing. To fix this, all we need to do is go back to the site plan, eyedropper tool, our text, and select all. We'll go to the text settings, and from here, just make sure that model view is selected. This way, when we go between different scales, it's going to stay at the same size. We'll go OK. Make sure you do this in the actual site plan when it's at the right scale. For the text, it's just going to make things clearer. Let's just go back to our location plan. There we are. So the text has all been fixed up. Now for the dimensions, we'll actually just turn these off. So we can just go Control L. If we tap in D, these ones are on dimension general. We'll just turn those off and update our layer combination. We'll just go OK. Now these have disappeared off our location plan. If we zoom out, it's much clearer there now. If we go to our site plan, we've still got our dimensions. And this is where the power of layer combinations comes in really handy. Let's go back to our layer book. That's tidied that one up there. Next up, let's create this small little site plan just here. So what we'll do, go back to our view map. We'll select our site plan. Holding in Control, we'll create another little duplicate. We'll right click on this one and we'll rename this one to site plan proposed, but we're going to give it an ID of 1 to 500, just so we can differentiate between the two drawings. We'll go OK, and they'll put it just in front of the title there. If we double click, we'll notice that it's the same as the site plan, which is okay for now, but if we drag it in, it's going to be way too big for the page. So we'll want to reduce the scale. Let's go back in, right click, and we'll go to view map settings, and we'll change this one down to 1 to 500. We'll go OK, and that's reduced the size of the drawing significantly. If we crop in the edges from the top and the bottom, as well as just from the sides, and just drag this one over here. Excellent. Now we've got our little reference site plan. Our scale's showing up in our drawing title here at the moment. So let's just go into our drawing. We'll go down to the settings just down the bottom here, and we'll turn off show RD text. We'll go OK. That's a little bit cleaner. To give this 1 to 500 site plan a satellite image in behind it, let's just go back to Google Maps. We'll zoom on in to our block as far as we can. We'll create a new snip. We'll take our image. We'll open our source view again and paste this one on in. Let's just go through and rescale our drawing again. Control K, and we'll just go 5000. We'll also want the lot boundaries. So let's just repeat that process. Just another snip, paste it in. What we can actually do is we can just go Control K, repeat the process, and scale it to the size as the other image. Let's drag our boundary just to meet this one here. We'll zoom in and we'll go Control E, rotate, drag this one down just till it matches up. It's a good sign that it all matches up with all the boundaries. Select the top here, drag it back down, same as just before. And there we go. Now these are currently on the ArchiCAD layer. So if I go back to the location plan, they're going to be showing on there as well. So I'll go back to this one here. We'll go new and we'll go proposed site plan 1 to 500. And we'll go OK. Again, we'll just want to click through, turn on the eye and go update just to make sure that it's showing when we've got the layer combination applied. We'll go OK. Right click, we'll go to the view map settings. We'll go through to this one here and we'll go to the layer combination we just set up, proposed site plan 1 to 500. We'll go OK. We'll select our site imagery and then we'll go to proposed site plan 1 to 500. We'll go enter. Nothing's happened. But if we go to site plan, we'll notice that they've disappeared. We'll go back to the 1 to 500. And because we've got the layer combination turned on, it's all working beautifully. So let's go back to our page and we've got our satellite information shown. From here, we just want to connect the two images. To do this, it's actually pretty easy. We'll select the proposed site plan at 1 to 500. We'll create a duplicate, tapping Control once, and we'll line up these boundaries. Now it's a bit tricky because they're showing up over the top of each other. So what we'll just do, we'll just drag it down the page so we can see both sets of boundaries at the same time. What we'll do, we'll just squish up this site plan here so that it matches this plan just here. I'll make sure that this boundary is lined up with this one just here. Yep, we're all good. We'll go Control K, define it graphically. We'll select left to the right hand side. Let's drag this one up just till the boundaries match up. That's all matched up. We'll just go to the polyline. For the line type, we're just going to select a small dash and we'll put it to a red pen. We'll hold in spacebar and click on the view, and that'll create a dash around the drawing. Let's delete this one here now. Let's eyedropper that pen that we just created. We'll hold in spacebar for magic wand, and we'll just do it around the edge of this drawing here. From here, we'll just bridge the two using the polyline, just selecting this geometry method here. Click one side to the other. There we go. Now I might change the line type just to a bit of a longer dash. There we go. We've got our location and our site plan reference. The site plan isn't particularly clear, so I can quickly remedy this by just right clicking, going open source view. I like to use fills. Let's go to a 50% fill. We'll just use a white pen and make sure we've got a transparent set. We'll just hold in spacebar around the site, click once. I'm going to do the same thing for the driveway as well, and the cabin as well. Let's go back to our page. Yeah, that's made it a little bit clearer what's going on. To make the location plan a little bit easier to read, you can just hold in spacebar around the outside with the fill tool selected. We'll hold down spacebar and click over the location plan. We'll select the fill, hold in the eyedropper tool to select the tool again, and we'll hold in spacebar. And we'll click over the top of the segment that we just cut out before and click. This really helps it pop and stand out where our site is in relation to the rest of the context. Now that we've got our drawings, it's time to place them onto a page and publish them. Typically we publish a PDF to share the plans with clients, with councils and builders. But when we need to share the plans with engineers or other external consultants so that they can accurately engineer the plans, we send them through a set of DWGs, which they can use to accurately overlay their drawings. This is the standard format that's used in industry, and it's critical to know if you're going to be communicating with other professionals in industry. Today, we're going to cover how to create PDFs as well as DWGs inside of ArchiCAD. It's actually pretty quick and easy once you get the hang of it. There's just a few steps and they're surprisingly similar. So let's get started. Let's say you've already got your drawing set already set up in your layout book. You've got your site plan, your floor plan, as well as all of your elevations. All we need to do is go to this little toggle just here and go show organizer. From here, the organizer/publisher will show up. Now, what we'll need to do is create a new publisher set. We'll call this one plans for publish. We'll go create. We'll double click on this folder. And from here, holding in shift, we'll select from the top to the bottom. Then we'll click and drag these into the publisher set. From here, we can set what these files are exported as. So if we click from the top to the bottom and click format, you'll see that we can select between PDF as well as DWGs and all sorts of other formats. Now, if we hit publish, it's going to give us this warning that we haven't set up publisher set properties, which basically means we haven't set up a file path for it to publish to. This is pretty simple. So if we just click publisher set properties, from here, because we're creating a PDF, we just want to go to single file and we want to select the format as PDF. We'll call this one my plans. Now we've got the path. Now what you could do is you could go to browse your local file system, and from there you could gradually work your way through and find the file location. That's a terribly inefficient way of doing it. So instead what we'll do is we'll go to our file location and we'll select up in this top bar here. We'll go copy, we'll minimize, and we'll go back to the path and we'll go paste. And from here we can just go OK, and that's set our file location. And in Mac, just do the Mac equivalent. Now all we need to do is make sure that we're in the publisher set that we just created, and in here we'll go publish. Now you'll notice that it's only published the one plan. So what we could do is select from the top to the bottom, then go publish, and that's going to publish all of our different plans. But what we can do so this is automatically set up for us and we don't have to go through that every single time, because we want to set up as many things as possible on automatic because it's the efficient and best way to do it. We'll go to selected items and we'll go to entire set. So from here, even if we've only got one plan selected, we can hit publish and it's going to publish that entire set. Excellent. So we'll hit close. Let's double check. Yep. And we've got our export. We'll double click and we've got our plans. Now, if you make a couple of modifications and hit publish again, it's going to overwrite that file. So if you want to create another iteration of this publisher set, right click on the set that we just created, go publisher properties, then just give it a different name. We'll just go -1. We'll go OK. Let's go into the publisher and we'll hit publish. It's going to go through, tick off all our drawings. We'll go close. And from here, we'll see that we've got our plan exported as a separate and new file. All right, but what about DWGs? Similar type of process. Let's go back out and we're going to create a new publisher set. So we'll call this one DWGs. We'll go create. We'll double click into the publisher set. And from here, we'll select from top down to bottom and we'll drag these across. And this time, instead of PDF, what we'll want to do is select from top to bottom and select DWG. Now, we'll just want to change a couple of things. We'll go back out. We'll right click on this DWGs and go to publisher properties. From here, what we'll actually want to do is create a flat file structure. So what this is going to do is when you give it a destination for publishing, it's going to publish all those DWGs to that specific place. I'll just show an example within our folder. Let's create a new one called DWGs. Go into that one. We'll copy its file path. Let's minimize, go back to path, paste that one in, and we'll click OK. Go into here, make sure all our files are set to DWG and we've got entire set. And from there, let's just hit publish. Now it's just come up with a little warning that the model space is different to the source view. So this is just meaning that a drawing might need to be updated to make sure that's the most relevant one. For the sake of this example, let's just skip past this. We'll just go continue with publishing because it's not a factor. Go continue publish. It's going to go through and save each one of these plans. Now, it's not only just going to save the site plan, but it's going to save everything within this page. So that means the title block as well as the legends, everything. If you have logos down the bottom, it'll also save those as well. All right, so that's finished up. Let's go close. Let's go into our folder and there we go. We've got all of our DWG files as well as the images that were on the pages. So if, let's say double click this one, which is the render that we created earlier, that's been exported as well. If I was sending these to an engineer, I'll just delete these images and you've got your XREFs too, which is important for lining up the DWG within the space. So make sure you also send those through to the engineer. If I was to send these through as an email, what I would do, I'd click from top to bottom, holding in shift, I'd right click and I'd send to compressed zip folder. From here, I'd write in DWGs and then the project name, arc. And then from there, it's just one folder that we're sending across in an email, not just like 30 different files, which is just a mess. We've got our files all set and saved, and we can just send that through. Now that we've published our plans, we need to make sure that we've got key critical information shown on the page along with the drawing. This is information like the location of the site, the drawing reference, is this a floor plan, a side plan, is it an elevation, what page number it is in the actual drawing set, and much more. So in this next chapter, we'll cover how to create a custom title block with this kind of information. Today, we're going to cover how to create a custom title block with automatic text elements that update with relevant information from things like the date as well as your sheet number. So to kick off, we'll jump into our masters, which will be in our layout book. In the layout book, right at the very bottom, we'll find these. If you don't have any, just right click and go new master layout. From here, we'll come up with a bunch of different options. We can kick off with typical A3, this one just here. Then let's set our margins to say 5, hitting tab to cycle through each of the different measurements. From here, we're just going to select landscape and we'll go create. So we've got our master layout. So this is what we're going to apply to each of our different pages so that we don't have to retype in the information repetitively. Whatever we put here is going to be applied to each one of these pages. So let's go back to our master layout. What I'm going to do, I'm going to copy one I created earlier and show you each of the individual elements and how we can create them from scratch. So let's go copy, paste this one in, and we'll kick off from bottom left-hand corner. So from here, this just here is automatic text, which is set up so that when you're in your project information, once you fill it out here, it's going to automatically fill out wherever that automatic text is set. So if I say have a proposed alterations and additions at say Smith Street, we'll go okay. That's going to automatically update in where we've mentioned it in project. So to create this automatic text, all we need to do is go to insert auto text just here. Then we'll go to project description. We'll double click that and we'll notice that it's brought up the text that we've put in there previously. So if I delete them both, I'll go back in and I'll go project description, double click, and that's going to bring in that text. Whatever we type into the project information is going to show up here. So this is the first example of automatic text. And it's going to be a very useful tool for our title blocks. So now that we've got that set up, it's the same story with client, with the client name. If we go into the title block, just in through here, I've got client name. Now I've got it filled out in here so that I know which one is relevant to the automatic text in the field itself. So I know that project name is going to be the client name. So if I cancel out of this, it'll make sense in a second. If I double click, and this one just here, I delete that, then I go to project name and double click, it's going to come up with a client name. So from here, if I go in and I change, say the client name to John, then go okay, then it's going to update in that box and that field there. And as we go through, say to each of our individual pages, it's going to make sure that each one of these automatic texts is going to show up on those pages. So let's go back to our master that we've just created. Same story with the file number, go through, repeat the process. Now for the date, this is a little bit different. So let's pop in and delete this one that we've got here. And we'll go back to automatic text. And for this one, we'll type in date, D-A-T-E, and we'll go short. We'll double click on this one and that will give us the current date. So we'll click out of that one and that's got that ticked off. Now for the layouts, as we go through each of the individual pages, it'll tell us what the page is called on the layout. So for the drawing title, this one just here, this is going to bring in the information from the relevant page. So to do this, we'll just delete out of that. We'll go in and we'll go layout. Then we'll scroll on down till it goes to layout name. That one just there. So we'll double click on that one and we've got a layout name. So as we cycle through our drawings, once we click out of there, it'll automatically fill in with the information that we've got on this right hand side here. So proposed ground floor plan, double click, proposed ground floor plan, it'll match. It will also match if it's capitalized or not. So that's one thing to watch out for. I tend to make sure all of my drawing titles are either capitalized or lowercase, just to make sure it's uniform. So that's got us ticked off for the drawing title. For each of these texts inside of here, I've just got these set up as standard text because we're not typically going to be changing what our actual email address or our studio name and the phone number is going to be. So don't need to worry about those. Next up, we'll jump into, say, the pages. So to make sure that as we go through, it automatically updates what page is in the bottom right-hand corner. So page this of then total number. Let's go back into our master layout. We'll just set the auto text. So it's layer number in subset. So if we say go to the auto text, layout number in subset. So this one just here. There we go. You might be curious what subset means. If I'm in the layout book, just at the top here, if I right click just below where it says tree and subset, if I right click and go create new subset, I can type in new subset and go create. From here, it's going to count the page within the set. So if I double click and I just go through this again, and I go to automatic text, LAY, you'll see that we've got two subsets to choose from now. So this list will adjust as the different elements in ArchiCAD update. So for this one, we want DA drawing set, which is this one just here. And we'll double click layout number in subset. So that takes that one off. Now, just so you can see the other text, I'll just shift this one down 10 mil and I'll double click on this one here. Then for this auto text, we'll just type in LAY. Then at the bottom, number of layouts in subset. And we'll just double click this DA drawing set. So there we go. And it's given us our number 13, which is the total number of drawings in this set just here. All right, so I'll just undo that one. From here, we'll want to add in general notes, as well as revision numbers and description, which comes in handy to differentiate between different published sets. Now that we've created our master layout, we'll want to apply it to our pages. To do this, we'll just right click on our page and go to layout settings. And from here, we can select our master layout. So the one that we've just created was master layout 7. We'll click and we'll go OK. So from here, we'll double click on this title page here. And now this will have everything that we've just created. If you want to do it to multiple pages, we can click up top and all the way down to the bottom, right click and go layout settings. Then we can go into the master layout and then click the relevant layout and then go OK. And it's going to update all the drawings. So each of them have the master that we just set up. If we're designing a large house or building, we might need to show how that development is casting shadows on neighboring properties. This is pretty much required for every two-story dwelling within a city context. We'll cover how to create and show shadows in just a few steps in this next chapter.
I've used these techniques as a professional to help get plans approved by councils. They're typically done to make sure that there isn't any overshadowing caused by a development that's going to severely reduce the amount of light that a neighbouring property gets. We're going to take it step by step. First, we'll want to go to our site plan and make sure our north point is set correctly. We'll do this by going to Options, Project Settings, Set North Point. You'll get a little visual north point here. Mine appears to be set up correctly. If it's pointing in a different direction, just click once, then click again in the right direction, and it's going to set the north point. And OK. With our north point set up, let's start off in our 3D. From here, we'll want to go into View, 3D View Options, 3D Projection Setting. We'll go to Parallel Projections. We'll want to hit Top View and change our azimuth to 270. We'll want to set the time and date to the 21st of June, then set in our year. Our first time that we'll want is 9 AM. Typically, 9 AM, 12 noon, and 3 PM. Sometimes you'll be asked for hourly shadows, and that's easy enough to do too. We'll click OK. Double click our middle mouse button. That's going to fit the view to the window. And we've got our view set up. From here, we'll right click, save as view. We're going to give it a custom name, 9am, shadow diagram. We'll create, they'll pop up just over here. In the 3D view, we'll want to right click in an open space, new 3D document from 3D. We'll call this 9am, shadow diagram. We'll click create. From here, we'll want to go into our project map. We'll right click on the 3D document we just created, 3D document setting. Match these settings I've got open in this window, click OK, and it's starting to take form. From here, we'll want to right click, place view on layout, click once, excellent. Let's bring this to a fresh page, new layout, and we'll paste it in. For the moment, we're just going to shift this over to the right. We'll want to pick up our site plan, put it onto the layout. The reason we want our site plan is that we want accurate information shown from the neighboring property to see where our shadow is going to land exactly at what time, and if it's going to impact the neighboring property's private open space, like their backyard, or windows within the dwelling. So at the moment, we've got this at a scale of 1 to 250. We'll want to change our 3D document to match that. In the view map, we'll right click and go to view settings. In scale, we'll go to custom and we'll go 250. We'll click OK. And we'll notice our 3D document has changed accordingly. To get this to overlay exactly, I'm going to select the site plan, create a duplicate, say 400, going to right click, link drawing to, and I'll just link it to our 3D document. Go link, I'll click it, I'll bring it back over. Let's click transparent background, zoom in, and we're looking good. Now, if it wasn't quite lined up, we'd want to check that the roof lines matched up with the roof lines on the site plan. Just a handy way to check. We've got 2 drawing titles here at the moment, so I'm just going to remove the site plans one. I've got these drawing titles set up so that they're automatic, which helps from having to constantly rename. This is what it looks like if it's going to be done on a full page. But if we want to recreate, say, this page, where we've got them all on one page, we'll do this just after we create our other 2 shadows. Now, creating the next 2 shadows is remarkably easy once we've got the first one set up. We'll just go back into our project map, right-click on our 3D document that we set up originally, duplicate the 3D view, create, rename it to 12 noon, create, excellent. Right-click, 3D document settings. We'll go to our 3D projections, and we'll change our time to 12 noon. We'll click OK. One thing to watch out for, depending on the requirements of the council that you're lodging with, you may or may not need to click daylight savings. But for the sake of this exercise, we'll leave it off. We'll go OK. We'll click OK again, and perfect. We don't have to set up all our settings again. That's already done. So let's right-click, save view and place and layout, and we'll place it. Now that will have also created a view map in the view map, which is in the center. Let's delete these 2. Let's grab our layout and duplicate it. Double click on our new layout. From here, it's as simple as linking our shadow. So we go to 12 noon shadow diagram and we'll go link. Now, nothing's shown up. This is because the scale is wrong. So we'll go back in through, right click, view settings. We'll select custom 250, which matches our site plan. We'll go OK and click OK again. We'll right click and update to frame. There we go. So we've got our 9 AM and our 12 noon. It's clipping just a bit there at the moment, so I'll just bring the extent of what the view is including out a little bit further. And if your site mesh is too small to include the shadow, a quick way that we can remedy this, say if your shadow is casting further than, say, the parameter here, we can just click on the topo and just drag it out. I'll undo this in my case. Now to create our third and final shadow diagram, we'll go to project map, we'll right click and duplicate, following the same steps as we did before. We'll go to 3 PM and go create, right click, 3D document settings, and we'll just want to change the time to 3 PM. We'll click OK again. We'll right click, place view on layout, then we can just delete this. We'll go back to our view map, right click on the 3 PM, and we'll set its scale so that it's 250. We'll go OK and OK again. We'll take our layout and duplicate it. Just give it a quick rename. We'll select our shadow, link drawing now 3 PM, go link. There we are, perfect. We've got a thick line here from where the 2 meshes meet up. So what I can do, so it doesn't distract from our shadow, just pull this down and there we go. Likewise for any other views, I could do this for this one too. Now for the 9 AM, it just cuts through where the shadow is, so I'm not going to bother. Now, to create it so that we've got all 3 on one page, let's create a new layout. Let's call it all shadows. We'll go OK. And from here, I'm just going to rescale my drawing. I'll bring my title underneath. The scale is no longer accurate. So be sure to go into your drawing selection settings and we'll go through and turn off both scales. We'll go OK. I'll set this one to the right since this is already 3 PM. Now I'll create 2 more. We're a bit too large here, so I can easily select all 3, Control K to rescale. I'll bring in that edge just until we're inside of the borders. I'll bring that up about center. We'll select our shadow, link drawing 2. We'll go to 9M and go link. There we are. We'll do the same with the 12 noon. We'll click our shadow, link drawing 2, 12 noon, and go link. Excellent. Now, within this view here, I've put a fill in between the site plan and the 3D shadows. This is so that the shadows stand out that little bit extra. I'll put that back in. Let's go to our views that we've set up. We'll select the fill. I want this at 50% with a white for the fill pen and transparent for the background. Click once, click to the other side. I'll select the shadows, display order, and bring to front. There we are. They really pop then. Just going to relabel these drawings so that they don't have these numbers inside. Go OK. This one here, it's not quite long enough. So to widen it up, I'll go into the drawing selection settings. I'll bump this up to 120 for the dimension. We'll go OK. Bring this across just a little bit, center it. Now, to get colors, let's start off with our titles. Oh, and if you want to get this ArchiCAD project or any of my other ArchiCAD files, make sure to check out my Patreon page, which I'm going to link down below in the description. It's where I put all my ArchiCAD files, adding new ones with each tutorial. Having access to project files saves a massive amount of setup time and stress. I can't recommend it highly enough. For the color, we're going to go to the settings dialog. We'll go to 2D representation. In here, we'll want to set it as a 50% fill. Then we'll select, in this case, a blue, and the background pen to a transparent, and we'll go OK, and we've got our blue. Now, to get our shadow to match, let's go into our 3D document. We'll start with the 9M. We'll right click, 3D document settings, and we'll change the shadow that we've set up down here earlier to the blue. On both of these pens, we'll go OK, and then we'll go back to our layout. Our drawing's a little bit cropped here, so let's bring that up. There we are. We'll follow the same process for 12 noon. Clicking 12 noon, 3D document settings. We'll change this one to a beigey orange. We'll go OK. We'll double click on our noon shadow. This basically just updates it. And into our shadows, let's change our drawing title as well. 2D representation to our beige. Our beige, we'll change 2% and change transparent. We'll go OK. And last but not least, our 3 p.m. Let's change the drawing title first. We'll go through to the representation. We'll go, say, a bit of a dark green. We'll go to 50% and transparent. We'll go OK. We'll go in through to our 3D document, double click, make sure that we're on the right one. 3D document settings. From here, select the same green and the green for this, and we'll go OK. Go back in through to our layout, and there we go.
Some projects are going to be in alterations to an existing house, so that we can easily switch between existing elements, the demolished building elements, and the proposed building elements. There's a dedicated tool inside of ArchiCAD, which is called the renovation tool. In this next chapter, we'll cover how to find the tool and use this tool in a project.
The renovation tool has to be one of the most powerful tools that's strangely hidden away in ArchiCAD. I'll show you what it can do. I've got my existing plan here. Now, if you want to follow along, existing, demolished, proposed. So, demolition plan, proposed plan. We can do all this super easy, super intuitively, all with the renovation tool. I'll kick off and show you where you can actually find it, because it's not typically actually in the basic ArchiCAD template. We'll want to go to palettes and click on renovation. You'll find it pop up most likely down the bottom right here. Now I'll show you exactly what it can do. So we've got 3 states that an element can be in: existing, demolished, and proposed. If I click this wall here, hit demolished, all of a sudden that wall demolished. But if we go to the existing, it's still there, but on the proposed, it's gone. So you can see the power of the tool already and how quickly we can change various elements to suit what we need on an alterations and additions project, and then quickly change them back if we need to, just by going, say, existing. There is a bit of setup that needs to be done. Let's go into the tool, down the bottom, we'll click here, then go renovation filter options. There are 3 that we're going to focus on today. The existing, which is going to show existing elements, show demolished elements, but hide new. Demolished is going to have these settings, showing existing, overriding demolished elements, and still hiding new. Now, this override part, very important. To change this, to change what the pens actually look like, we'll go to graphic override rules. Then just up the top here, elements to be demolished. This section here, we can tweak how it looks. So for example, if I say go blue, I go OK. All the demolished elements are going to show up as blue. I'm going to go OK. So we can see there, all the demolished shows up as blue. Now I don't particularly want that, so let's go back to the graphic override. I'll change that to red, making sure that I'm in the demolished. We'll go OK. And it's pretty much simple as that. Let's go to the new button. So new shows existing because that's still going to remain. It hides the demolished because we're going to take that out, but it also shows the new stuff. So let's just go OK. Let's go to our proposed ground floor and we'll click on our elements here that I set up earlier. And you'll notice all of those are on the new, but they're not going to be showing up on the existing. Now to set this up in the view map, you'll want to right click on your plan and go view settings. Within the view settings, this is where you can assign the renovation filter. I've got this one as existing, and you just go through after you set things up. So demolished, view settings, and I'll make sure I have demolition plan, and you already know it for the proposed, same thing, go through that as well. If you want to save the legwork of setting all this up yourself, I'll have a link in the description to this project. Now, on the actual layout itself, you'll want to make sure that pen set is set to defined by pen set, so that when you have demolished, those red pens are going to show through. I also like to have a wall legend up the top, just to easily identify which walls are which. So if you're doing a renovation, I can't recommend this tool highly enough.
Now, if we actually want our building to get built, it's critical to accurately show the size of different elements, as well as the heights relative to other areas. We do this by showing dimensions and floor heights. In this next video, we'll cover 3 of the most critical dimensions to show on every set of plans.
Today, we're going to cover the 3 most important dimensions that you'll come across on every project. We're going to kick off with one of the most common, being the standard dimension. Pretty much all of your walls in a project are going to be dimensioned with a standard dimension. To give an example of how we can create these type of dimensions, let's take this 3rd bedroom just here. I'll click on this wall, and then I'll click on this wall just here. And if I double click above and click one more time, it's going to show us the measurement between one wall and the other, as well as the width of the actual wall, which in this case is a 90 stud wall. Now, if your dimensions aren't set up, it might come out looking a little bit something like this, which just means we need to change a few little settings, which is actually quite simple. If we click on the dimension, within the settings palette, we can change the color as well as the towel length so it suits just perfectly. So in this example, I'll just change the color back to black and I'll change the towel width to 450. 450, we'll go okay. What I like about this is that, let's say we take another dimension, say this exterior wall, we'll just pick up these points just through here and we'll click on the outside point just there. If we bring this dimension down over our original dimension that we just did, then if we drag it up, we type in 600 and we'll give this one a little dimension too. We can see that there's just a little width between each of those dimensions. Now, if your dimensions are colliding like this, it's quite easy to change them all in one move. If we hold in Alt using the eyedropper tool, select and go Control A, this will select all of our dimensions. If we go to the settings dialog, we can just type in our dimension, 450, go OK, and that should set all of our towel dimensions to 450 millimeters. But it looks like these ones aren't separated quite far enough. So let's just drag the dimension down. So it was 503. If we bring it back up, that's 600. Perfect. It's showing that little bit of distance in between. So I've got the towel width as well as the pen color. My size is about 2. And these little diagonal parts, I've got these set to 1 millimeter. Let's say I set them to 3 just for example. They're getting a bit big, so let's turn that back. So that's how we get those dimensions set up. But if we have a bunch in a row that have the same dimension, we can use quotation marks. So we're not just looking at a big block of numbers. So say here for the patio, where we've got multiple dimensions overlapping this same area, we can go into a dimension, click into the settings, and we can give it a custom text. So to get that quotation mark, we'll just type it in here, that little quotation mark, we'll click OK, and that's going to change it, which will simplify dimensions dramatically. You'll want to make sure that your dimensions are offset from all the areas of the plans so that it's not colliding. In this case, let's set it back another 600. There we go. And if we want to add in an extra little portion of dimension, what we can do is just hold in Control, and with Control held in, we can click one more time, and this is going to add to that dimension that we've already set. So that's enough with our standard dimension. Next up is our level dimension. Level dimension can be found just near our standard dimension. If we give it a click and then say click on a slab, it's automatically going to show the height that that slab has been set to. So let's say we adjust the slab so it's a meter higher. Let's go 1000, enter. It's going to automatically change those heights. This is an incredibly powerful tool for showing accurate level dimensions. If we go to settings, we can change our marker type if you have a preference just by selecting here and clicking on any of the alternatives. It'll have the same function, just a different aesthetic. Oh, and if you want this ArchiCAD file with all of its assets or any of my other tutorial files, make sure to check out the Patreon page. There'll be a link down below in the description. It's where I put all of my ArchiCAD files, as well as new ones with each tutorial. Having access to quality base files can save years of time and stress. I can't recommend them highly enough, especially if you're a beginner. With that said, let's move on to our third and final type of dimension, which is going to be the pitch dimension, or also known as a roof angle. Let's go into our source view, and it's this one just here. To create one of these, we just need to go to one of the line tools, say polyline. We'll click along the line of our roof, we'll drag a line out and just line it up with that bottom starting point. We'll double click, we'll drag it out from the roof. Now from here, we'll just want to go for the angle dimensions. So we'll click here. To get this so it's set up correctly, we'll just want to make sure this setting just over here is set correctly, which is going to show the inner dimension. So if we click on the top in the middle of the line, and then we click on the bottom in the middle of the line, and then if we click outside, just adjacent, it's going to create our angled dimension. From here, we can click on the dimension and bring it just in, and that way it just becomes a clean, uniform item. Now, just as a bonus, because you stayed to the end, I'm going to show you the fourth type of dimension, which are going to be these level dimensions over here for elevation. So let's say we want to get the height of the top of this parapet. What we can do is using the standard dimension tool, we can click over on construction method, elevation, just here. If we click on top of the line, then double click above, then click one more time, it's going to create a dimension that accurately shows the height of that element. We can adjust this to suit, so we can grab our text, bring it over, as well as bringing this dimension just in line with these others. Let's bring the text in over just so it matches up. Hey, there we go. And from there, we could just create some text, say call this parapet. Now, what's really cool about these dimensions is once they're set up, if we select it and then say drag it up, let's say 2 meters, which will take it up to about 18, we'll see that it automatically changes as we've adjusted the element. The more things that we can set on automatic is going to save us a lot of time in the long run. So we've got a little typo, actually parapet. There we go. That's one thing, ArchiCAD, please, one day, please give us autocorrect.
To keep track of our windows and doors in a project, automatic schedules make this so much quicker and easier, which is what we're covering in this next chapter.
Today, we're going to take all of our windows and put them into a schedule the easy and automatic way. We can make these schedules into any configuration we like, so stick around and I'll share some of the tricks I've picked up. To kick off, to get all of our windows into the schedule, we're best off starting off in the floor plan. You'll notice that all of my windows have labels as well as numbers associated with them. So that we can do this automatically, quick, and take out all the manual legwork, let's just select the first window, just up the top just here. Now, just in this bottom left-hand corner here, we've got RD and properties. If we change this this ID at the moment and we say go to 5, we'll see that it automatically updates the label that I've got associated with it. This is because the label has been set up to automatically pick up the ID and show it within the center of the circle. So for this label, I'll show you the settings I've got set up so that you can copy them and use them in your own project. If we just scroll on down until we get to property label, I've used this label with these settings just here. And if we go to symbol label custom settings, I'll scroll through so that you're able to copy the different settings that you see within each of the different panels. Now, to find the label tool, it'll typically be just next to your text tool. So if we just select the label tool and then we just click on top of the window, it's going to automatically show the ID within that circle. Handy quick way to set it up. So from here, let's say I didn't have any of these labeled correctly just yet. If I select all my windows, I'll just call them X. And you'll notice that all the labels have automatically updated as well. I find having labels on the windows helps me see which ones I've labeled before, and this helps me make sure that I've kept in sequence as I go around. Typically for me, I start at the top of the page, top left-hand corner, and work my way around in a clockwise fashion on a small project like this. For multi-res or bigger projects, things start to get a little bit more complicated, but that's for another video. So what I'll just do, I'll start with my top left hand on the top of the page, and I'll just go W1, enter. Now, I'll just want to make sure that's a capital, W1, and then from here, I'll just go around the page, typing in each of the numbers associated with the window. I won't bore you by doing the whole thing all over again, so let's just undo that and get to the good bit. So to have all of this automatically go through to a schedule, it's actually pretty straightforward. If we just go into our project map, just up the top right hand here, and then we scroll on down until we get to schedules, if we right click on schedules and go to scheme settings, this is going to bring up all the schedules that we've already had preset. Now I've already got a bunch that I've got done in here. So if you're familiar and just want to copy them, please just go ahead and you can use them yourself. But if you haven't made one yourself before, let's just go ahead and set this up. So what we'll do, we'll just go to new, and then we're going to have scheme. We'll call this one window schedule example. We'll have this one on elements and we'll just go okay. So from here, we'll notice on this right-hand side, the criteria and the fields are all blank. To set these up so that they're actually showing windows and the different criteria, we'll just have to follow a couple little steps. First up, we'll just go to add criteria. We'll type in element ID. And we'll click on this one here and go add. Now, our element ID that we set up just before started with a W. So what we can do, we can just go across to this little section here and go starts with W. That way, any other things that we've set up, say like doors that start with D, they're not going to be picked up in the schedule. So we can separate our doors from our windows. Now, before we get too far, we'll want to make sure we have the right element selected. We'll change this from all types just down until we get to this window just here. Next up, we'll just go down to fields and we'll go add field. And for this one, we're just going to type in hotlink and element ID. We'll double click this one just here. And while we're at it, let's just get a side view of the window as well. So we'll type in view and I'll just double click this view from opening side one here. So let's see how it's progressing along. We'll just go okay. And let's double click on our schedule. Hey, there we go. So it looks like it's got all of our windows, but it's a mess. So to quickly resize some of these different elements, what we can do, if we just double click on these points here, this will automatically resize that portion of the window so it fits what's inside of it. Let's just go through and double click for the rest of these elements. Double click here. Now we could go through, double click and manually do it for all of these, or we can change the row heights just on this left-hand side here as well. So if we go 10 for our row heights, it'll change all the row heights to that 10 size. Let's change it to say 20, and there we go. We can also change it from vertical to horizontal. Just up the top left here, if we go to columns, we'll click just on here, and that's going to spread it out horizontally. Let's just double click this one here so it fits it all to the window. There we are, that's looking better. Now to say go from this to one of the other schedules that I was just showing before, all you really need to do is in the settings is add in new fields and criteria for it to pick up. Or if you'd like to match the schedule here, just fill in the fields like this below. I forgot to change this one back just to number 1. There we go. Now you'll notice as I've changed it, it'll automatically change in the schedule as well. So having automatic schedules is such a massive time and stress saver as you're developing a set of plans. Within the schedule, it'll automatically fill out information like the height and width, but we can also have custom fields as well. So for this one here, we've got a custom label in the schedule settings. We've called that one level. Now, if I go to add field and I go custom, double click on text 6, we'll just go okay. Let's just change this one to say notes. I'll turn it to bold. Now, if I go back into my scheme settings, I'll notice that it's turned to the field mentioning notes. Now, if I go back to the field, you'll see that it mentions notes. So the labels are a little bit dynamic in this way. So we'll just go okay. Within here, I could add specific notes about this window. Say fly screen to be added, or something along those lines. Inside of here, we can just go copy and we can paste this into the rest of our fields if we need to. But where possible, it's always ideal to try and have these set up so that as much of the criteria is automatic as possible, just to save any manual work down the track. So our drawing's updated on our page. We'll just set this one to fit to frame. There we go. Now we've got that new information just down the bottom. Now, just a cool little extra tip, just because you stuck around until the end. Let's go to our elevations. If we go into our elevations, using that same label that we crafted just before, we can go onto our elevation, and it not only works on the floor plan, but it also works on the windows in the elevation view. So if I just zoom in and click on the window, this is going to automatically label our windows on the elevation as well. Cool little trick, just depending on the information you need to show on your plans.
For construction drawings, we often require internal elevations for the wet areas, from bathrooms and laundries, and often areas like the kitchen. Next up, we'll cover how to use the internal elevation tool to add those internal views and note the rooms with more detail.
Today, we're going to be creating these internal elevations. We'll take it step by step. It's actually pretty easy. Okay, let's start with our floor plan. Next thing, we'll want to click the interior elevation tool. We'll do this for the bathroom. We'll click one wall and down to the other. And after we click, it's going to show all these little arrows. Each of these arrows are an elevation that's pointing towards the inside walls of the room. Kind of like exterior elevations, but reversed. Pull these in. We can adjust these after. I'll click. Perfect. I'll adjust this marker. It's a bit big here at the moment. I'll go over to the toolbar and I'll just type in, say, 5. Let's go pull it down a bit. Now we've got this text showing what the orientation is on the room, but it's a bit big and it's taking up space on the floor plan, making it a bit messy. To adjust this, I'm just going to click here and go orientation short and delete that other one. Go to enter. Now I'll want to take these markers and bring them to the areas that I want them to cut through. I'll bring this one here, this one about here, the back a little bit. Okay, we're going to take all these drawings and we want to put them onto a page. To do this, I need to go show organizer. We'll open the project map and the view map. I'll scroll on down until we get to interior elevations. This is the one we've just created here, just so that we keep things organized. I'm going to create a new folder, interior elevation stat bathroom. From here, I'm going to drag from project map into the view map. And here, we're going to have all of our internal elevations. Just to give you a look, let's double click one. Hey, there we go. Nice. Let's put all of these onto a page. So I'll go to the layout book. I'll create a new layout. Elevation bar red. Okay, and we've got a page. From here, I'll open up the view map. I'll hold in shift. I'll select all of these and I'll drag and drop them in. Cool. I'm going to double click middle mouse button, Control A to select them all. At the moment, it's not showing us, so we're just going to click on the crop and hit fit to drawing. Cool, we've got all our drawings. Again, Control A. I'm going to turn off the title block, go no. Middle mouse button, click. Now we can see where everything is. Just going to draw a line across the top here. Now, all of them are a little bit small, so I'm going to want to right click, view settings. I'm going to go 1 to 50. I'll go OK. All these should automatically update. Beauty. And I'm going to start lining these up along this line. Extend this across. I'll bring it down one, and I'll center this in our page. And already we've got our internal elevations, but we want to take them to the next level like this. We're going to change the views so they have surfaces. This is really easy. All we need to do, go to the view map, right click, and go interior elevation settings. From here, we'll just want to make sure we have surface and surface textured fill applied. I've got transparency on, and I've got surface ticked off, so we don't have the pattern over the top of it at the same time as well. I don't mind having shadows as well, so I'll put those on and we'll click OK. I'll update our drawings. Beautiful. All right, so we're almost actually there. The finishing little touches I've added in this one here are some towels, a person, and some bubbles at the end of the lines. The person I've actually just done on the page, so I'll copy this one across. This person is just a silhouette that I've got from the objects. Just type in woman, and she popped up there. So I'll just shift her up to our mirror. I'm going to take the ends of the bubbles here. I'll bring those in as well. These are just circles and arcs there. Nice. Now the rest we just need to do on the floor plan. For the towels, I've again just went to the objects. I'll go up to the top here. I'll type in towel. And this one here is actually an object that I just downloaded that popped up. You'll see, there we are. So I just downloaded this one and then that embedded it into the ArchiCAD file. So just click on that one, download it, and we'll go okay. I've put one just here on the towel rail, add here. And the other little touch was just a pot plant, which again, it's just an object. Type in plant and it'll come up. So go okay. In an actual set of working drawings, you're going to have the plan, typically scaled up a bit. I've got this one at 1 to 50, and a legend of the different materials, usually in black and white as well, just for clarity. The one we've created, more for aesthetics and presentation. Whereas here, we could hand this to a builder. They can easily communicate what's going on.
When it comes to the construction phase, we also typically draw up reflected ceiling plans and electrical layout plans. This will show where the ceiling lights and fans are located, as well as how many electrical power points are to be installed, and more.
Today I'm going to be sharing my typical workflow for setting up an electrical and reflected ceiling plan in ArchiCAD. This is a pretty basic residential project. We're going to combine the two into one plan. Oh, and if you want access to this ArchiCAD file, I'll have a link down in the description below. So let's kick off from the beginning, starting off with our floor plan. To get this to our electrical/reflected ceiling plan, there's just a little bit of boring setup stuff that we need to do, but it won't take too long. So let's get started. All we need to do is set up a layer combination. We'll go Control L, which will bring up our layers. From here, we'll just go new on the layer combination side. We'll type in electrical plan. We'll go OK. And we're going to create a new layer, which we're going to have all of our electrical and our switches and our legend, all of that on. So let's call that electrical legend example. We'll go OK. Now we'll want to make sure that this layer shows up on our electrical plan. So all we need to do is just make sure the eye icon is turned on, and we've got the electrical plan selected, and we go update. So we'll go OK. From here, you'll want to bring in a legend, which is going to show all the key components of our electrical and reflected ceiling plan, from fans to lights to electrical power points. If you don't have your own legend, I highly recommend Eurofit's Architect data. If we go to page 16 and 17, you'll see a lot of different examples of typical symbols that are used within the industry, as well as a bunch of other interesting information. But if you don't want to have to start from scratch, I'll have a link to this file down below in my Patreon. So in this case, once I've got it copied, I'll want to turn it to the correct layer. So I'm going to turn it to electrical legend example. That's going to hide those. We'll keep on doing this until all of our elements disappear. They're disappearing from our example because on the electrical plan I had set up before, we haven't got the electrical legend example layer turned on in the layer combination. Anyway, we're almost through the boring setup stuff. So from here, we'll go back to our floor plan. We're going to create a duplicate, clicking and holding, then tapping and holding in Control. We'll drag that to our electrical plan. Set up a folder. You just click on this little icon just down here, click on that, and you can give it a file name. We'll go OK. So we've got a duplicate of the plan set up in the view map. From here, we're going to want to right click, go to view settings. In your layer combinations, we'll go to the one we set up just before, which is our electrical plan. We'll go OK. And there we go. So our legend has just popped up, but there's information that we don't want to show because it's going to be conflicting and drawing attention away from the primary drawing, which is just going to be those electrical and reflected ceiling plan details. So let's get rid of the dimensions and the north point. We don't want to delete these because we still want them to show up on the floor plan. So we just need to hold in Alt for the eyedropper tool, select Control A, which is going to select all of our dimensions. Yep, all of them are on the dimension layer. So I'll just deselect. Let's go to Control L, which is going to bring up our layers, and we're just going to turn off dimensions, and we're going to go update. So that's going to change our layer combination. We'll go OK. Excellent. That's turned off all of our dimensions. Our north point is on text. So in this case, that's going to work out for us as well because we're going to be turning off the text as well. So what we'll just do, go back into it. We'll go back into our layers, turn off text, and we'll go update, and we'll go OK. Now from here, whenever we go to our floor plan, we've still got all of our dimensions, all of our text labels. And if we go back to our ground floor plan proposed, it's all taken off, so it's nice and clean. We start with a clean slate. So that it's even more subtle, what we can do is we can take a fill. Let's make it 50%. We'll turn it so that the pen is white and we've got transparent set. We're going to click over the top, and from here, we're going to select it and bring the display all the way to the front. And we're just going to send it back just a couple of orders. We'll turn off the perimeter line just so that it kind of grays out our floor plan just a little bit, which is going to make our legend elements stick out that little bit more. So from here, let's cover a couple of different rooms. Let's grab the polyline, and we're going to be using this as a reference line. I'm just going to turn this to the ArchiCAD layer for now. Let's draw just on this edge of the wall just here. I'm going to click, and I'm going to go to the multiply tool on the pet palette just down here. Then I'm going to go to distribute, and then I'm going to go 3, and I'm going to make sure that -1 is clicked on. It's going to make more sense in a second. Just watch the example. It's going to be cool. So we're going to click and drag all the way until we get to the wall. Let's do the same thing with this one here. Essentially what I'm doing, I'm just dividing the room into 4 quadrants. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. From here, we're going to have lights evenly spaced. So what we can do is we can just grab these from our legend, just make sure that they're grouped, Control G. I'm going to select it from the middle, tap Control, just so that we create a duplicate and select it just into the middle of our grid line. Let's select that one, duplicate across just to here. Let's select this one and duplicate both of those down to here. And there we go. So we've got our lights set up for this master bedroom just here. Let's chuck in a ceiling fan as well. So we'll grab this, duplicate it on over. And from here, let's get some light switches so that we can turn on our lights. So let's duplicate this, flip it around. I want to have 2 switches, one for the lights and one for the fan. So let's duplicate this as well. Now, a very handy tool for actually creating paths from our switches to our elements is the spline tool. So this one just up here, we'll select this. I want to click on our switch, then click on our lights. And then from here, I'm just going to click at each of the center points, and the spline tool is going to create a nice curve. Let's select. Let's finish the line by double clicking. And from here, I'm just going to want to turn this line into a thin dash. There we go. All right, let's clean this up a bit. Let's grab our grid that we just created before. All of our lines just here. And we'll go cut and we'll bring this down a layer. I like to keep them just below, just so that if I do want to bring the grid back up, it's not too much of a hassle. I don't have to redo the whole thing again. So let's go back up a story by clicking Control up, and there we go. So we've got essentially the reflected ceiling portion almost done. Now, what I might do to make it a little bit easier to get this second line so it's not colliding with too many elements, I'll just mirror these switches just here. And then that way, if I select this spline, I click off this light switch just here, I can have it curve into this fan just there. These switches are just for indicative purposes, and they'll represent a typical light switch which you're clicking on and off. You'll see some with 1, 2, 3, and even 4 and more. So we're not limited with how many switches that we can just have on one panel. From here, let's do the next easy one. Let's grab our double PowerPoint. I've got these grouped, so I'm just going to bring these over, clicking Control to duplicate, and I'll just rotate this around. Let's create one either side on the bed, just so that you've got electrical power points to be able to charge your phones and other accessories with. I also like to create a couple more around the room, just in case we've got other features like standing lamps or other stuff that we need charging. All right, let's see what else we've got in our legend. From here, we've got fluorescent lights, which if we grab those, we can put these into the garage. We're going to have these just above where the cars are. You'd want these evenly spaced. I'd do this in thirds. Doing a similar trick to what we did just before. What I'll just grab this line here. I'll create a guide, then I'll go in through to the multiply tool. Let's go to 2. It's going to create 3 segments for us. There we go. Clicking and dragging across. From here to get a midway point, I'm just going to create another guide reference. Just going to click in the middle and drag that across there. Excellent. So I'm going to hover over the middle of our light and just bring that to the center, and half of that, 25. There we go. Do a similar type thing with this light just here. Going up and 25 down. Excellent. I'll take my grid lines just here, and this last little one here, I'll cut it, go Control down and paste it on the story just below. And with that, I've pretty much got my garage set up. I'll just need to get the light switch. I'll duplicate it over just here. Typically, I try and have the switches within hand's reach from the door, just so you're not fumbling around in the dark. All right, let's grab our spline from before, holding in the eyedropper tool, and then we'll just select on through to represent our line just through there. Oh, now before we get too much further, all of our lines appeared to be underneath that 50% fill. So let's use the selection tool. We'll just drag it over this section here, just up here. I'm going to select this by holding in Alt, which gives us our eyedropper tool. I'll select the spline, and from here, I'll also add a criteria that it's going to be a certain pen type. So I'll just type in pen, double click pen and go plus. That's going to select all those lines. Let's use the eyedropper tool, select it for circles, which is going to select all of our circles. And last but not least, let's do it again using the eyedropper tool to hover over our fill. We'll select it and then we'll go click, and that's going to select all of our fills. Last but not least, the lines. There we go. Let's go outside of here, right click and go display order and bring to front. There we go. They're a bit clearer there now. Let's turn that back off. So if we go undo, we'll see that they're slightly faded. And if we go redo, we'll see they're much clearer, being above that 50% fill. One little trick I was taught when I was first learning how to do electrical plans was always to avoid having a light over the top of a fan. If you have it over the top of a fan, when the fan blades go past, it's going to create a strobing effect. Strobing, which is like a light turning on and off really quickly. So we try and make sure that we've got lights adequately distanced from fans in any of the different rooms. All right, let's just go back through to our example. All right, if we just go back to our floor plan, we'll notice that we haven't set our fill to the correct layer. So it's going to be showing over the top. So let's select all the things that we didn't set up correctly to begin with, and we'll select those to the electrical legend example. which is going to make those disappear. Handy thing is we can do this after, so not everything has to be perfect straight off the bat. Takes a bit of the pressure off. Each house is unique, so from here you'll just need to go through applying each of the different elements to the rooms accordingly. One other little thing to watch out for is cavity sliders. You'll want to make sure that your lights are set on a wall where the cavity isn't behind. This is so that the cabling can go down through the back of the stud and the cavity isn't jamming up against the cords.
Occasionally, even more information is required to be shown in specific areas, like at a footing or an eave. This next chapter covers the specific tool that we typically use to go into this level of detail.
It's a bit easier to understand in 3D, so I'll just go through a couple of the different elements. We've got our joists just on top here, just along through here, and then underneath we've got our bearers and our brick piers just underneath that. From here we've also got our stud wall, as well as our slab and our footings, our strip footings just underneath. So from here, if we just pan across until we're on the side view just like this, now if we go into our section that we've cut, you'll see how it kind of corresponds with the two. So if you're not familiar with how things look in 2D, when they're cut through in 3D, that's just a bit of a broad overview of a couple of different elements that we'll be looking at. The main purpose of this video is to show you how to create a detail in ArchiCAD. So at the moment here, we've got a 1 to 100 section that's been cut through the plan. So I'll just go into plan view. There's a section that's been cut through this point here. So this point here is just that slab that we were talking about outside here before. So that's this portion just here. I'll go into 3D just so I can explain it. So it's this slab just here. Let's go back into our floor plan. And this just here is going to be our joists. So this section lines up with this portion just here. Now we've cut a section through this point just in here. If we go to the section, right click, and we'll go to open with current window view. Now the current window view has been set up so some of the different surfaces have overrides. So we'll just double click in the view map just here where I've got it set up. So it's just been set with the correct view settings, which are just these ones here. Just so broad overview, so it all makes sense. All right, now we want to create this detail that we've got right here, which is just this detail just here. So this detail here is this detail just here, just zoomed in. So this here is at like a 1 to 100. It's not actually drawn necessarily to scale. This is from a book called Building Your Own Home. Very, very handy book. I highly recommend picking it up, especially if you live in Australia. So if we check out these pages just here, this is what this detail has been drawn from. So we've cut through this section. Let's go into the section. Longest preamble for how to use a particular tool in ArchiCAD, but hopefully we pick up a couple of little things along the way that I think will come handy in your tool set of using ArchiCAD. But let's go into the actual tool itself. So just up this top corner here, just in the toolbar, we're just going to click on the detail tool. It's kind of like a section and kind of like an elevation. We're going to be creating another view. So we'll click top left hand and we'll click down. Oh, that's not quite far enough. So we want to capture essentially a similar slice as this just here. So I'll go through from the bottom and about till halfway there. Yep, that looks good. And I'm going to press just up to the top here, and that's going to bring out my reference point just to here. Now, if I want to minimize that reference point, I can just like the size of the circle. I'll just go Control T, which will bring up the settings. And from there, I can change the actual marker size. Let's bring that down to say 5. So that's much smaller there now. So we can click and drag this and just until we want it how we'd like it. And we can do this after we've actually created the detail as well. So we'll reduce down the size of this one just by grabbing the edge. We'll bring this one on down and we'll bring this one up a little bit too. There we go. So we now have our detail created, but you won't be able to find it in your view map. What you'll need to do is you'll need to go into your project map. Then in underneath details, just in here, we'll go to detailing and we'll go detail drawing. This one just here. So this is a detail of what we've just drawn over before. And because this is a detail, all of these elements in here are all lines and fills. So it's much easier to be able to edit these things without having to recreate everything in 3D. It's very cool to have like a 3D like this, which you can go around, you can see all the different elements. But realistically, when you're doing an actual project, if you were to try and detail everything in 3D, this is where our lines and fills come in really handy because they're really quick and easy to edit and create. So if we go back into our detail, this one just here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this into a view map so we can control what pens as well as the graphic overrides that are within this detail here. It'll make more sense in just a sec. So what we just need to do, we need to go to Window and then go to palettes, and then we'll go through to organizer. And from here, this is going to bring up our publisher just here, and we'll be able to go to our project map just on this left-hand side, and we'll go to our view map just on this side, and we'll be able to drag our detail in. So I've got a little details box just here with all sorts of other details. I'm going to create a new one just for these 3Ds because it's getting a bit messy. 3D views. This is from a previous project, one that we did some cool old rustic buildings. That was a bit of fun. So I'll just organize those in there at the moment. So I'm going to minimize this. Oh, we've got other 3D views. This needs a little bit of sort, but that's all right. Details just in through here. So we're going to click and drag this one in until it's at the top of the list. And if we double click on that one, then yep, it's going to be to this here. So if I go to the floor plan and then I say double click on this detail just over here, we'll always know where this one's going to be, and we'll be able to adjust which pens and which graphic overrides if we go to the view settings and change them from here. Now with details, actually you don't have graphic overrides, but we've still got, say, things like our pen set that we can manipulate. So we'll just go, okay, as well as the scale. Scale is very, very important because that's one of the primary reasons why we want to be able to do a detail. So we can blow the drawing up to a larger size. So we'll just go okay. And what we'll even do is we'll create a new page on our layout. We're going to call this detail page. We'll just go create. There we go. I'm just going to change this one to an A3, and we'll go A3 minimal. Okay. Yeah, that's nice and clean for us. All right, cool. So from here, we want to drag in our section as well as our detail, which will reference back to the section. So how do we do that? For the time being, we could do it with the organizer. So let's just go into our view map. We'll go into our section, this one here. Let's organize our folders just a little bit. There we go. We've got our section. If we double click on here, then it's going to bring us to our section. And we'll drag our reference material just off here for the time being. Come back on over. So this is our section. Let's go back to our layout and we'll click on our view map, this one just here. Now, this might get all a little bit confusing. Don't worry. I'll go over a few things just to kind of break it down just really quick. So here at the moment, we've got the layout editor and then we've got the view map. Now this is all the same, just over on the section here. So we've got publisher, layout editor, and then we've got the view map just here. But we've got the project map over here on this side as well. So all these ones up here and all these ones here, they're all the same. It's just so we can drag and drop them from one section to the other. So we can organize our drawings and just set different pens for different drawings. Nothing to worry about too much at the moment. Let's just get back into actually chucking these things onto the page. So let's grab the building section. We'll drag and drop it on. Hey, there we go. Now this one's at 1 to 100. It's quite small on our page here at the moment. So let's just fit this to the rest of the drawing. There we go. And next up, let's drag and drop our detail. So just in our detail, we'll click and drag this one on over. There we go. So let's zoom on in. So this drawing here is 1 to 100, which is typical for like a floor plan as well as elevations and a section. Because we haven't got a huge amount of the building cut through, it's quite small on our page here at the moment, which is okay. It just means we've got more space to play with. Now our detail, this one is currently 1 to 50. If we want to change the scale of this, we'll always want to do this within the view map. So if we right click on the detail and we go view settings, inside of here, we can change the scale here. So if we want it to say 1 to 20, so it's much larger on the page, we'll go to scale and we'll go 1 to 20. We can also do custom scales just so it can fit onto your page exactly how you want it. But 1 to 20 is pretty typical as well. So we'll go okay. Now our drawing's disappeared. So what we need to do, we'll go to fit frame to drawing. We'll double click our middle mouse button and they'll show us where it's popped up. So we'll grab this one, we'll drag it on down. Now this little marker just underneath here is the name of the drawing. So what we can do, we can drag this one on up, and this is an automatic drawing title. So we'll bring this one up to here, and this will mention the name of the detail. So this one here, if we changed the name within here, so we renamed this from detail to concrete slab and subfloor detail, we can click OK. And from here, it'll change our drawing title just underneath here. Now, if it's too big, what we could do, we could either rename it or we'll go into our settings and we'll go to our drawing title, and just down the bottom here, we'll go all the way to the left-hand side, or we could just go into here and go positioning, and we'll make this one just a little bit larger. So we'll go 1, say 30. We'll go OK. Oh, no, we need a little bit bigger. Let's go 150. 150. Ooh, still just a little bit too small. 170. Hey, plenty. There we go. Now, if we want one of these automatic drawing titles, we just click on our drawing, and then if we scroll on down in this section just here, we'll go from title type, and we'll just go to linear drawing title 26. And you just want to have your settings set so that they are similar to what I've got set here and just up through here, and just to what I've got set here as well. But anyway, this is a side tangent. We'll just go okay. Now, if we click this and click it onto our drawing, then if we double click our middle mouse button, click off our organize for the moment, here we are. So this one's drawing titles ended up over on this section just here. So let's bring this back on over to there. And now that one's huge. So let's quickly change that. Control T, change that to 100. We'll go okay. All right, that'll do for now. So we've got our drawing and we've got it referenced back to our section. So from here, if we go back into our detail, we can start drawing in various details on top of this. So if we had, say, ant capping in through here, so we've got ant capping then set at least a 45 degree, say 60 mil. There we go. So we've got our ant capping just here, which goes into our brick. Now that realistically, this would have a bit more detail. But if we go back into our section, so we'll go into our view map, we'll go to our section AA, this one just here, it hasn't updated on our actual section. So we can start adding things that won't show up on our section, which comes in handy. Now, if an element were to say change within our section itself, so if we were to, for whatever reason, duplicate this bearer just out through to here, and we go to our detail, which is just here, nothing has happened. So if we want that bearer to show up in this drawing here at the moment, we need to right click on it and we need to go rebuild from source view. So we will go rebuild, and now it will show up that element. Other things we can do, we can start adding in fills. So if we go, say the drafting fill just here, and we go earth, this one, we can start drawing this in just here, bring that one to the front, and we'll click it with its attribute, then reduce that off there. So we can start detailing out our drawings at this larger scale, this 1:20 scale. And when we start actually labeling things, so I'll put it in a label just here, we'll go bring to front, go it down below. I'll pick this one up, I'll just bring it here. I'll go concrete footings to engineers details, select it all, put it to size 2, we're doing it. So let's go here now. So I can start adding in all sorts of extra details into these drawings here, and it's not going to show up on my section. So it's going to keep the section clean and tidy, but I can add in extra on the detail. But if I say now delete this element that I just created, same things, you've already guessed it. If I go into the detail now, it's still going to be there. So we'll need to right click and go rebuild from source view, and now it's disappeared. Let's go into our layout just for a second. We'll go to our page here, and there we go. It's all updated. We'll grab this and we'll extend out our frame, and this one's frame just here.
For some projects, we need to divide a block of land into multiple blocks. We do this using subdivision plans. In this chapter, we'll cover how I typically draw up a draft subdivision plan. If you don't need to draw one right now, I'd skip ahead to the next chapter and come back if you need it for a project.
Today, we're going to start off with the site plan and finish up with the draft subdivision plan. Subdivision means we're going to separate a single parcel of land into separate allotments or sections. So let's dive straight in. Let's go into our site plan. From here, we'll just want to set up a layer combination. Let's go new. We'll go subdivision plan. Call this one test. We'll go OK. And we just need to create a subdivision layer. So labels. OK. We'll also call this one test. And we'll go OK. From here, we'll want to go through to our view map. And we'll create a duplicate of our proposed site plan by holding in Control and dragging the view map down. We'll right click on this view and we'll relabel it to Subdivision Plan Test. We'll go OK. From here, we'll just want to right click, go to view settings, change from the layer combination from site to the one we just set up, which is going to be Subdivision Plan Test, and we'll go OK. Nothing's changed, but that's what we're going to jump onto now. So we'll go Control L. We'll make sure that Subdivision Plan Test, this one we just set up before, is selected. We're going to select all the lands and hide them. Then we're going to go Update. So everything is hidden now. So what we want to do is just make sure that our subdivision plan label that we just set up, that layer, we've got that one turned on. We'll go Update, and we'll also want boundaries set so it's on. So we'll go Update for that one too. We'll go OK, and we'll notice a lot of things have disappeared. Now, if yours hasn't been set up like this, basically all we need to do in your site plan Everything else is going to be set to, say, your survey layout. We'll just want to make sure that your boundaries, your boundary dimensions and bearings, as well as your street name, and I also like to put in the actual street itself. We'll make sure all of those things are set to boundary. Now, I'll just delete the example from earlier. We'll go back to our draft subdivision plan. So we've got our boundaries as well as our street. For this one, it's going to be a battle X block, which means we're going to have a handle that comes down the bottom, which we're going to get access for our car, and the landing block at the back. So let's go back through to our site plan. I'll take this boundary just here. I'm going to offset it up, say 3.5 meters. I'll drag that one to the front. I'll just select it using Alt, picking up that line, and I'll just draw this one up through from here. I'm going to offset this one, say, let's see what 3 meters does for us off this rear one here. I think that'll subdivide it roughly evenly between the two blocks. Now, because this is set to boundary, these lines that we've just done, they're going to show up when I go into the subdivision plan. So from here, I'll just crop off the line here, holding in Control, the little snip tool will pop up, and I'll crop this one down here as well, and this one here just as well. There we go. All right, let's see how much area we've got for each of the different blocks. So we'll go to the fill tool. We're just going to go drafting fill, set this one to, say, a solid fill, and we're just going to go white, hold in spacebar, and we'll press it on our first lot, and then press it in for our second lot. We'll select both the fills that we just created, and we'll go show area, which is this one just down here. Excellent. So this one here, and this is our area for this block here. So let's grab this one, drag it on over. So we've roughly got a similar amount of area for each block. Next up, we'll want to label each of these blocks. We'll just go into the text tool. Now, we don't want this to show up on our site plan, and this is where we're going to go to layout, and we're going to make sure the subdivision plan labels, we've got it selected onto that one. So when I double click and type in lot, make sure it's capitals, go lot base 1. It's rotated there at the moment. Let's just go to 0. There we are. Let's drag that one on down. So this is our lot 1, and then we'll drag this one on over, and this is going to be our lot 2. That one's done. So we've got lot 1 and we've got lot 2. Next up, we're going to want to start adding in measurements at each of our lines that we've just created. So using the text tool, I'm going to bump this one down to say 2, double click, and let's just type in the number there. For the moment, quickest way I've found is just clicking and dragging up. And we'll hit tab, and we'll go copy, and then from there, I'm just going to paste that number into there. So everything's measured in meters. If it's 24,000, it's going to be 24 meters. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to rotate it, and roughly center it within the line that we just created before. There we go. I'm just going to duplicate this one, bring it down to this one that we created here. I'll center it and just do the same thing. So I'll grab this line here, just bring it all the way on over, hit tab, and we'll go Control C. We'll double click the label just there, and we'll paste that one in, and we'll put in our decimal point, just so it shows that it's in meters. We'll want to do this for all the different areas that have been divided, including the lot handle just here. So we'll take this one, drop it on down. Now, we did this one at 3.5 meters, but because it's at an angle, what we'll find, if I click this one and drag it up, it's a little bit different, but we still need to show it accurately. So let's copy this one, delete this one, and paste that in. Go to dot 3.54 meters. We'll want to create one for this line here, because this one line has been divided into 2 lines. So it's this one here, as well as this one here. So I'll grab this, drag it on up, go copy, and we'll paste that one in. And we'll go decimal point. We'll always want to double check and make sure these 2 numbers add up to the total of the boundary number just here. So if we bring up the calculator and type in 24370 plus 3554, enter, 27, another 24. We have one more that we'll need to do, which is this one and this one just here. Following the same process, I'll duplicate this one up, grab a measurement, paste it in, decimal point, bring it on over, and same thing for this one just here. Paste that in, decimal point. Hey, there we go. One thing I always like to check is on our proposed site plan that we haven't got all the various things showing up incorrectly. So at the moment, we haven't got those numbers, so that's all looking good. This line here, I want to make this clear that it's a subdivision line. So I'm going to select both of these and I'll turn it to a fine dash line. We'll go back to subdivision plan, that's changed, and it's very clear now where we're subdividing on the lot. We'll go back to our proposed site plan. Sometimes I find dimensions are handy, just at the initial concepting stage, just so that people know how much backyard space they've actually got to work with, but that's just a preference thing. So back to subdivision plan. From here, we'll want to place our drawing on the layout. So we'll go to the layout book just up here, and we'll go down to create a new layout. We'll call this one Subdivision. We'll go create, and from here, I'm just going to go back to the view map, grab our subdivision plan that we just created earlier, and place it on here. I'll just go to my layout settings and quickly change this one back to A3, and we'll go OK. There we go, it's better. All right, I'm going to crop the drawing to the frame, bring this one down, bring bring the total up underneath. Now we've got this lowercase at the moment, rookie moved. So I'll just go back, right click, and I'll rename this one. There we go, that's better. Let's go to our drawing. Just going to bump it up so it's a little bit bigger. Let's go to say 180. There we go, that's better. If you'd like access to this ArchiCAD file or any of my other tutorial files, it's all available on my Patreon page, which I'll have a link to down below. It's where I put all of my ArchiCAD files, adding new ones with each tutorial. If you're sick of bulky, hard to navigate ArchiCAD files, then I think you'll really dig these template files. There are limited spots, so make sure you don't miss out. If you like this video, you'll want to check out this one just over here.
In this next chapter, we'll cover some of the most common mistakes people make while drafting in ArchiCAD, as well as how to avoid them in just a few minutes. All right, I'd like you to see if you can spot them. These are really easy mistakes to make, but they're also really easy mistakes to avoid if you know what to do. And if you don't, it can take hours or days to fix. All right, first thing, let's go into our view. This can be a really easy one to miss. To show you what's wrong, I'll start by clicking on this bottom right-hand corner, and if I hold Shift, and I can see my angle just below where my cursor is, says 180 degrees. So if I pull this all the way across, this wall isn't straight. This can happen in a few situations. If someone's just trying to trace over a set of plans by clicking on each of the different walls, or even if it's just a sketch and you're not keeping an eye on the angle. This is where everything goes wrong. They do match up with what's shown on the plan, but they aren't accurate, even if you rescale them. So when we're drawing, from the very first click in a project, we're always holding in that Shift key, ensuring that we're at 90 degrees, 0 degrees, or 180 degrees. Holding in Shift, then tapping Tab once so we can enter in our dimension, say 2000, and enter. The danger of doing it this way is that even if we try and do it properly now, the correct method right now, holding my line up vertically, you'll notice here that the angle of the wall, even though we held in Shift, isn't set to 90 degrees. Now this is probably because it's referencing a nearby wall that it's trying to be parallel with. Our wall won't be straight or accurate. Now these angled walls actually have a secondary impact, which brings us to the second mistake, which is just here. So if you look at these dimensions, you'll see what's going on. Whenever we're drafting a set of plans, we're always finishing our dimensions to 0 or to 5. A dimension in between these is typically a bad sign that a wall is slightly off or has accidentally been altered. Now we can remedy some of these by, say, clicking on a wall, tapping Ctrl E to rotate, clicking on the wall once, then pulling the wall down, holding in Shift, and then clicking once. The trouble is, if every other wall and element that it's referencing off isn't at 90 degrees, you can spend a lot of time troubleshooting to try and figure out what walls are straight and which ones aren't. So always best to start this from the beginning. The other thing that you might have noticed is the color of these plans. These colors represent pen weights, and pen weights are just pen thickness. If I right click, then turn on True Line Weight, and then zoom in on the plan, you'll notice that different colored lines have different thicknesses. This is a way for us to track what we are putting emphasis on a set of plans. This is very useful while we're drafting, but when we're publishing a set of plans, it only takes a few extra steps to either change this to grayscale, black and white, or better yet, leaving it as the defined pen set, but having the pen set so that these pens are set to black. At the moment, I like to have a darker gray for the inside of the walls, so we can delineate between the inside and the outside, as well as the inside fill of the wall. This is a preference thing, but at least having the plans so that they're black and white makes things so much more readable, not to mention more aesthetic. I've actually got a dedicated video covering every single step on how to create this set of floor plans, which I'll put a link to just over here. If you do like learning things step by step, I've also created a free poster of the brick veneer detail that I covered in this video just over here, which is available over on the website. Saving favorites can massively save time. It saves setting up things from scratch in every single project. In this chapter, we'll cover how to set them up in just a few minutes, which can save you so many hours in the long run. Today, we're going to cover how to save favorites, how to place favorites, modify favorites that you've already saved. We'll also go over the easiest way to import and export favorites from one project to another project. Let's say we want to save this fridge as a favorite so that we can use it later on. If we go up to Window, then go to Palettes, and as we go down the palettes, we'll see favorites. Now, a little shortcut, if we just go to Palettes and then type the letter F, it'll automatically open up that palette. A little shortcut. So now to save the favorite, all we need to do is press this little star button in the bottom left-hand corner. So we'll go New Favorite, and it'll prompt us to give it a name. So if we call it Fridge 1, and then go OK, we've now got our fridge saved in our favorites. And now if we go to the Object tool, and just next to the settings dialog, if we hit this little button just on the right here, we can now select our fridge. We can always search for it, FRI, for fridge, and then hit enter. Now from here, all I need to do is click, and we've got the fridge. But let's say we want to make some adjustments to the materials. If we select the fridge and go Ctrl T, it's going to bring up the object's settings. From here, if we go to 3D representation and surfaces, let's change these to, say, a paint, like a gloss white. I'll do this for all the materials and then go OK. From here, if I deselect, I'll see that the fridge is now all white. If I want the default fridge in my favorites, this one just up here, to now have those materials we just applied, all we need to do is make sure that the fridge is selected, then right click the fridge just up here. All we need to do is go redefine. And now this fridge, if we hit deselect, double click our fridge, and then place our fridge down, it's now going to do it with those new materials. If we wanted to quickly change the materials, we can just go surface just up here and make sure that the surface is selected to one that we want. Let's say we go white, paint flat white, and I click on this one, it's going to paint all the surfaces of the fridge just that one tone. Now to import and export your favorites from project to project, it's actually really easy. All we need to do with this favorites dialog opened up is go to this little settings clog just up the top right hand corner. We'll go import and export. From here it looks pretty self-explanatory, but if we say go import and we want to bring in those favorites from the other ArchiCAD file, even though we might be in the right file that we want, it mightn't show up. But all we need to do is go on to File of Types, then select all ArchiCAD projects just here. And with that, our ArchiCAD file that we want to import our favorites from is now showing. So if we click on this and then go open, it's going to show up this settings dialog. This is actually really helpful because we can now choose if we want to delete all the favorites existing in the file that we've already got. We do this by just clicking on this bottom right portion here. It'll say import, or it'll say delete all before the import. So if I want to keep this fridge that I've already done up, but I want to import all these other favorites, I can just click on import. Or if I want to delete the fridge, then I'll just go delete all before import. And now it's brought in all those favorites from that project. I'm going to put this kitchen file on the Patreon for free. No trial needed. So you can download it and get an idea of how much quicker it is to use a room that's already been set up. This is one of the many modules in the fundamentals template. If you want to get all the room modules along with example files, legends, schedules, and more, early access is now available for purchase. Next up, we've got a second full walkthrough of a floor plan, which also covers how to present your design with a 3D cutaway.
Even with zero experience, by the end of this video, you're going to be able to draw a clear floor plan from scratch and create a cool 3D cutaway that you can show off to your friends, family, and colleagues. We'll start off with the fresh ArchiCAD file using the standard template. We'll click new. Now, before we get too far, there are shortcuts that are going to make your life so much easier in ArchiCAD. The top ones here are for Windows, and the bottom ones are for Mac. I'll be using these throughout the tutorial. So take a screenshot or write them down. They're going to be invaluable and will make you so much quicker with ArchiCAD. To make sure that we're all working in the same interface, we'll go to Options, Work Environment again. We'll go to Work Environment Profile, click the Architectural Profile 25, Apply Schemes to Profile, and Apply. We'll go OK. And this is going to rearrange our interface just so everything looks the same. From here, we'll go over to this right-hand side and click on the view map. When you hover your mouse over the top of something for a little bit, it'll pop up with a little title. We'll want to double click on ground under the architectural plans. And this is where we're going to draw our floor plan. So let's get started. The measurements on the reference plan are 6 meters by 7.5 meters. So on our left-hand side, we'll go to the wall tool. Oh, I've also got these walls as 250 millimeters thick, which is around standard for brick veneer. Once I've got the wall tool selected, I'll go up to this top toolbar here, and we're going to turn this into a basic wall. We'll click this one here, and we'll change our material to say an aluminium. Now, within the center of the screen, we're just going to click once, and this has started drawing our wall. Now, I'm going to want to draw this clockwise, just as a preference, but if we zoom in, we'll see the top of the walls facing upward. I want the wall to go inward. So to change this, I'll just tap this button here. There we go. So now I'll type in my first measurement. By holding in Shift is going to make the line parallel. Holding Shift in, I'm going to tap Tab. Just tap it. And now I can enter in my measurement. Let's go 6,000 and we've got our first wall. If you want to check it out in your shortcuts, just tap F3 if you're on PC and use the equivalent for Mac that we showed in the shortcuts earlier. To look at our wall in 3D, we'll click the middle mouse button or tap with 2 fingers on a Mac, and holding in Shift while clicking the middle mouse button, we can orbit around our wall. If we just use our middle mouse button, we can pan around, and that's pretty much how we can navigate around in 3D. Very cool stuff. To go back to 2D, we're going to tap F2 or the Mac equivalent, and we're going to finish up the outline of our wall. For our next wall, we're just going to hover over our previous wall until a little tick pops up. Then we're going to click in that corner. We'll hold down Shift, which is going to stop it from going out at a slight angle. We're going to go 7,500, enter, going to click again and drag across, holding in Shift, click Tab once, go 6,000 and enter, and one more time, back up to the top. This time I'm just going to click, there we go. And with that, we've got our wall. Let's check it out in 3D. There we go. All right, cool. back into 2D, checking out our reference plan. Patios are about 1200 by almost 2 meters. So let's do this one up here first. Let's make it 2000, 1200 by 2000. For this next bit, I'm going to use a fill just as a guideline for where I'm going to put my walls. So for this, I'll go down to document, I'll hit the fill tool, and from here, I'm going to select this middle geometry method here. This way, I can click on the corner. Once I've got that little tick, drag it down, and I'm just going to tap tab. I'm going to type in my first measurement, 1200. And to get that second measurement, I'm going to tap tab a second time and enter in 2000. We'll click enter. This is going to be my little patio. From here, what I can do is I can select my previous wall and use the split tool up the top. I'll select this edge of the fill and click, and a little eye will pop up. Now, this eye is going to cut down the portion that I just selected. I'm going to point the eye to the right-hand side, and it's going to select that side of the wall once I've finished the operation. Excellent. So this wall now has been cut, and we can shift this using the shortcut, Control D, which is the drag tool. I can click this edge of the wall here, drag it down, 2000. I'll do the same thing for this wall here using the split tool. I'll click on this edge of the wall just here. I'll drag this line along here, then click up so the wall's selected on that side. Control D to drag. I'll bring that just in line with this edge at the fill here. Let's go into our 3D, F3, or the Mac equivalent. And now we've got our first little bit of articulation. Excellent. Let's check out our reference. The other one's going to be 27 by 1 meter. Let's do that again. Going to type in my dimensions, 2700 by 1 meter, enter. Now, what I could also do is use the eyedropper tool, holding an Alt, clicking the wall, and from here, I can select this point just in line with where the fill is. Now, I want the wall to be facing the opposite way in this case. So I'll flip the wall, click once, and do one more time for this vertical wall coming down through here. I want to get rid of this wall here, so I can just click this little edge node here and just drag it back in line, holding in shift with this wall just here. I'll do the same thing with this wall just here. I'm just going to click the wall once, then click this little node down the bottom and drag it up until it just turns that pen black, holding in shift, and click once. And there we go. Let's go into our 3D, and we've got our walls, and they're coming up quite nicely. Let's go back into 2D. From here, we'll want to draw our little internal stud wall. So let's use the eyedropper tool, holding an Alt, selecting our wall. I'm going to make the stud wall about 90 millimeters. So to change the wall width, I can go up to the top here. I can go 90, type in the measurement 90 and enter. And then I can click this point just here and drag. There we go. Next up, let's add some slabs. To add a slab, we'll go to the left-hand side and click the slab tool. From here, we're going to select this option to draw a slab. It's pretty much the same as a wall. We can just click and drag. Let's go into our 3D, and there we go. Now, let's say I just want the slab to go around where the walls are. I'll select the slab by clicking in the middle, and I'll just delete it. I'll go to the slab tool. Very cool tool I'm about to share, the magic wand. I learned this like 3 years in. It's such a powerful tool. If we hold in spacebar, the magic wand will pop up. From here, if we push it over to the edge of the wall, you'll notice that around the perimeter of the wall, a line pops up. If we click, and we'll go to our 3D, it's just put a slab underneath where the magic wand has selected the perimeter of the walls. Really quick way of adding a slab to a project. Now, I'll want a slab for where the patios are too. In this case, I can just select the fill and holding in shift, selecting the second fill, then clicking delete, using the Alt tool to pick up the slab. We'll drag from top down to bottom, and we'll do it for this one too. We're starting to take form. Next up, let's put in some windows and doors. We'll go to our floor plan view, click the window tool, and just in these settings up top here, once the window tool is selected, we're going to click. And in our library, we're going to go down to Windows 25. Just go to Basic Windows. We're going to scroll on down until we find Window 25. From here, we'll click OK. Now, when I drag my mouse over the top of the wall, you'll see this pop up. So this is where we can insert our window into our wall. If I click, then I click facing outward of the wall, and I go into my 3D. We've got our first window. I'll go back into 2D. I want this window to be in the middle of the wall. So I'm going to go to this option here, type in 85 and click OK. And that's going to insert the window into the wall. Now we'll want to add a couple more windows. So selecting the window tool, we can click and click again, and we've got another window. Now let's say I want to change the size of the window. Up in the top panel here, we can change the parameters. Let's say I want it 1200 high, so 1.2 meters high by 1.5 meters wide. We'll click enter. There we go. Nice. I'll put in another window here and another one over here. I'll select the window, holding in shift, I'll select the other two, and I'll insert them into the wall. Next up is our doors. For this, we'll select the door tool. We'll go into the doors. Just in the ArchiCAD library, we'll go to door 25, go to hinged doors. We'll go to hinged doors and we'll scroll on down to door 25. This one just here, we'll click OK and we'll click on our wall. And now, depending on which direction we move our mouse, we can have the door swinging one way or the other. We can change this after the fact quite easily, so don't worry. I'm going to click again. Now let's say I want to change it so it's facing the other way. Using our shortcut, Control M and clicking once, it's going to mirror that door. Let's undo that in this case. Next up, I want some French doors going out onto each of the different patios. I'll select the door tool, go to the settings, and from here, I'm just going to scroll on down until I get to double door 25. I'm going to click OK. This time I'll click in this wall here, click inward, and same for this one here, click inward. That's all looking pretty good. So we've got our walls, windows, doors, and our slab. Let's check out our 3D, and it's starting to come together. If we don't want those orangey looking pens, we can go down to the bottom here and select black and white. To me, this looks so much better. And we can do the same thing in floor plan. If we go down to the bottom, click just here, and we'll go to black and white. Oh, so much better, so much better. Now the numbers are handy to be able to tell the dimensions of our different windows and doors, but for the sake of aesthetics, we're going to turn these off for now. To do this, let's select all of our windows first. Holding in Alt for the eyedropper tool, we'll select the window. Now if I tap Control A or select all, it's going to select all the windows. From here, I'm going to go to the settings. With our window settings open, I'm going to click on dimension marker and click no marker. We'll click OK. I'll turn those off. Similar process for the doors. We'll use the eyedropper tool, select all, go to our settings. We'll go to our dimension marker. So we've got no marker selected on here. But if we go into this dialog box here, go down to tags and labeling and turn off leaf dimensions and custom text, it'll turn it off for those as well. Excellent. And our plans are starting to take shape. Next up, we'll want to add in couches, beds, a kitchen, and some chairs and tables. Let's start with the kitchen. Let's select the object tool, go to the settings dialog. In the objects, within the search view, just here, clicking this, we can type in kitchen, hit enter, and we're going to go to kitchen layout 25. Now for the shape of the kitchen, we're just going to go a little L shape like this, and I'll want to turn off pretty much everything except for the sink and for the refrigerator. So I'll turn those off. One last little thing, I'll just head across a couple to the right, and I'm just going to delete the text here so the fridge is nice and clear. Let's go OK. I'm going to select in this bottom corner here. Ooh, now this has popped up. Our objects, for whatever reason, are on a hidden layer. So for the moment, let's go to choose layer. Down the bottom here, this will have what our objects are set to on our layer. For the time being, let's just put it on the ArchiCAD layer and we'll go OK. We don't need to worry about layers in this tutorial. Things get pretty deep and we don't really need to worry about them too much for this little project. So we've put our kitchen in. I'm going to select the rectangle of the kitchen. I'm going to click our drag shortcut, Control D. I'm going to shift this up and across until it lines up with the bottom portion of our wall. Down here. There we go. Nice. That was a little bit long, so I'm just going to pull this in, just using the pink little tab, bring that down. Likewise for this one just here. I'll bring my sink in and across, just about center. Now it looks like I've got a couple of extras that snuck their way through, so I'll go back into my setting. I don't really want any tall cabinets, so I'll just go 0, and wall cabinets, I'll also go 0. We'll go OK. I want to chuck my refrigerator just in, so I'll click in the middle here and just drag it across. I'll click our bench again and just drag it down a little bit, drag my window just so it's not in behind the fridge, and adjust this window too. I'll have that in line, say, I'll tap on the pet palette, this drag portion here, and I'll just line that up, that part of the bench there. I'll shift the fridge up. Within the pet palette, we can select a bunch of different ways to modify an element. So I'm just going to this portion of the pet palette and drag the fridge just up. Drag that up there as well. Let's go back into our 3D. Ooh, and it's starting to all take shape. Let's go back in. We've got our kitchen pretty much set up. I'll just drag this cabinet in a little bit, holding shift while I do this. Next up, chair and tables. I'm going to use the eyedropper tool, select the object, which is going to select the tool, and I'll just go back to the settings dialog. From here, I'm going to go to table. I'm going to go to round table. I only want 4 chairs. It's going to automatically change it. And we're just going to click OK. Click it in the middle of the room. And let's say I want to rotate this just so it's not so perpendicular and square. I'm going to Control E, or the Mac equivalent of rotate. I'm going to click once, click add again. This is going to set our 2 anchors, and I'm going to rotate the object just about 45. I want to bring the chairs in, so I'll zoom in. I'll select this just here, and I'll be able to bring those chairs in like that. Let's go into our 3D. have a little look. It's coming along. Next up, same thing. We'll go to bed. Going to go to a double bed. We'll go OK. And click this one just in through here. Same thing. I could use the rotate tool, or up the top here, I can just type in our measurement for the angle. We'll go OK. Want this one to be, say, 90 degrees. Got me set up. That one fits snugly in there. Next up, same thing. Object for the cat. I'll go to this sofa bed just here. We'll go OK. We'll click in. I'll go Control E to rotate, select the bottom and the top, and holding in Shift, I'll just click and drag this one, Control D, drag this one just into the corner here. I also want a little coffee table, so we'll type in table. Yeah, that coffee table looks good. Let's go OK, and we'll click that one in. I'll shift my table just across, shift my coffee table a bit, check it out. Okay, we'll add in our last few objects. For the study table, I just typed in table. Sometimes it doesn't always come up, so let's try something different. Study, let's try desk. There we go. I'll want this desk 25, okay. I'll just click down, and I'm going to rotate this one so it's 90 degrees. We go, going Control D to drag it just down to the bottom here. And I'm going to make the desk a little bit wider, clicking and dragging across. There we go. Now, making sure that I've got that node selected. Next up, going to type in chair. Quite like the look of this chair. Let's go OK. I'll click it in, Control D to drag, get down into roughly there. Now, our chair is visually over the top of our desk. So to bring our desk forward over the top of our chair, I'm going to select the desk, right click, display order, bring forward. So that's going to bring it forward in front of the chair. Just a shelf and some plants left to go. Oh, I've got a window. So let's put this window just in through as well. We can adapt and change things just as we go. Takes the pressure off getting everything perfect from the get-go. Go back to our object, settings. Let's go bookshelf. We'll click this one just here. I only want 2 shelves for this one. And height-wise, maybe about 1200 high. We'll go OK. Just type in 90 for our angle before we put it in. I'll just drop it in there. Drag it in, Control D to the edge there. Let's get some plants. Plants are also in the object. So let's go to Object Tool. Let's type in plant. I'm going to go house plant, and I'll select this one just here. Put one just over here, one here. Let's get another little smaller one. Let's say this plant here, and we're going to place that on our shelf. We can modify things in 3D as well. So if we go to our 3D, pan around, and if I zoom in, scrolling with the wheel to zoom in and out, I can select plant, and using Control D, the drag tool, I can click on the object, holding in Shift, lifting it up that axis. While holding Shift, I can click, and we can shift our objects in 3D. So I'll zoom in, bring this plant down a little bit. I want to make it a bit smaller, so I might grab the top nodes just here, and I'll shrink it down just a little bit. Actually, I might even change it to a different kind of plant. I'll go back to this plant here. We'll go OK. We'll go back into our 3D, and we're just going to drag this top node down until about there. Yeah, that looks good. And we're going to change our materials later, make everything look more aesthetic. Let's zoom back out, make this one a little bit taller. I'll bring it up, maybe even a little bit more. That looks good. Do the same thing for this one just over here. Drag that node up. There we go. We can change this again later. Put another one just on top of my table as well, just in the center. It's crazy what a difference landscaping can make to a scene. 2 objects left. Let's just put in some books in a cup. Go books. Book cluster. Okay. This one's 90 degrees. I'll click that in. I'll select Control D to drag it into our bookcase. Let's check it out. All right. So we've got that column coming down the middle. I'll just go back into our settings. I'll take out the vertical pane. Let's go OK. We'll select our book, Control D, and I'll drag those down while holding in Shift, just so it stays vertical and doesn't want to pan around the place. That's looking pretty good. We'll change the materials of everything again to make everything look aesthetic a little bit later on. Let's go back to 2D. I'll bring these books in just about there, along through here, just so our objects aren't colliding in the 2D plane as well. Now, I'll select the books. To create a duplicate of these, one of the quick ways is to go Control D, drag. Then while I'm dragging this across, I can tap Control once, and we'll notice a little plus button pop. With that plus button, that means a duplicate is being created. And if I click again, then we keep our original over here, but we have a duplicate over in this space. Now, I'll want to mirror these books so they're facing the other way. So using Control M and clicking the top and clicking the bottom, it's going to mirror it to the other way. I'm going to use Control D, drag this back across. Now, it's disappeared. So it's probably lower in the hierarchy of the view. So what we can do, while holding in Shift, then clicking Tab, we can select through different elements. We can't seem to find the node. Quick way to get around this, if we select outside and click and drag across, there we are. We can see our little books just here. So if we deselect by pressing Escape, then select while that little tick just pops up, we can right click, display order, and bring that to the front. There we go. Last thing is a little cup. Let's go to our object tool and to type in cup. teacup. We'll go okay. We'll just place that one on top of the desk. Again, disappeared. So let's deselect our tool, select over everything. We'll zoom on in. And when that little tick pops up, that gives me the go ahead that the cup's still there. So I'll select it, bring it to front. There we go. So we've got all of our objects. Next up is our 3D cutaway. Let's go into our 3D. We're going to set up our 3D cutaway. To do this, just up in our top toolbar here, we'll see the 3D cutaway or Control Y. Once I have it selected, we'll see these little scissors pop up in the top and bottom and sides of our screen. I'm going to select the top one, drag it down, and we'll start to see that's starting to go through all the different layers of our building. Very cool. To finalize where it's cutting, we'll click again. We'll see this little finalize dialog pop up. We'll click it, and that's set our cut plane. Now, it hasn't deleted those bits. It's just hiding those for the moment. Now, if we click the 3D cutaway, it's going to show those again. So let's click it back on, and we've got our 3D cutaway. But to make everything look aesthetic, we're going to need to start changing all of our different materials. But before that, let's get that cool isometric looking view. To do this, we'll go to View, 3D View Options, 3D Projection Settings. We're going to go to Parallel Projections. Within here, we're going to go to here and select this one, Isometric. It's going to have all these values typed in here. And if we click OK, everything's probably disappeared. But if we double click the middle mouse button, or if we click Fit to Window in the bottom left-hand corner here, views popped up. Excellent. Now, if yours has shown up a little bit different, it's probably because the camera has been set to a different place. So within these settings, we can change where the camera is showing just here. So let's say this is our house here, this is our camera, and we can pan to where we want it. So if I select this point here, we'll go OK. Again, Fit in Window, and it's going to show it from another perspective. But we'll change that back to what we had it. We'll go OK, double click, middle mouse button, or just click this little button down here for Fit in Window. Cool. So that we can capture and save this view and don't have to keep on redoing that last step. We can go up to the top of the 3D just here, select out of that. Right click on this top bar here. We'll go Save as View, and we can give it a little custom name just under this name part here. We'll click on this tab, go Custom, and we'll type in 3D View. We'll go Create. Down the bottom right hand corner here, we'll see the 3D view pop up. Now, anytime we want to get to this view, we can click just down here. Cool. So one of the next fun and really impactful parts of how our whole scene looks, which is changing materials. First thing, I'm going to select all my different walls by clicking and holding in Shift, my external walls, this one here, and this one here. And I'm going to select on this top right hand corner here. And now if yours isn't showing, you might have to scroll your middle mouse button or pan across if you're using Mac, just up in this top until you get to building materials. For this one, I'm going to select the outside surface so it's turned on, and I'm going to go to siding light. There we are. Next up, I'm going to select the slab. I'll go to building materials, turn this top one on, and I'm going to select pine grained horizontal. This kitchen's distracting a little bit, so I'm going to select that. Next, I'm going to go into representation and surfaces, and for the countertop, I'm just going to put it as a titanium white. We'll go OK. For the benches, I'm also going to put those as siding as well. Now, so that I don't have to go into each individual object and change all their surfaces, for these objects, I want all the surfaces to be the same. And the quickest way to do this is up in this dialog just here. I'll go Surface Override. So I'll click on this dialog just here. Then I'm going to select Siding Light. There we are. Nice timber kind of feel. I'm going to select the table. I'll do it for this one too. Siding Light. Now you'll notice on the edges just here that the materials don't wrap around. This is a setting we can change within the walls. Quick way to modify how this looks. I'm going to use the eyedropper tool, select the wall, go Control A to select all the walls. I'm going to go to the settings, and just within the settings here, we're going to go and we're going to click in End Surfaces, Override Adjoining Walls. We'll go OK, and that's going to wrap those corners with the materials. All right, we've made some good progress. Next up, we'll do these slabs. We'll select these two slabs here. I'll change the building materials, the top surface to a brick. Let's go be brick white natural. There we are, nice and classy. Now let's say I want to have these so that they're stepped down from the original slab. I'll just go to this point here and I'll go -50, and that's going to step them down. Let's say that it's still in line with the slab. I'll just make it so that this is 200. There we are. Let's give our window some casings to make it a little bit more aesthetic. Using the eyedropper, we'll select a window, Control A to select all the windows. Go to our window settings. Within here, we just want to go to casing outside and click once. This is going to give us a casing on the outside. Selecting through these views here, we can get different views of the window. Kind of cool little trick. You can do this for objects, as well as windows, doors, everything else. Now, let's change the materials so it matches a more of a timber vibe. We'll select the dialog box and go down to Model Attributes. We'll select Pine Graded Horizontal. let's also do this for the frames as well. Now, with our dialog selected, we'll go to Model Attributes. In here, with Uniform Window Surfaces turned on, we'll go to Pine Grade Horizontal. We'll select OK. Hey, there we go. Next up, I'll change this door here. Going to make this one timber, so we'll go to Model Attribute. Oh no, we'll just go up to this here and select Pine Grade Horizontal. We'll select OK. Now, what I'll actually do is I'll want this door opening a little bit just so we can see the bed. Just gives it that little extra dynamic. So just in under Opening Type and Angle, we're going to select 45. We'll go OK. Hey, there we are. I like that. For the bed, I want the bed head down a little bit lower so people can just jump onto the bed. Real kind of cozy cabin vibe. So I'm going to pop this one down to 500. We'll go OK. And that lowers that bottom part down there. These pots here, I want to change their base material. In the pots, I'll go into all parameters. And for the pot, I'm going to select, say, light gray. Let's go OK. It distracts a little bit less from everything else. When you have a strong color, it tends to draw attention. Let's do the same thing with our books. We'll turn them to something a little less eye-catching. I'm going to change all the surfaces just here. Go to like a sand beige. Now, as I'm pivoting and panning around, I can always just double click on my 3D view over here and it recenters it. We're getting closer, but I'd like some more soft surfaces within the scene. I'm talking some carpet, so let's add that in. We want the end scene to look like this, and we're getting pretty close. So within the 2D, let's select our slab, and I'm going to draw it as a little rug just here. We can use tools in a somewhat unorthodox method to get the results that we want. I'm going to set this as 5, and that's going to push that slab up 5 millimeters. Let's go into 3D, and we'll select that slab we just put down. I'll put this to, say, a carpet. There we go. Now, let's create a little bit of carpet for the bedroom. I'll use the eyedropper tool. I'll select the slab we just created, click this bottom left-hand corner here, and just up to the top if we go back into our 3D. Now, color-wise, I think we can do better. So let's go into our surface, and I'm actually going to change this surface. So if we go to Options, Element Attributes, and then go to Surfaces, within here, we can go to the carpet we just selected. ArchiCAD's got all sorts of textures that we can use. So if we just go to Browse, and I'm going to scroll on down till we say get to, I like this light gray. So let's go OK. I'm going to change surface color here just so it's easy to identify. OK. There we are. It's not bad, but I think we can still do better. So let's just go back in. Yeah, I reckon this gray just here. Let's go OK. Yeah, it's looking good. Yeah, create another custom texture. Let's go up to our surfaces. I'm going to go to the carpet 3. This time, I'm going to create a new one. I'm going to call it carpet 4 after hitting new, and I'm going to make it a duplicate, and we'll go OK. And from here, I'm going to select our texture. This time I'll go to a lighter gray. I'll go OK, OK. And I'll want to change this chair so it's got that fabric kind of feel about it, but different to our carpets. Click so it overrides, and then we'll select our material to carpet 4. Yeah, nice. Might do the same thing for this bed head here. Give it the kind of plush feel as well. So within its settings, in representation, I'm just going to scroll on down until we get to the surfaces. I'll select this textile and I'll bring it just to this carpet 4 here, and we'll go OK. It's turned out a bit more green than I anticipated. So let's go back in. Let's go to our surfaces. Might go to this gray here. Click OK and OK again. Yeah, all right, I like the look of that. Still enough contrast. Yeah, looks good. Also going to make the couch this same one as well. So I'll go to carpet 4. Now to create a bit more contrast within the scene, make things a little bit clearer, I'll select all the walls, and for the materials for the inside face, I'm going to turn that on, and I'm going to select it to this paint color just here, which is like a bit of a cream color. I'll select this wall again. This time I'll select the outside portion as well, and I'll just select that to the paint as well. So that's got our internal walls. Now that cut slice that we see, that we set up a little bit earlier, we can change what this looks like. If we go up to our 3D cutaway, select this little down button, and go to Filter and Cut Elements in 3D, we can go to Custom, and I'll select this to that same paint that we selected, and we'll go OK. But that line, I'm not so sold on. Let's go back into our settings, and we're also going to change this. So this is also black for the pen. So we'll go OK. Phew, a lot better. Now the fridge is merging with this wall here. Not a big fan of that. So let's grab our kitchen, Control D, and we'll drag this across 1 millimeter, just so it's not combining with the wall. Let's go back out. Yep, all right, that looks better. With the pine, let's take it to that next bit of a level. The pine is a little bit dark, so I can modify its attributes. I'll go to Options, Element Attributes. I'll go to Surfaces. I'll go to Pine Horizontal. And within here, I'm going to bump up the diffuse a little bit. We'll notice just on this here, as we change our ambient and our diffuse, it's going to change how that material looks. Bring those up a little bit. We'll click OK. There we are. Kind of makes all those colors pop just a little bit more. Just notice my books are sunken into the table. So I'm going to bring those up, select them, then Control D. Then I'll just line it up with that node there. Now it hasn't saved what I've just set up there before. When I've double clicked, that top surface has changed back to what it was. So to make sure this saves next time, let's go to Filter, 3D Cut Options. We'll go to Custom. We'll select our pen and we'll select our material again to what we had it. We'll go OK. We'll right click the 3D view and redefine it with current window setting. That way, it's going to save it for next time when we double click, we pan around, we double click, it's going to show the same thing. Cross-checking against our reference material, we're getting pretty close. Next thing is the shadows. Let's set those up. Oh, before we go too much further, don't forget to save your file. It's tragic when you lose all your progress because you didn't save. So please save. So let's set up those shadows. 3D view options, 3D view settings. Now on the source material, I've got the shadows so that they're roughly sitting here. And I've got the altitude a little bit different. So if I just click within here, then backspace and type in 60, and also set the azimuth at 90, we'll go OK. There we go. The shadows are looking pretty cool. Again, you'll want to redefine the current window settings just so that if we click out and click back in, all our settings are set up how we've just put them together. We'll click save. So we've got our floor plan and we've got our Suite 3D. Next, we'll want to display them on a fresh page. To do this, we'll click up top right hand here, go to Layout Book. I'm going to minimize all these other folders. I'll right click up top here and click New Layout. I'm going to call this one Layout A3 Cabin Final. You can call it anything though. We'll go Create. Now, this page here is massive. I'll want to bring it back down to say something like an A3. So we've got our master pages down here. So if I go click down here while I'm in the layout book, this will have our 3D page. It's got a title block. I don't really need that in my case. So I'm going to select everything and delete it. And for the extra little touch, I'm going to bring in a cardboard texture that I put together in Photoshop. Bring this across, drag this across. I'll go back into my layout. Now, nothing's changed. If I right click and then go to layout settings and go into 3D cover page, the one we just edited, and go OK, there we go. We've got that set up. Now to bring our drawings into the page that we've just set up, we'll want to project chooser. We'll go to show organizer. From here, we're going to select the view map down the bottom. We'll scroll on down till we get to our 3D view. We're going to click and drag this in. Hey, there we go. So I've got our 3D in. I'm going to rescale this, Control K, click OK. And I'm going to click this left-hand side, the right-hand side, and draw it in so it's a little bit smaller. There we go. Just a nice visual way of being able to change the scale of the drawing or the 3D if scale doesn't need to be completely accurate. So I'll bring this back down. Now we've got that blue background there at the moment. To change this, let's go into our 3D view. We'll go to view and we'll go to 3D styles. Within here, I want to change this so that it's white. We'll go OK. I've currently got mine set at detailed shading with shadows, and then we'll go OK. And that just sets everything back to white. All right, let's shift our publisher just out of the way a little bit. We'll go back into our plan. Now nothing's changed here at the moment, and we're just back in the layout book. We're going to select the 3D, right click and click update. There we go, that's updated there now. Let's also bring in our floor plan. So if we scroll back up to the top and scroll on down until we find, say, ground floor here, which we first started in, we can click and drag this onto our page. There we go. So we've got our floor plan. Let's drag this just down to here. Because scale doesn't matter in this particular project, I'm going to scale it up so it's a bit bigger. Let's say 200%. So just up in this top portion here, type in 200. There we go. That's pretty cool. I'll click Control D to be able to shift it around in my view. Control D, I'll shut down. Now, I don't want all these markers to be showing as well. So I'm going to select the view, click on the edge, and within the pet palette, I'll want to make sure I've got offset edge selected, and I'll bring this one in. Do the same for the other edges as well. Select this one, bring it in, one here, bring it in. I don't want these drawing titles, so I'll select both drawings. Up in this top here, I'll scroll across until I find linear drawing title and go no title. Now, let's say we're not such a big fan of the blue. Let's go back into our 3D. We can delete this background. Let's chuck in, say, more beige background and drag this back up in our master layout. We'll go back to our page. All right, that's looking pretty cool. Let's go to our fill tool so we can see our floor plan a little bit better. At the moment, I've currently got the background set as transparent. Usually, it will look like this, but with transparent background set on, we'll be able to see through it. Let's say I want to put a 75% fill so we can still see a little bit of that textured background come through. I can go to 75% while I've got the fill tool selected. I'll select white and I'll make sure that I've got transparent selected this below portion here. Click on the bottom left up to the top right. From here, I'll select that fill, right click and display order, send back. There we go. So floor plan is pretty much done. Next up, we're going to tidy up our 3D. I'll just pull up the reference material. We'll put in the titles, give it a nice edge around the outside, and they'll pretty much have it sorted. So let's go back in. One other thing in the reference that I've just noticed is our pens and our walls. We've got those set up a little bit differently. So let's just fix those up now. Let's go back into our 2D open source view. At the moment, we've got the standard aluminium for our material. So let's change this. We'll go to our black and white pen, just so it looks better. We'll go through to element attributes and we'll go building materials. We've got aluminium selected. When you've got it selected in the view and then go to these options, it'll have that selected, which is very handy. Within here, I'm going to change it from this gray to a black and we'll select OK. And that's going to change our material so all the walls are black. This is high contrast, makes it really stark and easy to read. For all the other elements, what I'm going to want to do is set up another pen. So within our pens, I'm going to go pen colors. I'm using black and white for our pens at the moment. I'm going to create a new set. To do this, I'm just going to double click this here, bring this up to a bit of a lighter gray, go OK. And that's created a custom set. Now I want to store this as, I'm going to delete that copy part and just go -2. We'll go store, and that's created a new pen set. So this one here is all black, and this one has got a little gray. So I'll go OK. I'll set my pens so it's the number 2. Yep. I'll select all my doors. I'll go up to the top floor plan and section. I'll select all these checkboxes here and select them to these grays. Let's turn them gray. Let's do the same thing for all the objects, floor plan and section. Select just here. We'll turn these to the grays. And last but not least, the windows. Let's go floor plan and section, select and turn those as well to gray. That's tidied up our floor plan a little bit. Let's go back into. Now at the moment, if we zoom in, we'll notice that it's still showing as black. So what we'll want to do is select our floor plan and make sure that the pen is set at the top here to this one that we just set up. There we go. It's got that gray and it kind of gives layers to the pens that we've set up. From here, we're going to tidy up the 3D. At the moment, it's a little bit low resolution. So let's just go into our 3D, open source view. To increase the resolution of our 3D, I'm just going to double click the 3D view, make sure we've got this selected. We'll go up to our 3D and set window size. Within this dialog, I'm just going to link these two values and bump it up to 4K. We'll click OK. This is where it gets a little bit tricky. This window that we've got is larger than what ArchiCAD can show on our screen. So we kind of have to guess where that bottom portion of the drawing is because it's hard and we can't bump it up to the top. So I'm going to zoom in, pan, and then I'm going to right click and redefine with current window settings. Going to go into the layout. I'm going to right click on here and update. And this is going to increase the size of the drawing as well as the resolution. So when we zoom in, it's clearer than it was before. Handy little trick to draw the view out just by grabbing those edges. All right, from here, we want to get rid of all the white. But if we select it and we try and go transparent like we did for the floor plan, we'll notice these nasty little edges here. So we'll turn that back off, and that's to do with the 3D render engine, but that's going into too much specifics there at the moment. So I'm just going to go around and I'm going to change by selecting in the middle of these points here. I'm going to select just here, bring this one down, just in line with the wall, select move node in the pet palette here, this edge, bring it out. I'll just do this for the rest of the drawing, just so that we get rid of that white. Now, just after this, we're going to put a nice thick line around the outside, which is really going to make this 3D pop. Just drag this in here. 2 last points left to go. This one here, this one, and that one. Let's select our 3D, drag it in and across, Control K to resize. We'll select OK. We're going to do it visually. We'll select one point and the other, just drag that in, Control D to drag it up, make it a little bit smaller to about there, like that. Control D, bring that one up. Now, to make the 3D pop, we'll go to the polyline tool, holding in the magic wand, we'll hit spacebar and select around the view. There we go. That's given it a little bit of an outline, but we want to make it big and really pop. So again, we're going to go into our pen set, go to pens, and within the pen set that we set up, I'm going to change this last pen here. Yep, that's black. I'm going to change this pen here so the weight is 1.25. We'll go OK. We'll select this pen here and I'm going to drag it all the way across just to right here. There we go. Give it that nice thick outline. We're getting pretty close to our original drawing. Let's minimize that. From here, we want to put in a couple of different labels. I'm just going to copy these ones across, drag these into place. So for the text, we're just going to use the text tool, double click, and then we can start typing in our text here. Now for this specific text, I'll select it. I've used Baskerville Old Face and a pen size of 5. So I can change these settings up here. If I just tap B, that'll bring me to about here. I'll just go Baskerville Old Face. Then I can increase that up to 5, type in 5, enter, and then yeah. Oh, I also want to change the pen color, so that is white. So
In this next chapter, we'll be taking the floor plan that we just created and taking it to the next level, literally. We're adding another story, some stairs, and much more.
Today we're going from a single story house, which we'll be adding a second story onto. Along the way, we're going to be adding in a set of stairs, as well as a roof and some exterior details. After that, we're going to create an isometric view that we're going to break apart into multiple sections so we can get a cool view of what's going on in the building. It's actually pretty easy, so let's take it step by step and get started. So we'll be taking this file here and going through each of the different steps until we get our final result. So to get started, let's go into our floor plan view. Now to get a second story, we're going to want to add in a set of stairs. To do this, we'll want to have adequate space. So let's take some dimensions. I'll just go into floor plan view just by tapping F2 or the Mac equivalent. So just here, I've put a list of a lot of the ArchiCAD shortcuts that I'll typically use throughout the process, including swapping between 2D as well as 3D on Windows and on Mac. So you might want to take a screenshot or write them down. From here, let's take some dimensions to make sure we've got enough space for our stairs. We'll go to our dimension tool just up the top. Now, before I get too much further, I'm going to go to options. I'm going to go to work environment and go to work environment again. From here, I'm going to double click on architectural profile 26 and then go apply. Once I apply and go OK, it's going to rearrange my user interface so that it matches what I've got just here. That way, we're all working in the same interface and all the tools are in the same places. Now, down in the bottom left-hand corner, we're going to find document, and we're going to find the dimension tool. I'll take this one and I'm going to measure our walls just to make sure that we've got enough space to fit a stair in. At the moment, we've got 1.9 meters. So I'm going to want to extend that out, say another 90 mil, just so we've got at least 2 meters. From here, I'm going to connect up these walls. To select the wall, I'll just click on the wall and holding in shift, I'll select these other 2 walls here. To connect these up, I'm going to use the intersect shortcut just here, and that's going to connect my walls together. I'm going to take my slabs and I'm going to shift these up as well. And this one too. There we go. But let's go ahead and delete the bed and we'll go straight into the stair tool. So just on this left-hand side here, we'll double click on this tool just here, and then we'll go to the settings just up in the top left-hand here. There's going to be some information that we need to fill out to make sure that the stairs can automatically change to the heights that meet the construction code. All the parameters are just in here. Now, it all seems a bit daunting, but once we type in the right things, it's actually pretty quick and easy. I'll just drag in the National Construction Code just here, and I'll lift this one up to the top right here. So the information that we've got here at the moment tells us what the maximum riser is. So the riser is just from tread to tread, the height, just here. A riser can't be any more than 190 mil, which we've got typed into our parameters just here. It also can't be any less than 115 mil. So now that we've got the riser sorted out, this one just here, we also need to make sure that the going is correct as well. So the going is 355 max and the minimum is 240, which we've also got typed in here. Slope relationship, it's a little bit tricky to explain, but just make sure that even with these parameters typed in, that it's still a comfortable stair to be stepping on. So we'll just need to type in these parameters as well. For max, put that one in there, and min, we'll put that one in there. So with all those typed in, we'll link our stair to the ground story and the top to the first. And this will mean that it can automatically do a lot of different things for us. Width-wise, I'm just going to type in 1000, and I'm going to want to reduce the amount of stairs. So I'm just going to go up to this toggle just up here, and then I'm going to type in, say, let's see what 16 does for us. This brings us up to a 188 riser. Now, there's a lot of technical stuff here at the moment, I know, but it's all worth going through just before we do the stair. We'll get to it in a second, I promise. And we've now got 188 riser. So the step is now at 188, which is a little bit below what the maximum can be. So with all of that done, let's get to the actual fun stuff of drawing some stuff in. Let's go, okay. All right, so let's start with the stair. So I'll click on this wall just where we want the stair to start. I'll drag it all the way across until we hit the node just of this wall here. Now I'm going to drag it on down. Holding in shift, I'm going to go shift D, which is going to allow me to type in the dimension for the stair itself. So I know that I need this to be 2 meters because we've set up that width at 2 meters and the minimum width of the stair to 1 meter. So let's type in 2000 and go OK. From here, let's drag this one along this way and we'll type in, say, 2600 and we'll go OK. Now, the cool thing about the stair tool is once we've got those parameters set up, it's automatically going to adjust the going to whatever it needs to be so that it suits the Australian standard. Let's pop into 3D to check out how it looks. Hey, there we go. So we can see most of it up to this first landing here. Let's turn off our 3D cutaway and have a bit of a pan around. Look at that. Yeah, very nice. So we've got our stairs. Now, if we say click on the edge of the stair just here and we go to the stair settings, we can adjust if this is just a landing at the top or if it's a winder.
For the time being, I'm going to keep it pretty simple and just leave it as it is here at the moment. And I'll most likely make a dedicated video on stairs themselves one day. Now, one thing I highly recommend just before we get to the next step is going up to help and turning on tool tips. So we go show tool tips. So this means when I hover over the top of something, it's going to tell me what that thing is. So to kick off our next step, we're going to want to go to the project map. The project map is where we're going to set all the different heights for our project. It's going to dictate the heights of what our wall's going to be, as well as the slabs and the framing, as well as the roof. So for a quick practical example, I'm going to hold in the eyedropper tool and go select all. I'm going to select all these walls here, and I'm going to make sure that they're linked to the first floor. Now you'll notice this little grade at 3000 just here at the moment. If we just go OK, and then we right click on say our stories and go to story settings, you'll notice that we've got 3000 written here as well. So if I change this to say 6000 and we go OK, first of all, our stairs are going to freak out because they've been automatically lined up with the heights as well, but we'll come back to that in a second. We'll just go OK, and you'll notice that all of those walls have automatically changed in their height. Now, the thing is, we can't go Control Z to undo this. So if I try and type in Control Z here at the moment, nothing's going to happen. So what I need to do, I need to right click and go back into the story settings, and we'll just type this one back down to 3000. We'll go OK, and there we go. Now, what I want to do for this project is I actually want to add in a floor frame. So I'm going to go in, I'm going to go story settings, and then I'm going to go insert above. I'm going to go floor frame, and then I'm going to give this one, say, 300 millimeters, which will give us enough space for typical floor framing. 300 is about the minimum I try and keep for floor framing. So with that typed in, let's go OK. Now the stair warning is going to pop up here again. So I'm just going to go OK. And I'm going to really quickly pop back in. Now that we've got the framing in, I'm actually going to change this back 300 mil. So it's 2.7 meters. So 2.7 plus 300 is going to give us 3 meters overall. But what I typically like to do, I like to go 2750. So we've got enough space for a bit of plasterboard as well as flooring just below. And we still get that nice head height. So we'll just go OK. Now, stairs are still purple, which is a great indicator that we need to adjust them. They're also going back into 2D using our shortcut F2. We'll also notice it is purple in the 2D. So let's click on the stair and then go to the stair settings. And it's given me a little warning just up here. So what I'll do, I'll just type in 0, and that has adjusted our stair parameters. So just over here on the right hand side, it's made it so that now our minimum number of rises is 17, as we'll see just over here. So I can't select 16 anymore just because we've bumped up that height, that extra 50 mil. So from here, let's just click OK. And that will automatically change the stairs so that they now work. I can also adjust the stairs in, say, 2D just by clicking and dragging them. So if I want them to line up with the bottom stairs, I can just click it and drag it just until it lines up with that. So we still have manual control over where the stairs can go, and the settings make sure that it all falls into the correct parameters. Anyway, all right, let's go back into our 3D. So we've got our stairs in there just at the moment. They're looking good. We now want to put a floor frame just above this. Alrighty, so from here, let's select our slab and go Control C to copy it. Now let's hold in Control and then press up to go up a story. Let's do this again, just until we get to the first floor. So we can see which story we're on by this little text indicator just up here. So from here, we'll go Control V to paste it in, or the Mac equivalent, and we're going to make sure that it's in the original location. And we'll go paste, and then we'll click off. Making sure that it's in the original location, we'll make sure that it's lined up exactly with where it was downstairs. Now, at the moment, my walls are intersecting with the slab itself. So what I'll want to do is I'll hold in Alt and I'll use the eyedropper tool and go Control A on all the different walls. Then I'll go to my settings, and then I'll just make sure that it's linked to the floor frame. And we'll just go ahead and make sure we go 0 for this one just here. And then we'll go OK. And that will bring it back on down. There we go. Now, our floor material isn't the same as our walls. So to change this, we'll just click on our slab and we'll go to surfaces just over here. And we'll turn on this edge surface just here. Let's select our material just to see what our previous one was. So this one is siding light. So if I click on this one, go to the overrides, and then just click on this one here, I'll go siding, and then I can click on siding light. There we go. Now it all matches up as we go up. Now we've got a little gap just here at the moment. If we zoom on in, we can see that. So this slab is at 250 there at the moment. We'll want to change this to 300 so it matches the frame that we typed in earlier. Guys, we've got a second story to our cabin. So from here, we'll want to extend the walls up.
But to do this, we'll want to go back to our floor plan, go back down to our ground floor, and we'll select all of our walls using the eyedropper tool, and then go and Control A. We'll select all of those walls, and then we'll go Control C, and then we'll just need to hold in Control, then tap up twice, and then we'll go Control V to paste this one in. We'll select outside the marquee to deselect that, and then we're going to go into our 3D, and we have 2 stories. We've got 2 stories to our cabin. Look at that. That all happens pretty quick, pretty cool. Now, to get this to what our example file looks like, which is this just here, we're going to need to go through a couple of steps just to massage the actual upstairs itself. So I've popped this inside story in, and I've popped this inside story out just here. So let's go back to our drawings. Easiest way to do this will be in 2D. So we're on our first floor here at the moment. We know this because we've got this just here. So I'm going to get these 2 walls here, holding in Shift. I'm going to select both of these walls, and then I'm going to go to intersect. So I'm going to intersect these 2 walls, and then I'm just going to go ahead and delete this one here. I'm going to go ahead and delete this window as well, and I'm going to shift this opening door just over to here. Let's go into our 3D. Hey, look at that. Let's pop back into our 2D. Let's pop out this back one just here, and then we'll go ahead and delete this wall here, and we'll connect these 2 just using the intersect again as well. I'll go ahead and delete this wall here, and then connect this wall just up to this wall here. I'll shift this door here just a little bit over, typing Control D, and then tapping on the node here and just bringing it over, say 700. There we go. All right, now we've got a slab here at the moment, but it's also covering over the top of our stairs. So let's go into 3D and you'll get a better view of what I'm talking about. So if I pan over, we can't get up our stairs because we've got our slab over the top, our floor framing. So let's go back into 2D. We'll select this slab, and while it is selected, we'll hold in the Alt key to do the eyedropper. We'll select our slab again while it's selected, and then what we can do is we can click from this bottom left-hand side up to this top right where the stair is, and it's going to cut out of that slab. Bit of an advanced technique, but it's such a quicker way of cutting portions out of a slab. Let's go back into our 3D, check it out. Hey, look at that. Now to get a bit of a better view, I'm going to go to a 3D cutaway. So this is one we had set up before. I'm just going to get rid of this cutaway here, and then I'm going to grab this one just from over here and pull it over, and I'm going to go finalize. And now we can see what's going on with our stair. Check that out. I'll pull it back just a little bit. There we go. Cool. So we've got our stair going from downstairs all the way up to upstairs. This door here is just interrupting a bit. So I'll go into here, just change this so the door is not opening in 3D. And that's going to disappear. I can do the same thing with the downstairs one as well. I'm just going to type in 0 once I go into the settings. Hey, now that is nice and clean. Now I'll dive into another little trick just while we're in this view here at the moment. We've got this material, which is different to our internal wall material. To change this so that they match up, what we need to do, if we scroll on in and we select the edge of this here and we click and drag it down, it's going to bring up the pet palette. From here, we'll go to this little edge, the custom edge settings on the pet palette. We'll click on this and we'll change this so it matches up with the material that we got just here. I think it's sand beige. Let's go okay. Oh, no, it's different. Let's select this one and see what it is. We'll go to various over. Okay, Whitehaven is what we've got this one selected as. So let's do that again. We'll select this bit just here and click and drag down so that activates the pet palette. And we'll go custom edge and we'll type in Whitehaven, inspired by Color Bond. Yep, that's the one. And we'll go okay. We'll do the same thing for this edge just here. We'll click and drag this one on down and we'll go to Whitehaven. We'll go okay. Cool. Now all that's nice and clean. It all matches up with the interior finishes. Let's turn off our 3D cut plane and see what else we've got to do. From here, we'll need to put a post so this area here is supported and it's just not cantilevered. And we'll need to extend out the walls here and here. Let's jump into our floor plan and we'll select this wall here and we'll bring it just out in line with this one here. We'll do the same thing with this wall just over here. We'll drag this one on out. And then we'll select both of them. And now what we can do is we can use the split tool. So we'll use the split tool. And from this edge here, once we get that little symbol that looks like this, we can click on this edge and then an eyeball will pop up. I know there's a lot of random symbols that pop up. This eyeball is going to cut in the direction. The eyeball will mean it will cut in that direction and keep those elements selected. So it's going to be quicker to understand once I do it. So I'll click down from where I cut, and that means I'm going to have both these walls selected. Now, the reason why I've cut these walls is if I go into 3D, I'm going to want to change the material of the exterior here, but I don't want to change the wall material here. So what I can do, I can select both of these walls here, and then I'll go to my surface, I'll click this edge surface, and then what I'm going to do, that's going to turn on the edge surfaces here, and then I can link all the surfaces together. So this way, all the surfaces are the same, which is going to wrap all those ones around there. I'm going to do the same thing for downstairs. So I'm going to pop on down. So holding in Control and tapping down till I get to downstairs. I'm going to extend this one on out, and then I'm just going to split this section just off here. I'm going to go through the same process, click this one, and then go to surface and link all those together. Now I've got a little gap in between, so what I can do, I can just extend the slab out through here. So to do that, I'll just go to the first floor, and then I'll select this little edge here. I'll create a new node, and then I'll put this just to here, and then I'll just extend it out by using this little offset edge tool just here. There we go. Now I've currently got true line weight turned on. I'm going to turn that off just so that when I zoom in, I can see the exact node point. Whereas if I right click and I put that back on, it's a bit thick and sometimes it's a bit hard to select where that point is. So I'm going to turn that back off, and this way I find it's a bit more accurate, a lot more accurate actually. Let's go back into our 3D. Hey, starting to get there. Let's click on, now we've got these little weird parts here where it's not connecting up the materials how we want them. So what we can do, we can select these walls just here, and then we go to the settings. Before I do go to the settings, I'll select the bottom walls as well, just so we don't have to do it twice. And then we'll want to go to the settings, and we'll turn off end surfaces so that override using adjoining walls isn't on. We'll go OK, and we're going to do the same thing for this wall just here. And then we're also going to lower the junction order. So this one isn't taking priority for the connection to the other two walls. It'll make sense in a second. We'll just go OK, and boom, there we go. So now with that junction priority, basically what it'll do, it'll connect these two walls as the priority, and it'll leave this one at a lower priority. So it's basically its own little wall. Now, by doing the junction order, I didn't actually need to turn off the end surfaces for that last one, but that was just a little extra step I didn't need to do. So don't worry about that one. Now, because we've got a step down here at the moment, we'll want to take this wall and we'll go -50, just so it extends this wall on down past where this lab point is here. Typically, you want to step down near where your entrance is, so if there's copious amounts of rain, it's not going to seep into the actual dwelling itself. There are different ways around this, say having grates with drainage and whatnot, but let's keep it simple. If it needed to be accessible, then we could do something like that. So there's a 0 threshold, but at the moment, typically always try and allow a threshold before it goes into the building. Next up, we want to put our post in just over here. So let's go back into our 2D. We'll go down a couple of stories, one more story, and we'll extend this slab out just here. And then we'll go to our post tool just on the left-hand side here, to the column tool, I should say. We'll pop this one just in here. I'm going to select this post, and I'm going to change its parameters a little bit, just so it's a bit cleaner. Let's go to the settings and then go to plane, and then we're also going to select this to our number 1 pen. All right, let's select on out of here. We'll click and drag this one just down to here. Now at the moment, this one's gray, and that's just because we've got the structure set to generic stucco, I'm pretty sure, generic structural, I should say. Now the rest of our walls have been set to aluminium, this one just up here, just so that they're black. The structure settings could be its whole own video, so for the time being, I'll just brush past it and let's get to the more interesting stuff. We'll go back into our 3D, and we'll check against our reference. From here, we'll want to change our materials and add in a roof, as well as some gutters, and eventually this little bit of topography just down here. Before we get too far changing the materials, I'll select this post and I'm going to bring it down 50 mil, and then I'm going to click and drag it and extend it up to the underside of the slab. There we go, now that one all ties in. Let's select all of our walls. We'll go Control A after we use the eyedropper tool on the wall, and we'll go to surfaces. And I'm going to change this exterior surface to siding dark.
go. I'm going to do the same thing for our floor frame on the exterior portion. Let's go to siding dark. Now you'll see this little warning here. We've got custom planes, those ones we did a little bit earlier for just the internal portion. We don't want these to change, so we're not going to apply it to the custom plane / edges. So we'll just go to dark, and there we go. Now it's changed those ones. So that's changed all of our walls, but I'll want to change this internal wall back to what it was just before. So I'll select this top one and this bottom one, and we're going to go to surfaces, and we'll go to Whitehaven, I think it was. Yep, let's go to that one. There we are. Now we've got our internal walls nice and clean. We can also just quickly change this wall just here, this part of the frame just here. Let's click and drag on that, and then let's change our material back to Whitehaven. There we go, and we'll go OK. Nice. I like it when it looks nice and clean like that. All right, we've got most of the exterior materials done, but we want to turn this one here into a bit of a lighter tone. Now, to match up with the one that I had on the example file, this one here, I had to create a custom one. I'll quickly walk through just how I did that. It's actually pretty quick and easy. So I'll select my wall just here at the moment, and then I'll go to element attributes, then I'll go to surfaces. So this means when I've got this one selected, I was hoping it would have brought up the material on this wall, but it hasn't, so that's all right. I can just click on siding dark, this one just here, and I'm going to create a duplicate. So I'm going to go new, and I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to go timber. Okay, change the title to timber, and we're going to go OK. And now I'm going to go ahead and change the actual surface itself. So if I extend this out and extend this down, I'll pop on up, and I'm pretty sure it's a beige that I ended up going with. So I scroll on up until I get to beige OPT. We'll go OK. And from here, I'm also going to change the surface color just so it's more representative of what the color actually is. So I'll bring that to there, and this one up to roughly here. And then I'll go OK. So that now changes the surface color here, which means it's easier to identify just over here. I'll just change this so it's a bit more of a muted tone. We'll go OK. There we are. That's better. A bit more beige. Let's go OK. Now, let's select this wall just here, and we'll select all our ones facing the frontage. So we'll click these with all of those selected. Let's go to override surfaces, and we'll go siding timber. There we go. I'll select these external walls just here, and this one just here. Now I want the internal material of this to be siding. So I'll go to surface and unlink these so that they're not all linked together. And I'll go inside face surface, and I'm going to change this to siding timber. We'll go that one there. And then we've got all of that set up along through there. Following the same steps as we did earlier, we'll just go into this one. We'll go siding, and we'll turn that one to timber. We'll go OK. We'll do this for these other planes as well. So we're setting up custom face materials just for these portions of the slab. So we'll go to side timber, and we'll go OK. Just a couple more of these. Siding timber, and we'll go OK. And one more just there. Siding timber, we'll go OK. We've left out a wall. Let's do this one as well. Click on this exterior surface. We'll go siding timber. Yep, all right, there we go. Now, earlier in the piece, I mentioned to turn off the edge materials. What I need to actually do is just select both of these and turn that back on. It was just the junction that I needed to do. So my bad on that one. And now if we pan around, that's all looking good. As we pan to this exact point, looks like it picks it up a little bit there, but as we pan around, it's all smoothed down. So, all right, cool. And we're all sweet on this side by the looks of things. Now, I want this to frame along this side here as well. So we'll click this one just here, and we'll go in and we'll change this one so end surfaces isn't on, and we'll go OK. Now, next up, we'll want to lower this one's priority. So we'll go back in and we'll lower it down to 7. We'll go OK. And that way, this wall is taking over this one's priority. So now we'll just go to the edge, and we'll turn on siding dark for our material. And there we go. Same thing for this one just here. For the slab, what we can do, we'll go up to the first floor, we'll select the slab, and then we'll grab this one and create a new node. Just by creating a new node for this face just here. If we go back into our 3D, we'll see that we've got this little rectangle here. If I zoom on into this space and click this one, and then click and drag and do our palette and creating a custom face again, let's go siding, we'll go dark, and we'll go okay. Cool. All right, now we've created a lot of contrast between this front facade so we can frame it nicely. Let's just pan around the building just to see how she all looks. It's coming up pretty cool. Next up is the roof. So to do this, quickest and easiest way is to go into our floor plan. So on our first floor, this one just here. So I'll just want to click on the roof tool. To make sure that we're going to do it to a gable roof, we'll just want to make sure geometry method is to multiplane, and the construction method, this one just here, if we click and hold, is on gable. So if we click on the bottom left-hand corner and drag just up onto the top right-hand, we now have our roof. If we go into our 3D, hey, there we go. But it's on the wrong story. So what we need to do, we just need to click this one, and we need to go link to story, and we'll put this one to roof. Now we can do this in the 2D as well. So if I go undo, and then I go back to 2D, I select my roof, and I put this one to roof, that still works as well. Now the cool thing about the roof tool, if we've got it set up correctly, is that we're going to have these dashed lines here that represent where it is over the top of this. So this means we can manipulate our roof within the 2D plane. So if I click and drag this one just here, and drag this one in, if I go back into my 3D, we can see how that's changed what our roof looks like. If I go back into 2D, and I'll just undo that, I'll uniformly change all of these eaves just so they're at 0. To do this, I'll just go to 0 for the offset and hit enter. If I go into our 3D, now we've got a 0 offset for our eave. Now for this roof, we want to change this one's pitch up so it's 30. We'll hit enter, and we'll keep these planes custom. We'll click OK. And that one's bumped our pitch up. Now to get our walls so that they go to the underside of this roof just here, what we can do, quick and easy way, is if we select these walls, these ones just here as well, let's click and drag, and then we'll go to the pet palette and hit this tool just here, which is our stretch height. We'll bring this all the way up to the ridge, and we'll click. There we go. We've got all our walls. We've got all of our walls extruded up. Now let's select all those again, then right click and go to connect and solid element operations. From here, we'll want to make sure that they are our target, and we'll select our roof and they are our operator. We'll go down to choose operation. We'll make sure this one is subtraction with upward extrusion. So the roof is going to cut all the walls above it, and we'll go execute. And there we go. That has cut all of our walls to our roof plane. Let's pop back to our reference to see how we're going. So we'll want to change the materials to what we've got here. So dark gray and basalt. Let's go back in. We'll select and we'll go to our surface. We'll turn on the top and on the side. And we'll go dark gray. And then we'll also go basalt. I'll also turn on our bottom one, and I'll turn this one to dark gray as well. Okay, cool. So if we go down to the front, oh, look at that. Actually, I don't want this one to be dark gray. I want this one to match up with our timber just out the front here. So I'll select it, and I'll go to surface, and I'll go to the bottom, and I'll go siding timber. There we go. So now that all matches up along there and along there. Yeah, that's coming together. Now from here, another big win would be to get our topography in. To do this, easiest way is just to pop in. And for the sake of this one, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go down to the bottom, and because it's not sloping, I'm going to do this the lazy way, just so we can get some grass on that ground floor. I'm going to hold in Alt, and I'm going to click on my floor plan, and I'm going to click bottom left up to top right. So this is just creating a slab. I'm going to hold in Shift, and I'm going to hit Tab until I select the slab I just created. I'll click that one. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend this out so it's 800 millimeters. 800 millimeters, there we go. And now if I go into my 3D, I've got the slab, but it's not set to the correct material. So I'll just go in, I'll go to surfaces, and I'll go to grass. I'll go grass brown, I'll pan up, and then I'm going to change all the surfaces so that they are grass brown. I'll go link together. There we go. Now it's currently covering our current slab, so all I will need to do is change the height. So with the slab selected, I'll go minus 150, which will bring that all down. Cool. Now we are getting closer, but I very much like the little curved edges on this here. These are very easy to achieve. So we just go back into our floor plan, and on the document tab, what I'll do, I'll just minimize this tab just here by clicking on it. In the document tab, I'll go down to polyline. I'm going to click on this post just here, this one just up top here, and I'm going to hold in shift and pull an angle down to there, to that bottom right, until it hits that edge of the slab and bring it back to here. I'm going to grab this edge and I'm going to use the curve edge, and I'm going to change the radius to match what our offset was, which was 800. I'll hit tab and then I'll type in 800. I'll go enter. Cool. So from here, now if I select the slab and use the Alt tool, select, and then hold in spacebar, I'm going to be able to click this corner and it's going to cut that portion out. So what I did was just use the magic wand to cut a portion of the slab out while the slab was selected. Another really powerful tool for cutting out of the slab. What we can do is now just repeat that process. I'll click on this one here that we just set up. I'll go Control M to mirror, and I'll hit the middle point of our slab just here. And then I'll tap Control once just to create a duplicate. You'll see the little plus icon just underneath where my mouse is. And then I'm going to click. Now, the reason I did it from this side and not this side is because this side is now shorter because we pulled that slab down. I can quickly do this again just by hitting Control M while this slab's still intact, so I can use it as a reference, and I'll drag this one on over this way. Oops, that time I didn't duplicate it. Let's just do that again, Control M, and then hold my mouse over the top of this until it gives us that little guide for the middle. Click, and then I'm going to hit Control once, and that is going to allow me to duplicate it. I'll just go through that same step, just clicking on the slab, holding in the Alt key just so I can use the eyedropper, and then I will cut out these little corners just here. Cool. I'm going to take these little guidelines here and delete them. Let's go back into our 3D. Hey, yeah, I love that. Now, another big difference that you'll see from this one to this one here is subtle, but look at the sun. The sun here is casting in through this way, which I think it gives it a better aesthetic than what we've got here at the moment. To change the sun, it's actually pretty quick and easy. I'm just going to pop into our view and then go to 3D view options and go 3D projection settings. From here, just over on this right-hand side, we'll see a couple of different icons. This one here is our building, this one is the camera, and this one is the sun. So what I want to do is just drag the sun just so it's at 45 to where our building is. So I'll put it roughly about here, and then I'll click OK. Hey, look at that. We're a little bit closer. I'm just going to pop into our reference one just to double check and see exactly what we've got set up for the 3D projection setting. So it looks like I've got 60 and 230. So 230 is our azimuth. So this here is our azimuth. So when we change it around, it's going to change that number down here. So we've got that one at 230. So I'll pop out of that and pop back to our one here. Let's go to view, 3D projection settings, azimuth, let's go to 230. So that pivots a little bit more. We'll go okay. Hey, that's better. Now, we've still got a couple of things missing. We'll want to add in the window that we've got just here, as well as some gutters. So let's do the gutters next, because they're a quick win. So if we go up, holding Control and going up our stories until we get to our roof, there's a couple of different ways we can approach this. We could do a wall or a slab. I find they're quick and easy ways of actually doing the gutters if we don't need to show the actual profile of them. So I'll pick up this slab, I'll go up to the top, and I'll click on this bottom portion all the way up to the top, and then I'm just going to type in 150. So that's going to give us our width. So I've got our width just here. Now, if we pop into 3D, we're going to notice we got this big old chunky gutter. We want to minimize the height of it. So we're going to type in 80. So it's an 80 mil gutter. And we're going to change the materials. So it's the same as the one that we've got on the top here, which is going to be a dark gray. No, actually, we're going to change it to a basalt. So we'll go to surfaces. We'll go to BAS for basalt. And that way it's going to match in with our fascia. Let's link all that together, as well as the bottom, and we'll click out of that. And now our gutter should be nice and subtle, but it adds a little extra detail. So let's click and drag this one up in the 3D view. Find it's a nice, quick, easy way of doing it. And we'll want to mirror this one back over to the other side. So let's do that. Let's go to F2, Let's go Control M to mirror, and we'll drag this one on over to here. Oh, I didn't hit Control, so it didn't create a duplicate. Let's do that again. Control M. We'll tap that middle one, tap Control, and there we go. So if I go into my 3D now, we've now got gutters on both sides. Next up, we'll want to add in a window just for this portion just here. So to do this, one of the quickest and easiest way to do this, we just hold in Alt and click on our window. And we'll click on this bottom portion just here, click once and click again. So we've just absorbed the tool. So we've absorbed the window tool. So holding in Alt, it selects that tool. And then I can use that window tool and have the exact same settings from this window be applied to this new window here, which is going to be handy in this case. When I go into 3D, it's all done and set up. So we've got all the materials as well as the pens all set up and done. So from here, I can change this one to say 2 meters, and I'm going to go into sill height. I'm going to change this to header to wall base, and I'm going to change this to 2100. So the header is now set. So it's from the header down to the ground. I might change this one to say 1800, and we'll go okay. There we go. We've got a nice feature window just there. What I'd do is I'd line this up so it's in line with our downstairs door. And that gives us a nice even space along through here. One critical thing I haven't mentioned yet is to always save. Always save your file. It's very easy to forget. So we'll click and we'll go save. And this way we're not relying on autosaves, which are incredible in ArchiCAD, but just save. It's going to save you so many headaches down the track. All right, next up, I'd like to change the walls so that we've got a bit starker over contrast. At the moment, they're a bit gray. So I'm going to select the walls, go Control A. I'm going to just change the pen just from 87 down to 1. And then from there, yeah, that should all look a bit better. I'll do the same thing for the slab. Go to 1 and 1. There we are. Now we've got much starker lines throughout the 3D, which should delineate the different spaces. I'll do one more just for this slab down here as well. There we go. Next up, I'm just going to do some glass balustrades for this portion here. Now, what we could do is use the railing tool and hold spacebar, put in some handrails just for this portion, but setting up all the different options for it, it's going to be more of a pain than it's worth just for this little portion here. And I just want a really simple aesthetic for this one. So I'm just going to go ahead and select the slab. Sometimes I use tools in unorthodox ways just to get the job done. So for this case, let's go 900. Each panel to be 900 by 50 mil. And there we go. Now I'm going to set this one. I'm going to go Control D, drag this one on down. I'm going to offset it. Control D up. We'll go 25 mil, 25, and we'll offset this one from the edge, 25. Let's duplicate this one just from the bottom here. Go Control D, and we'll create a duplicate and duplicate this one across, say, we'll push it across, I should say, 25. Let's select both of these and create some more duplicates. Control D, and select that one there. Control D, and let's space that out 50. All right, so I think if we just go ahead and space this out another 25 mil, and space this out, say another 50 mil, we're getting a little bit closer. I'll shuffle this one up, say 50 mil. So that gives us 175 just at this end, but that's larger than what's acceptable for a balustrade. If we just check out the NCC, which is 125 sphere, may not pass through balustrade. So what we'll do, what are we at the moment? Control D, 175, way too much. So I'm just going to bump this up so it's another 50 mil. Let's go 50 and then say 50. So then if I say grab this and this, bump it across 50, this is not best practice. I'll admit this straight off the bat right now, but it's going to get the job done so much quicker just for this little use case scenario. And it also kind of showcases how you can use tools in a bit of an unorthodox way and still get the result. So we'll type this one to say 50, because at the end of the day, these aren't construction drawings. This is to create a concept. Now, if we go into our 3D, going to notice all our balustrades are sunken into the slab. because they've got the same attributes. So we're going to change this one to 900. We're going to want to bump this up in 950. There we go. We'll change the surface to say glass. We'll go glass clear and we'll link all those together. And there we go. So simple panel glass just out the front. Again, best practice would be to have one set up in your actual railing tool, which is this just in through here. And you can do it. You can go into the handrails and you can change this and go through all the different settings, but it takes a bit of setting up and doing. I'm not going to bore you guys with it today. So let's just get out of that one. That will be for a whole nother video, which will be great. We can go over it because it is such a powerful tool. I mean, if we just go into our 3D cutaway here, and if we select our railing tool and hold it on our stair on the edge, we can really quickly, so if we just hover over our balustrade that we just did, and then change the reference line, we can really quickly have a balustrade on the edge of that stair, or on the inside as well. So if we hover and click that on there, yeah, it's really powerful, handy tool. But let's get rid of those. I'm getting sidetracked. We'll delete that and go back to our 3D. I'm going to go ahead and delete this window just here, and I'm going to change this one so it has a mullion going down the middle. The quickest way to do this is just go to our sash options, and then we're going to go from no grid to HV grid. We'll change this one, so we'll just go into our elevation view. We'll change this so that we've got 3 vertical planes and 1 horizontal pane. From here, we'll just go OK. Now, one other thing I've noticed is all my windows are gray, so I'm going to select all of those, and I'll just change those as well so that they are going to be number 1 pen. There we are, so they're black. All right. Now, decking isn't going to work for this portion here because it needs to be waterproof. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change this surface to tile. I'm going to change it to this one just here. There we go. So we've got a tile for our little veranda there at the moment, but I want the inside to be, say, a carpet. So I've already got this set up downstairs. I'm just going to go down. I'm going to select this slab just here, hitting Control Tab, and I'm going to copy this one just up to the story here. I'll paste that one in, place it, and I'll drag it on along up to here. I'll drag it just so it's to where our landing is, and I'll reshuffle our shape just so it covers this first floor portion just here. Now, to quickly expand the shape of the slab, I can just go add polygon, and then I can click this bottom left hand here, no, the bottom right hand up to the top left. And with that, we've created ourselves a little bit of carpet. Now, we can't really see it there at the moment. So let's just go to our cut plane and drag this one on out and go finalize. And there we go. We got carpet up the top. I'm going to change this one so it's 50 mil. No, just 5 mil. There we go. 5 mil. That way it's not interrupting the slab just here. Yes. All right, that's looking pretty cool. We are getting closer and closer to our original just here. Next up, so it looks cool when we do our 3D cutaways. What I want to add next is this bed as well as some bedside tables and a little balustrade just in this back end here. So I'm going to copy this balustrade back over to here, and I'll show you which elements I've used to create this bed, the textures, and the bedside tables. So I'll select all of these, I'll just copy them and paste them on in to the ArchiCAD layer and their original location. Ooh, it looks like it's shifted a bit there. So let's just reshuffle this back over. There we go. Let's go back into our 3D. Let's do our cutaway. Let's delete this plane here. We'll just chuck that one in the bin, and then we'll cut one through the top just here, and we'll go finalize. We'll check that out. Yep, that's all good. Okay, so for the bed, I've just got this one as a double bed 0526. So it's the ArchiCAD 26 library. And I've just got the material set up to the carpet 05 that we set up in the previous tutorial. For the pillows themselves, these ones just here, these are just ArchiCAD 26 pillows, and I've just got this one here selected. For the siding tables, they're just a coffee table that I've just rearranged the size and shape. And for the plants, I've just got houseplant model 26. So if I'll just pan around, there we go. So it looks a bit more cozy and homely. Now, the only thing is this window here, we'll want to change this, which is quick and easy. We'll pop into our 2D, grab this one, we'll shift along and we'll pull it down, say 150 mil, and we'll pull it down, going Control D from this node here, go 150, and then we'll resize the shape of the window. So it's say about 700. Let's create a duplicate, Control D, and drag it down, tapping Control once. And then we'll bring it all the way down to this edge here, and then we'll do the same thing. We'll bring it off 150 mil. Let's pop into our 3D. There we go. So we've got some nice highlight windows. Not highlight windows. We've got some nice
side windows just to either side of the bed. All right, so next up, we'll just duplicate this balustrade just here, bring it on over. And I had a little plant just here that I duplicated from downstairs. So I'll grab this one and bring it up a couple of stories, and I'll just go paste. I'll put that in next to a balustrade as well. Brings a little bit of life into that room as well. Some other little flourishing touches just before we move into our cutaways. Let's just delete this plane here, and then we'll pan across and create a new cutting plane just here. We'll go finalize. I want to select both these doors, and I'll change these so that they've got glass. I like this so it can let extra light in, as well as transparency for when we're doing our 3D cutaways. So let's go to door settings and opening. We'll go to this one just here, and we'll go to no grid. Go OK, and there we go. We've got our glass. Also select this wall just here. I'll click and drag this one up just so that it also is all correct in the 3D cutaway as well. Let's go connect, solid element operations. We keep that one as the target. We'll select the roof as the operator and go subtraction with upward extrusion and go execute. We'll click out of that one and we'll turn off our cutting planes. Let's check against our reference. And I think we're there. I think we're ready to actually make it all happen. So we're up to one of the most fun parts. We're about to create our isometric view, as well as the puller parts, which are going to show us our interiors. So to do this, we just need to go to View. We'll go to 3D View Options and 3D Window 3D Projection Settings. From here, we'll just go to the Isometric Axonometry, and we'll click on that one, and we'll go OK. Which is going to bring us to an isometric view. So that we can save the view, let's go right-click and go Save as View, and we're going to give it a custom name, and we're going to give it a custom name. We'll call this one Isometric View, and from there, we'll go create. But before we do, just know that we're going to change some of these parameters so that we can get a higher resolution a little bit later on in the piece. So we'll just go create. All right, so next up, you'll notice that nothing's happened over here on the side. That's because we're still in the project map. What we'll want to do is move into the view map, which is going to have all the saved views that we've created. So we'll minimize these top ones just up here. And just on this right-hand side, we'll see this 3D that we've just created. So if I double click on this one, it's always going to take me back to this view. So if I pan over to say this side here, if I double click, it's locked onto that view just there, which is going to come in super handy for when we're actually setting up everything on our page. Now to set up a page itself, we'll just want to go to the next tab and we'll go to our layout book. So this one just up here. We've got a bunch of different stuff set up because this is from the ArchiCAD template. So they've given a lot of different options of different ways projects can be set up. For me, it gets a little bit bulky, so I typically just set up my own custom new one. So I'm going to minimize all this. And to create a page, I'm just going to right click up the top and I'll just go new layout. I'll call this one isometric view. And from here, it's going to ask me to select what the master layout is. At the moment, I'm just going to go to A3 cover page and we'll go create. And that's brought me just to here. Now, for these isometrics, I'll actually want it to be portrait. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the cover page. I'll go to just down in these masters just here. I'll just go to right click on the master and I'll go master layout settings. From here, I'm going to change it to portrait with the size being A3 ISO. I'm going to change these borders down to 5mm each. Just clicking tab to shift down each as I go along. All right, cool. With all those typed in, I can now just go OK. And that's changed my page. And that's now changed it to portrait. If I go back up to the page that I just created, the isometric view, this one just here, when I double click on it, you'll notice that it's changed to that as well. So from here, what I can do, I can just go back to the view map, this one just here, where we save the view of what we just created earlier. I can click and drag this one onto our page. Hey, there we go. Now with our 3D, what I can do, I can click and drag these edge points just here. So if I click and drag, and I'll go offset edge, and I'll bring this one on in, and same thing for this one just here. What I can also do is if I go up to the top and I use the middle scroll wheel on the mouse and I bring this across, there will be an option for me to go transparent background, which is very handy. So I'll click that one on. And I also don't want this title just here for this drawing. So I'm just going to go to title type and I'm going to go no title. To resize this, so if it's on our A3 page, I'm just going to shift this one on down, go Control D, and then go Control K, which is going to allow me to resize. I'm going to do this with these settings, defined graphically. It'll make sense in a second. If I go OK, I can click on the bottom, and then I can click at the top, just to here,
And then I can drag this on down, and you'll see the edges and the top all coming down. So I'm bringing the scale down. So I'm going to bring the scale of this one way back down to here. There we go, till it's just about that. I'm going to drag this top in just there. Yep, all right. So this should give us enough space to be able to break this up into multiple pieces. Before we get too much further with this, you'll notice that when you scroll in, it's really pixelated. It's really blurry. If you want your 3D to be higher resolution, I'll go through the steps now. We'll come back to the 3D cutaway in just a second, but just so that you know how to capture high resolution images, we'll go through a couple of the different steps. So we'll go back into our view map and we'll double click on our isometric view. For the sake of this example, I'm going to create a duplicate of this isometric view just so that we don't affect our current view setup. I'm going to click and drag it down, holding in Control, and you'll see a little plus button next to my cursor. And that is going to create a duplicate of this view. So if I click on this one, then I click back to the original, you'll notice that they are the same. I am going to change the name of this one just so I can delineate the difference between the two. I'm going to call this one high res. So we'll go OK. This is going to be my high resolution option. So next up, I'll want to right click just on this tool palette just here. Actually, I'll click out quick overview. So in ArchiCAD, when you save a view here, it's going to do it based on the size of your actual monitor, or at least this window just here, which means it's going to be a relatively low DPI, which is pixel density. So to change this, so we've got high resolution, all we need to do is right click and we need to go to set window size. So when we change the window size, it's going to change the resolution at which the 3D is going to be captured. I'm going to link these two values and I'm going to bump this way up. So I'm going to 4x this, I'm going to put it to 8,000 and I'll click OK. And now you'll notice that the window has popped out. It's actually too big to be displayed on the screen. So to get it so that our 3D can actually take up this entire window, you just need to double click middle mouse button, double click, and that's going to center our drawing into this window. It'll make sense in a second. So if I right click on our view that we just set up and redefine current window settings, and then I go back into our page, I double click on this one. I'm going to take this one that we just had before. I'm going to duplicate it just by tapping Control after dragging it across. And then I'm going to link the drawing to the one that we just set up, this one just here. So once I've got it linked, this is going to disappear here in a second. It's going to take a little bit because it's going to be such a high resolution. And I'm going to go from crop to frame to fit frame to drawing. It's going to take a second to load. Now, here we go. So this is our drawing. Now, if I zoom in, you'll notice much crisper lines here and more detail. So if I zoom in, you can see all these books here. Whereas if I go back out to my other drawing, I zoom in, way more pixelated. I'm not going to lie, it's a little bit of a pain, the way that you have to go through this process to get a high resolution image. But hopefully in the future, it might get streamlined. Or realistically, you'll be importing your actual 3Ds into an external piece of software, say like Twinmotion, Lumion, or any of the other 3D, or D3 Render, any of the other 3D external rendering systems. But we're doing this all internal in ArchiCAD for the time being. So if you do want a high resolution image, then those are the steps that you'll have to go through. And from there, if you wanted it high resolution, but brought it onto the side of the page, we just grab that, rescale it, bring it back down, and bring it over to here. And then again, if we compare between the two images, we'll zoom in on this one and we'll see that it's quite pixelated. Whereas when we go back up to our other image, when we zoom in, it's got way more detail. So if I zoom right in, we can see so much more detail on that sync versus if I go to this one, zoom in, yeah, we're losing a lot more detail, even though the images are relatively similar in size when they're put on the page. The way that we have to set it up, we just have to go through those steps. Anyway, that was a side tangent of actually creating our cool 3D cutaways. To create the actual 3D cutaways, what we'll need to do, we'll open up this view just here, the one that we just created a little bit earlier. So we could do that. We could go back to the isometric view. I'm going to change the window size just back down to what we had it a little bit earlier. We'll go 2000. What I'll just change the window size just so it's back to what we had earlier, just so we don't have as much weighing on the system. We'll just go OK. And what I'll just double click this window just here. There we go. So that's resized it just so that the window size matches up with that. Okay. All right, so 3D cutaway. Let's finally get to the juicy, interesting, cool bit. So with all of our modeling done, to create the 3D cutaway, we'll just need to use the 3D cutaway tool just up top here. Shortcut is Control-Y. So to create cutaway planes, we just click and drag these scissors once we've got the 3D cutaway tool selected. So to create that bottom floor one, let's make sure that we've got our view set up correctly. So just bump me over there a little bit at the moment, which is perfect. We want it exactly the same. We have to have it set up the same for each view if we want this done correctly. So we've got our first view just here. So we're going to keep this one whole. So we're going to click and drag this one and we'll create a duplicate. We'll go rename. We'll call this one cut away. We'll go OK. And I'll double click on this one just to make sure this view is active. Let's go to our 3D cutaway tool and I'm going to delete all my previous cutting planes and we'll create a new one. So I'm going to cut from the top. I'm going to drag it on down until we're just below the header for the doors. So just about here looks good. And we'll go finalize. From here, I'm going to right click on our 3D view. I'm going to go redefine with current Windows settings. So we've got our first one done. Let's go to our page, double click, and let's go ahead and link this drawing to the 3D that we just set up. So let's go to cutaway and we'll go link. There we go. So we've got our first one. Now to create our second one, we'll just go through that process. We'll go back to our 3D and we'll click and drag while creating a duplicate. We'll just double click, make sure we're in this view. From here, we'll right click on this plane and we'll go reverse cutting plane direction. So now it's cutting upwards, which is a massive time saver. And we're going to create another cutting plane and we're going to pull this one down just until it's just below the header of the door and the windows again. We're going to go finalize, excellent. And from here, we're going to redefine with current Windows settings. So from here, I'm just going to go back into my page. I'm going to click this one. I'm going to drag it on up, creating a duplicate just by tapping Control. We're going to go 100. From here, I'm going to link the drawing to the one that we just created, 3D cutaway with 1. There we go. Now, what I want to do is I want to make sure that this is transparent. It's going to make it so much easier to kind of line things up. I'm going to drag this edge just up here until we're at the bottom corner. And then I'm going to create a node just at this point here. So this way I can drag this edge up to here, and this edge just up to here. This is just so that the drawings don't overlap on the bottom and top. Sometimes it can be a little bit, you can see this distortion just on the edge. I like to try and avoid that. So I just adjust the actual drawing itself so that they don't overlap. All right, so anyway, let's bring this down, Control D. Let's drag it down till we're just above this portion here. Okay, so we've got our first one and our second one. So that leaves us just with our final third one to do. Let's pop back into our 3D. And again, we'll go through that process. We'll click and drag this one on down. We'll double click. Let's go ahead and click this cutting plane just here and we'll drag it until it's deleted. And then what we'll just want to do, we'll click on this one and reverse cutting plane direction. So it's going to cut upwards now. So from here, we're going to click and redefine with current Windows settings. That third view that we just created, we're going to go to our layout book, double click on isometric view. We'll select this one we just created a little bit earlier, Control D, to click and drag this one up, tapping Control to create a duplicate. We'll right click, we'll go link drawing to, and we'll go to that third one that we just created. We'll go link, and now we have our roof. What I can do, I can click and drag this one so it comes down into the view a little bit. There we go, like that. Now I'll click and drag this one up just so it's not intersecting with that one there. Control D, I'll drag that one up, and I'll drag this portion just here down. Now we want to fit this within the page, so I'll just need to do a little bit of reshuffling. I'll pull this in there. Let's go Control D and drag this one down. And let's drag this bottom one down just a little bit more. Control D, and we'll drag that down just so it comes up above there. We'll crop the bottom part, crop the top part, just so we're not overlapping on the page. And there we go. One thing that really sells these kind of 3D cutaways are the dashed lines that go in between them. So to do this, we'll just click the polyline and we'll set this one so it's a small dashed. We'll click on this bottom portion just here, and we'll have it go up through all the different 3Ds. We'll double click. There we go. So we'll do the same thing. We'll click and drag this one over, creating a duplicate, tapping Control, and we'll drag this one to this edge here. We'll just do it on each of the different edges. Control D and duplicate just to this edge just here. And that should line up. Since we've got it all in the same view, and we've just brought it up exactly, holding in shift as we do it each time, every one of these lines up perfectly. And because we set up our planes so that it cuts from the exact other point, all of these also should line up perfectly. So let's say if I drag this one just to this edge here, if I bring this down, if I go Control D and bring this one on down to this point here, you'll see how it should perfectly line up with the bottom story, even though it's cut. So let's undo that. And there we are. The last one I would also do in this back right-hand corner, Control D, tap that one into there. But I would slice using this tool just here, and I'd cut this so that it's just going through the areas that I want it. So I'll cut this one as well, cut this one here, I'll delete that one, and I'll drag this node on down here. So it's just to there. Let's go ahead and click and drag this one just up to the top. So we've got a duplicate, and so that we can kind of almost animate between these two different options, what we can do, let's go ahead and delete these top two, deselect this bottom one, and delete this line just here. We'll select this bottom one and we'll go link drawing to, and we'll link this one to our first isometric view, and we'll go link. So from here, when we click on this page, then we click on our second page, it's almost like the building just explodes out into the view. We can see into each of the different rooms. Now, I'll just go back into the example file real quick. Now, in my example file, I took it a little extra step further. So I'll go from the first one to the second stage, where it just pops it up to the top, then to the third stage, where it takes off the roof. Then I went a little bit further, actually, and I even exploded out on the other plane as well, which is a bit of fun, but honestly, I don't think it's quite as clear what's going on. So in the end, I think this is the most aesthetic and readable isometric, even though I do think this one is kind of cool. Congratulations on your perseverance and your discipline. These are attributes that will serve you throughout your entire career. The next thing I'd encourage you to develop is your knowledge of the individual parts of a building. I've got a playlist just over here that goes through some of the typical construction types. That can give us a solid foundation of knowledge to better help us design. I've also made these infographics available for download, completely free and available over on the website. Just type in your email, click download, and you'll be able to access the resource. In the meantime, you'll want to check out this playlist just over here, where we go through the construction techniques step by step.